Please can I have confirmation that the live stream has started?
Yes, we are live, Chairman.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to this scrutiny meeting on the 9th of November to discuss the Hereford Transport Strategy Review. Before I start the business of the meeting, I will go to each committee member to confirm that they can hear and be heard. It is a legal requirement for me to do so. Please advise me at once if at any time during the meeting you experience any technical difficulties that prevent you from hearing or being heard. So if you will be able to verbally confirm that you are able to hear me, I will confirm in response that I can hear you. Councillor Tracy Bowes.
Good morning, Chairman. I can see and hear you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny Hewitt.
Good morning. I can see and hear you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Matthews.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. Loud and clear. Thank you, and I can see you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Roan.
Morning, Chair. Loud and clear.
Councillor Louis Stark.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I can hear and see.
And Councillor William Wilding.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Yes, I can hear and see you. Thanks.
Thank you. I've been advised that a number of Cabinet members are also present. Please could you also confirm in turn, verbally confirm that you're able to hear me, and I will confirm in response that I can hear you. Councillor Pauline Crockett, Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Wellbeing.
Morning, Chair. Yes, I can hear and see you. Thank you.
I can hear and see you too. Councillor Gemma Davis, Commissioning, Procurement and Assets Cabinet Member. Not present. Okay. Councillor David Hitchener, Leader of the Council.
Yes, I can hear you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Harrington, Cabinet Member for Infrastructure and Transport.
Yes, I can hear and see you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Harvey, Finance and Corporate Services Cabinet Member.
Thank you, Chairman. I can hear.
Thank you. I've also, Cabinet Member for Families and Children, Councillor Felicity Norman.
Yes, thank you. I can see and hear you, Chairman.
Thank you. I've been advised that the following officers are present. Richard Ball, the Director for Economy and Place. And we have Mairead Lane, which is the Acting Assistant Director for Highways and Transport. Steve Burgess, the Head of Transport and Access Services. Andrew Lovegrove, the Chief Finance Officer. And I also welcome the transport consultants, Mr. Martin Brooks, who's the Director for the National and Local Government Services, and Mr. Martin Revel, Regional Director for Transport Planning for Mott MacDonald. Is there anyone I have overlooked?
Yes, Ed Ducker. I work with Martin Revel at Mott MacDonald.
Thank you very much for announcing yourself, and you are very welcome. Thank you. The Council is video and audio streaming this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. The recording forms part of the public record of the meeting. Please note that it is a legal requirement that every member attending virtual meetings is able to hear and, where practical, be seen and be heard, and where practical, be seen by the other members in attendance and the public watching. So I would ask you please to have your audio switched on, and where you are able to do so, also have your video enabled. Can I also remind members to ensure that where available, you use your headset while listening and speaking during the meeting. This will ensure that the audio feed is of the highest possible quality and the background noise is significantly reduced. Virtual meetings are new to many of us, and there are some additional points for members of the committee and officers to be aware of. As part of our meeting etiquette, in line with our normal committee practices, all microphones, apart from mine, will be placed on mute at the start and during the meeting. I will run through the agenda in the customary way. When you wish to speak, please use the hand button against your name in the participants list, which should be on the right of your screens. I will then invite you to speak in order of the hands being raised. Please do not raise your physical hand, as I do not want to miss anyone who wishes to speak. Please ensure that all mobile devices are switched off to prevent any interference with the audio and video system. Electronic voting will be used at this meeting. You will be asked to use the electronic polls to vote to confirm the minutes and agree the recommendations. When the poll appears on screen, please select the option and press submit. If the poll does not appear on your screen, please access the poll icon at the foot of your screen in Zoom. If you are unable to vote, please raise your hand, your virtual hand, that is. If for any reason an electronic poll cannot be undertaken, or if the outcome is unclear, then I will ask each committee member in turn to vote verbally. I request that other attendees to avoid interacting with the system during the vote and to only close off any polling screens once the vote has been confirmed by Democratic Services. Right, thank you for that, those announcements. And now we go on to the agenda's items as they're set out in the agenda. And the first item on the agenda is apologies for absence. And there have been apologies received from Councillor Durkin. And it's my great pleasure to welcome Councillor Matthews to the committee. Do we have any other apologies?
No, Chairman.
No, thank you. If not, go to the second item on the agenda, which is named substitutes. So we have a named substitute, which is Councillor Roan for Councillor Durkin. Councillor Roan, welcome to the meeting. Next item on the agenda, item 3 is declarations of interests. Please indicate anyone by raising your virtual hand if you wish to declare a Schedule 1, Schedule 2, or any other declarable interest, and I will then call each councillor in turn. Any declarations? Right. First of all, I have Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a Schedule 1 interest as I live in very close proximity to the proposed Western Bypass route in Belmont. I have a dispensation to represent the views of my ward. This has been approved by the monitoring officer and is published on the website.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Hitchener.
Very eloquently spoken by Councillor Bowes. I have to say I'm in a parallel position with a home that is about half a mile away from the end of the Southern Relief Road as originally planned. And that has been declared, and a dispensation has been granted by the monitoring officer.
Thank you very much for those declarations. Thank you. Now we go on to item 4, which is minutes. With regard to the minutes of the last meeting held on the 28th of September 2020, no matters.
Chairman, I did signal to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Matthews, go ahead.
All it is, I don't think I have any requirement to declare any interest, but the Western route does travel through quite a portion of my ward, so I'll just mention that in case anyway. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor Matthews. Thank you for the clarification. With regard to the minutes of the last meeting on the 28th of September, no matters of accuracy have been notified to the monitoring officer. Non-voting attendees will be moved to the breakout room for a few moments. They will then be automatically returned to the main room when all eligible votes have been cast. Please can non-voting attendees now move out of the main room and the number of voting members be confirmed.
Chairman, there are 7 voting members.
Excellent. Can I ask Democratic Service? Right, we've now got the options before us to vote. If you can do so now.
Chairman, all members have voted. 6 in favour to approve the minutes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. And we now wait for everyone to return back to the meeting who did not have the opportunity or weren't able to vote. Okay, we will now proceed with item 5 on the agenda, which is questions from members of the public. We have received 29 questions from the public, and a response has been published as a supplement to the agenda papers. Has there been any amendment or update to that paper?
No, just the supplementary questions, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. To those who've submitted questions and have been given the opportunity to submit a written supplementary or to send an audio or video recording or to join the meeting to ask their question live. I will now ask the clerk to confirm to explain how any supplementary questions are to be received.
I'm going to put a PowerPoint up on the screen and go through each question in turn. I will read the question where it is a written question, and then the responsible officer or will reply. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So if I can take you through this then. So the first question we have relates to question 2 from Ms. Tung, and it's please clarify that the embodied carbon included in each option includes the embodied carbon not just in the physical transport infrastructure but also in the vehicles manufactured to use it.
Have we got somebody who can answer that question?
If I can reply to that, Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Brooks.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Yes, it does. The embodied carbon assessment we carried out was at a high level, so it does not include the detail of the vehicles that were manufactured to use it, but it was an all-embracing assessment of embodied carbon, not just the physical infrastructure itself.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Right, the next question is from Ms. Sharp relating to question 3. In January 2019, the Cabinet Member for Infrastructure reported that 7.486 million had been spent so far on the SWTP. Also, that the 2.508 million forecast spend in the year ending 31st March 2019 would deliver completion of the detailed design of the Southern Link Road, land and compensation costs, procurement of a contractor for the Southern Link Road construction and mobilisation, completion of the full business case for the Southwide Transport Package for submission and sign-off to Department for Transport, development of a programme for delivery of the active travel measures. This report was clear. The full business case would be completed by March 2019. Why then does the answer to my question blame the non-delivery of the business case on this administration's pause and review that took effect in October 2019?
Do we have Mr. Ball, is that a question that you would be able to answer?
Yes, I can do. I mean, certainly the response given has no intention of blaming anyone in relation to the completion of the business case. It merely states factually that it was not completed, and that's a matter of record.
Okay, thank you.
The next question is from Mrs. Morris and relates to question 4. 5 years have now elapsed since the inspector's comments on the core strategy, and the HRR is still not in a route investment strategy, particularly RAS2 2020 to 2025. With the core strategy and its nutrient management plan requiring investment in management of water pollution, flooding and waste treatment, is the Western Relief Road HRR viable, or does it still pose a risk to the financial delivery of the local plan and the finances of Herefordshire Council as a whole?
Would the director care to comment, Mr. Ball? And then there's a financial element to it, so I don't know if Mr. Lovegrove would like to respond as well.
I suppose in terms of the Western Relief Road, it is part of this review. The other aspects or the points mentioned in the supplementary are indeed issues that would need to be considered as part of any updating of the core strategy, and pending the outcome of any decisions relating to this review, that would likely to feed into that updating of the core strategy, which would need to obviously take into account the points raised and indeed their financial implications. I don't know whether Mr. Lovegrove wishes to add anything.
Chairman, I'm very happy to add an observation or comment on that. The question asks about risk to the finances of the council as a whole. I'm comfortable that the council holds sufficient reserves to enable it to meet all of its financial challenges and obligations. So I don't see that the Western Relief Road poses an additional risk to the finances of the council. I'm comfortable we have sufficient reserves.
Thank you. Next question, please.
This is from Dr. Geeson and relates to question 5. As I mentioned in my question, the City Link Road was planned and forecast to reduce city congestion and also unlock land for 800 new homes in an urban village. From the written answer, I learned that the Strategic Transport Review has not included assessment or modelling of the impact of the City Link Road. With expenditure of £34 million, I sincerely hope it has been successful in reducing congestion since it opened in February 2018. In the light of the written answer to my question, surely it is now logical to conclude that without a City Link Road impact assessment, the modelling and evaluation presented in the Transport Review is incomplete, and that the Transport Review does not provide a totally accurate picture of the perceived benefits of new road building options.
Okay, so we have a question there about the review and the impact of the City Link Road. Has that been adequately taken into account? Is there an officer or one of the consultants who would like to offer an answer to that question?
Yeah, perhaps, Chair, if I can start, and perhaps Martin Brooks might be able to provide a little more detail.
Please do so.
Just to clarify, the City Link Road is included in the forecasting picture, which is in the review. So for 2026, that takes into account the presence of the City Link Road and the work that it does in terms of redistributing traffic. So I think perhaps the question is slightly mistaken there to say it's not been included. In terms of the performance of the City Link Road, we have shared this week an interim traffic report for Councillor Harrington to review, and hopefully we'll be able to publish that shortly. They'll provide an initial output from the Link Road in terms of how it's managing the traffic. Obviously that is part of a larger scheme, part of the city centre package, so there are other elements of that work that need to be completed. I don't know, Martin, if you want to say a little bit more about how the Link Road's been included in the modelling, just to clarify.
Well, only to confirm that it has been included. The modelling that we've carried out, as it makes clear in the report, has all been carried out at 2026. So clearly the City Link Road is operating at 2026. Therefore, it has been included within the networks that we've assumed.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please.
This is from Mr. Palgrave, who I believe is present as a virtual attendee and needs to be admitted from the waiting room. Yeah.
Please do so.
Just admitting Mr. Palgrave now. Mr. Palgrave's in.
Welcome, Mr. Palgrave. Palgrave, can you ask your supplementary question, please? Please do so.
Yeah, good morning. My original question. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. My original question asked why the eastern bypass options were discarded.
Welcome, Mr. Palgrave. Palgrave, can you ask your supplementary question, please? Sorry, we've got a bit of feedback. I think it's probably because you've got the YouTube channel open.
Okay, I've switched it off now.
Thank you.
My original question asked why the eastern bypass options were discarded, but not the western bypass. The answer given concluded that it was decided to retain the western bypass at this stage of the study to ensure that the current adopted core strategy, which includes the western bypass, was subject to a wider package assessment than has previously been undertaken, and hence was capable of comparison with other possible packages. So my supplementary question is this: can you clarify, please, does this mean that the western bypass would have been discarded from the shortlist if it had not been included in the adopted core strategy?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Palgrave. And Mr. Ball, did you want to make a comment first, seeing as it concerns the core strategy?
With other possible packages.
Sorry, still some feedback, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Brooks may wish to comment on that. I mean, I think in terms of the option selection to go through to the final assessment, the approach that was taken was to ensure that as wide a range of different options that were reasonable to be taken forward were taken forward to that assessment, so that the comparisons could be had. Mr. Brooks may wish to comment.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, I mean, in terms of would it have been discarded, I'm not able to answer that question because clearly, ultimately, that was a decision for the project team as endorsed by members as to which packages were taken forward. The assessment itself would not have been any different, I would say. It is a transparent assessment in terms of the impacts. The response given to Mr. Palgrave does indicate that the Western bypass is similar to the full Eastern bypasses, but not quite as severe. But I'm not able to say whether or not it would have been discarded if it wasn't in the core strategy. That isn't my decision to make.
Okay, thank you. But it's something that the committee can bear in mind when they're reviewing the presentations today. Thank you. Next question, please.
Sorry. I have a question from Mrs. Richards. Mrs. Richards, question 7. Page 33 of the review reports that based on trip distance and topography, up to 40% of travel to work and more than 40% of travel to school journeys in Hereford have the potential to be cycled. This is subject to suitable infrastructure being in place. There is even greater potential if e-bikes are considered. How much of this potential to cycle is forecast to be released by the walking and cycling package?
Mr. Brooks, is that a question you can address?
It's a very precise question, and we haven't looked at it precisely in the terms that are expressed within the question being asked. What I would say is that the walking and cycling package and the safer routes to school package, both of them have the outcome of more people cycling and indeed more people walking than would otherwise be the case. The extent to which those 40% figures are taken up by people who then choose to cycle or indeed walk, and the proportion of people who remain in their cars, I'm afraid I simply don't have the statistics available within that format.
Okay, but thank you. That is noted, and I'm sure we will discuss that matter more fully when the scrutiny committee is asking their questions. Right, next question, please.
This is from Mrs. Churchward, question 12. Hereford at 46% has 10% more journeys to school by car than the national average at 36%. Destination Hereford report showed congestion from the school run can increase traffic by over 50% on some main routes into Hereford, whilst through traffic is just 7% of the total proportion of traffic in Hereford. Millions of pounds of taxpayers' money has been spent on transport modelling, and yet whilst the school run has one of the largest impacts on congestion and journey times, you are saying that the effect of the school run has not been modelled. The public and stakeholders identified interventions for tackling the school run as the third most popular transport measure. Are the absolute percentage figures for congestion relief from improved walking cycling achieved during the holidays or term time?
A very specific question there about congestion relief at term time or holidays. Can we have an answer, please?
Certainly. So there's an obligation placed on us to do the modelling within what the Department for Transport call neutral periods. So that is not holiday periods. So the modelling that we've carried out is for term time. In terms of the modelling that we have carried out, the modelling of school trips is very complex. One of the features which is often overlooked by many observers is that it isn't simply the people who are no longer going to and from school during half-term or holiday periods, but it's also, of course, the parents also taking holidays during those periods, so they are no longer going to work. And that's what I mean by it being a very complex pattern. You know, people have challenges over childcare during holiday periods. People react in different ways. Therefore, within the modelling, what we've had to do is to take some simple assumptions as to how that would be borne out. So what we have assumed is we've assumed improvements to walk and cycle times to reflect the increased attractiveness of walking and cycling routes. And we've also assumed a slightly increased penalty to car drivers people who are taking their children to school by car, to reflect that some of the measures that we're talking about could make it more difficult for them to pick up and drop off within the immediate vicinity of the schools. So we've done what we can in terms of modelling these effects, but it is an incredibly complex pattern. Human behaviours and the school run, there's a whole raft of different behaviours which kick in when people are making those decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks, for that answer. Steve Burgess, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Martin also perhaps if you could clarify that the data and surveys that have been used to help develop the model would be taken in what we call a neutral month. So this is basically a period when the schools are operating rather than a school holiday, I think. And perhaps the question is asking whether the congestion relief is reflective of whether it's in a school holiday period or in a normal term time. And I think perhaps if you could clarify, I think the answer is it's for normal school term time rather than a holiday.
It is, yes. That's what I meant to say right at the beginning of the answer. Apologies if it wasn't clear.
We're all clear now. It is in term time, not in holidays. Okay, thank you. Next question, please.
This is from Mrs. John and relates to question 17. The reply to my previous question states, the Council's ambitions in terms of important issues such as the declared climate emergency have been considered within the review and form one of the key themes against which packages have been assessed. However, the Critical Friend summary states, page 158, para 1, that there is a risk that the focus on such metrics from the modelled outputs hides the benefits and disbenefits of some packages in achieving the adopted objectives. will councillors commit to take time to read carefully Mott MacDonald's concerns as to whether all the options will indeed meet the council's declared climate change ambitions, pages 157 to 162, and consider fully the concern raised about whether the inclusion of the popular high-scoring active travel option with the road building packages was indeed intentional to improve the performance of the road options?
Well, thank you for that question, Mrs. John. But I think that rather than provide an answer directly to that question, that is a challenge to councillors, and that's a challenge to the scrutiny committee councillors who are now considering the options before us. And indeed, it will be a challenge to the cabinet when they consider their options as well. So we note the question, and I'm sure members of the scrutiny committee will bear this question in mind when we're deliberating as we go through today's meeting. Thank you. Next question, please.
The next question is from Mrs. Morawiecka as a virtual attendee relating to question 18.
Just admitting Mrs. Morawiecka now.
Good morning, Mrs. Morawiecka. Welcome. And are you in a position to ask your supplementary question?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. The August 2010 report by Amy recommended on page 40, para 5.1.1, of the sustainable options, option 1 performs best in terms of delay. It goes on to say, the focus of the recommendations relating to the do minimum scenario should consider whether the sustainable packages can be achieved without a relief road. To confirm that there is no bias towards road building, unconscious or otherwise, within the Transport Department or WSP, when and where was the work done on considering whether sustainable transport measures could be achieved without a relief road?
Okay. Can we first go to Mr. Ball, please?
So I can assure Ms. Morawiecka that there is no inherent bias regarding any of the options that are being considered here today. The intention with this review is to look at all the different options, present openly and honestly the technical information to enable members to consider that and come to a conclusion. So.
Thank you. Do we have any other officers who would like to make a contribution to that question, answering that question? No, if not, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Morawiecka, for your question.
I haven't had an answer when
Chair,
and where
in terms
was the work done.
if I can just sort of reiterate, well, I think the question Mrs. Morawiecka was asking was, subsequent to the August reports, when did the council undertake any assessment of the non-road options to assess whether they could deliver the strategy? I think we'll probably have to take that offline and provide a response after the meeting and go and check through the papers if that's acceptable.
Okay, yeah. If that's what you're recommending, then
during the meeting. Yeah.
Mrs. Morawiecka, please can you accept the fact that we're going to give we're going to look into the report that you've referred to and give a written response to the specific point you make about bias towards road building. Thank you, and thank you for your question and for attending the meeting live.
Thank you.
Can we have the next question, please?
This is from Mr. Morawiecki. Question 20. The WSP and RAND report for the Department of Transport, November 2018, induced travel demand, concluded that models often understated the impact of induced demand versus evidence from actual case studies once new roads created extra capacity. The same report also concluded that evidence on the existence of induced demand means that it needs to be properly accounted for in appraisal of capacity improvements to the strategic road network. WSP have been working with Herefordshire Council and Highways England on increasing the capacity on the A49 for years, and yet it appears that they have not followed their own advice to properly account for induced demand. As Mott MacDonald have identified, are WSP biased towards road building projects so that they chose not to follow their own advice on accounting for induced demand during this transport review?
Thank you for that supplementary question. We have a representative from Mott MacDonald here. Mr. Revel, would you care to comment?
I'm not sure where Mott MacDonald has identified that WSP is biased towards road building projects. I'm not sure that we stated that in those terms.
Okay, thank you. I mean, if I recall correctly, your report talks about induced demand and the fact that it's difficult to know the true extent of induced demand. So it's an open question. Mr. Ball, did you want to comment?
Yes, I mean, the question does allege bias by WSP, so I would ask that Martin Brooks directly address that, please.
Yes, Mr. Brooks, please go ahead.
I would deny any bias at all. What I would say is that within the report, we have explained and given a commentary around induced traffic. And you will see within that report that some of the elements which are normally included within the definition of induced traffic are included within the transport modelling that we have carried out as part of this review. There are some elements which have not been included because they are incredibly difficult to include. One example would be the theory of induced traffic goes that if sufficient congestion relief is created in a particular location, then some people who are currently sitting at home, not making any journeys whatsoever, suddenly decide to then get in a car and make a journey. Now, we haven't included that element, but we have included other elements which are typically under the banner of induced demand, things like people changing the time of the journey that they make. So the modelling, for example, is sufficiently clever to be able to model the fact that some people who are currently avoiding the peak period because of excessive congestion and travelling just outside the peak period, they will actually revert to the peak period if there is congestion relief created. So there are many elements of the induced traffic that are included within the modelling that we have carried out, but some of the more difficult ones have not been, and I would be the first to accept that. But the report does explain what we have included and what we haven't.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Brooks, for that answer, and also to Mr. Revel for your views as well. Appreciated. Thank you for the question. And next question, please.
This question is from Mr. Richards and relates to question 22. Thank you for explaining how many walking cycling schemes have been delivered and are in discussion with Highways England. What reduction in congestion is forecast to be achieved through the improvements referred to, and in particular on the traffic volumes on the A49 in Hereford?
Do we have any officers that wish to comment on that question?
I'm quite happy to come back on that.
Please, Mr. Brooks. Thank you.
Again, I think this probably falls into the category of this might be something where a written reply would be appropriate. I mean, clearly the A49 in Hereford is quite a long road, and the extent of congestion relief will be different at different locations along that road, and it will be different depending on what packages we are looking at. So we need a slightly more precision, I think, in the question, and then a written answer would be possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, if that point could be made clear to Mr. Richards, perhaps he can rephrase the question, and then a written answer can be forthcoming. Next question.
Chairman, it's Mairead Lane here. I wonder if I could just
yes, by all means, please.
So I think the question refers to the designated funds projects that we have been working with respect to Highways England. They've been developed and are being considered and will be developed further if they're determined to be feasible with Highways England. So as Mr Brooks suggests, as part of that development, I think we can provide a written answer which sets out the kind of improvements their delivery would deliver.
Right, and you do not need Mr Richards to make any more clarification before you provide that written answer.
Well, I think we can provide information, and if there's if there's any other questions he wants to ask, then we can certainly continue to provide information as the schemes are developed with Highways England.
Excellent, thank you. Right, next question, please.
This is from Mrs. Prothero. Question 24. I'm very pleased to see that the existence of the needs of disabled and older people are recognised in places in the report, but would remark that these, along with financially disadvantaged groups, are the very people who may be unable to travel independently by car instead of bus, whatever scheme is decided. I wonder what thought is being given to creative, convenient methods of enabling people with mobility difficulties to get around once they arrive at destinations within the city, and whether organisations of or for such groups of the population will be involved in ongoing consultation on these.
That's a very good question, and I think that's a question that we should all be bearing in mind, especially when we're looking at the packages before us. Did any councillors, did any officers want to comment?
I think it is indeed, I think, Councillor Chairman, a good question, and I think the answer is that as the decision is taken and the packages, preferred packages selected, as the packages develop further, we would be consulting with key stakeholders and stakeholder groups and user groups, such as Vision Links, Royal National College for the Blind, and other groups that represent people with these issues, as we develop the detail of the schemes further.
Right, excellent. Thank you very much. Next question, please.
This is from Mr. Meadows, question 26. Package A plus B plus C reduces congestion by 15% and journey times by 4%. Percentages are meaningless when the majority of journeys in Hereford are short trips, e.g. a 5% cut in journey time on a 15-minute car ride is just 3/4 of a minute. 7% cut is 1 minute. As page 61 says, the Hereford transport model makes no allowance for all the aspects of induced demand, and so congestion relief benefits may be slightly overestimated, particularly in the longer term. WSP and RAND reported in 2018 that the induced traffic effect is greater where additional road capacity is provided in locations with high congestion levels. If the full effects of induced demand were provided in the Hereford transport model, please state what would be the average journey time saving in minutes in Hereford on each of the key routes into the city.
So the question is, is it possible to provide the average journey times, given that there's the view that the percentage times may have been, well, presumably the congestion relief times have been overestimated. Mr. Brooks, have you any comments on that?
I think there are two points to raise here. One is just to understand what it is we have done. So one of the indicators that we have looked at is the journey times on 4 key routes into and out of the city. So north, south, east, west, northeast to southwest, southwest to northeast. So there are 4 routes. We've looked at them in both directions, so there are 8 routes in total. So we have looked, so we do have some information on journey time changes for each of the 6 packages that we've looked at, and that detail would be available. It's simply at a level of detail that, as you'll have gathered within the report, there's a lot of detailed work that's been carried out, and we've had to provide a summary within our report, but that information does exist. However, the second point would be, it still comes with a caveat over induced traffic, the point that I raised before. Most of the elements which normally comprise induced traffic are included within our assessment, but some are not, which is why we've made the statements within the report about the congestion relief benefits might be slightly overestimated, particularly in the longer term, as it's quoted within the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else want to make any further comments? But I think Mr. Brooks has answered that query. Next question, please.
I think this is the final public question, Chairman, and it's from Ms. Furness, question 27. Of the walking and cycling infrastructure proposed by the Transport Review, how much of this is to be delivered by Highways England alongside the A49? And what would the cost saving from the total 54 million cost to Herefordshire Council be if Highways England were to fund it?
That's a good question. Mr. Ball, would you like to kick off?
So I think we're too early to determine what proportion of that would be funded by Highways England. The total cost of the walking and cycling infrastructure referred to is a very significant amount of funding. We would, in normal circumstances, expect government funding in one form or another to support the council in delivering that kind of level of investment. Clearly, with Highways England being responsible for the A49, you could expect that part of government may well make a contribution, but it's too early to say, I'm afraid.
Okay, but that's noted. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Ball. Right, we now come to the conclusion of the questions from members of the public, and I would just like to say on behalf of the committee that we really thank all of those members of the public that have asked some very good questions, and we will no doubt bear them in mind when we're having our debate and asking our own questions. So thank you for all of those people who spent a lot of time and energy at looking at a big report and asking really good questions. So we now go over to the questions from councillors. We've received 4 questions and we have the option of members asking their supplementary questions. So can I have the first supplementary question, please?
Chairman, could I just confirm, because I'm afraid I can't see, that are councillors Shaw, Phillips and Balderson present to ask their questions in person?
I know
Councillor Shaw is.
Yes. Councillor Balderson?
Councillor Balderson is.
And have we got Councillor Phillips?
Councillor Lester, Councillor Phillips has emailed in his question. He's been having technical difficulties getting into the meeting, so I will read that question out on his behalf.
Right.
Okay then.
Thank you. So there's just the one written question to begin with, Chairman,
yes,
from Councillor Milne.
Thank you.
Given that the review terms of reference published in January had asked the consultants to consider all transport modes, but overlooked this one, I'm delighted to hear that General Scrutiny Committee may consider the electric water bus as part of the sustainable transport mix for Hereford. Could I ask that if GSC is minded to recommend Cabinet take the suggestion further, it is done so with specialist technical and operational understanding of such a service, its potential to meet core strategy objectives for sustainable transport, placemaking, environment and economic development, including tourism, and how it may relate to initiatives coming forward under the Stronger Towns programme.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Milne. Obviously, that's something for the committee to bear in mind as we discuss all of the options, but plea to committee members, please bear in mind Councillor Milne's suggestion as we go forward. Thank you. So if we can have the next member, please, and supplementary question.
The next question is from supplementaries from Councillor Shaw.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the response to my question. I appreciate that the additional 3.8 million, making the 15.2 million, is a sum which Shropshire Council's 151 officer claims is due back to the LEP from Herefordshire Council. Would the committee be able to confirm the action which will actually crystallise the recapitalisation of the £11.4 million of revenue funding in our accounts?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaw, for your question. So the question to the committee will be if we can determine during the course of the meeting via officers when the capitalized costs will have to be returned back to a revenue obligation. And I mean, is that something, Mr. Lovegrove, do you think you could be in a position to answer right now, or?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think that the question was directed to your committees. I think you'll probably want to pick it up during your deliberations. But at the moment, because the council has chosen to pause and review the road, and that is why it's still capitalised and continues to be so. Clearly, at the point when either the pause is revisited or the ongoing review is revisited, at that point we would have to look at the accountancy treatments, and clearly if the review stopped, then we would no longer meet the criteria and it would have to be returned to revenue.
Okay, thank you very much. But again, that's and thank you. Yes, that is a question that committee members may wish to pursue during the course of the meeting. Thank you. Right, next supplementary, please.
That is from Councillor Phillips, Chairman.
Can we have the written, can we have it presented to us, please?
So the question reads as follows. Thank you for your reply, which I think seems to confirm the importance of aligning housing, economic and transport strategies. Can scrutiny today reaffirm the importance of that alignment and request a timeline of the 3 strategies be published as soon as possible to give clarity to the residents and businesses of Herefordshire?
Thank you, Councillor Phillips, for that supplementary question. And there's a plea to the scrutiny members to consider whether or not that there should be a timeline to make sure that all of those key policies for the council are realigned. Okay, so last supplementary question is for Councillor Balderson, I understand.
Correct. Yep.
Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank you for the response to my initial question. A greater proportion of people are now working from home, with 2/3 of the population living outside of Hereford. The report does not appear to consider the amount of traffic using alternative routes and rat runs to avoid Hereford. We all know how treacherous the Madley Bridge Sellers route can be, plus the levels of traffic going over them, plus with the levels of traffic going over the Waterford Bridge. Before COVID, we had almost 2,500 cars a day using Haywood and Knocker Hill Lane. And when the planning committee came out to Much Dew Church, we were taking our lives into our own hands as the committee saw lorry after lorry mount the curb in order to get through the village. Since COVID, my parishioners are telling me that speeding and road safety has got even worse, and it is the topic at every single meeting of all 5 of my parish councils, which covers about 80 square kilometres of the county. I would like to better understand how the transport strategy will address these pervasive road safety and rat running issues and improve the lives of the people living in the rural south.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Balderson. And it's just to remind the committee members, if they weren't already aware of it, that the review obviously has implications for people that are just not living in the city, but obviously in the areas just outside of Hereford. So please bear that in mind with your when it comes to your questions. Well, that concludes the questions from members of council, and we now go on to the Hereford Transport Package Review, and we have the agenda before us, and we will remind committee members of the draft recommendations that will go to Cabinet itself after the scrutiny meeting. So the recommendation going forward to Cabinet will be to note and consider the review findings and any recommendations of general scrutiny, to determine if there's a preferred strategic transport package, to seek a further report to set out the implications of taking forward any preferred package, and also then to determine how they wish to proceed with regard to the 2 road schemes, which would be either to stop altogether one or both schemes, pause for further review, or to progress these schemes. So that is what the Cabinet will be considering. But before that, they're, I'm sure, very interested to hear the views of the Scrutiny Committee. But before we do that, I now invite Steve Burgess, who's the Head of Transport and Access Services, to commence the presentations.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'm not sure if you can make that full screen, Tim. Perhaps it's under View in the tabs at the top. There you go, just down near the bottom, keep going.
Full screen, okay, sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you go to the next slide, please, Tim. Yeah, so thank you, Chair. My section is going to be very short, so we can allow sort of maximum time for discussion around the two technical pieces of work. In January earlier this year, the Cabinet member took the decision to set out the scope of the review, having paused and reviewed the two road schemes in October 2019. And effectively, the review has fallen into two separate technical pieces of work: a peer assessment of the Southern Link Road and Western Bypass, and separately from that, a review of the transport strategy for Hereford, particularly taking into account the declared climate emergency, and also to look at best practice and consider alternative options to the road schemes. So that was the very high level overview of what the review is going to assess. In progressing the review and the technical work is now complete from those two pieces of work. Martin Revel is I think you've already met, and Martin Brooks. Martin Revel is leading on the peer assessment and also the critical friend role, which has helped inform the review work. Martin's the Regional Director of Transport Planning for Mott MacDonald. Martin Brooks, who you've met already, is the Director of National Local Government Services, WSP. Martin and WSP have led on the transport strategy review work. Next slide, please, Tim. Thanks. So it's important to note that the transport strategy review isn't making any specific recommendations in terms of the options that have been looked at, but is seeking the views at this point from Scrutiny, and also when this is reported to Cabinet in early December, we'll be basically asking Cabinet to determine what its preferred strategy is. So whilst the report does cover the performance of the options in terms of the framework that's been developed, which Martin will talk about later, Martin Brooks will talk about later, it's not making a specific recommendation. And this is really part of the process of developing the strategy, and Cabinet at this stage is very keen to see if there are any recommendations from this committee, which it can take into account in December. Next slide, please, Tim. And I think just to remind you of the recommendations for Scrutiny. So we're seeking to determine if Scrutiny has any comments or recommendations with regard to the review, noting the specific findings of the Transport Strategy Review, which is included in Appendix A, and the peer assessment, which is Appendix C and D. And I think in terms of going through those two pieces of work, it felt more logical to start with the work that's looking back at the previous evidence base. So the first session we were going to lead into was that peer assessment. And if I can hand over now, Martin Revel from Mott MacDonald is going to take you through the peer assessment work, and then there'll be a period at the end of Martin's presentation where you can ask questions. So I'll hand over to Martin.
Okay, thanks very much, Steve. Yeah, so Mott MacDonald has been involved in two relatively sorry, can we go back to the oh no, that's right, sorry, just bear with me one moment, that'd be fine, thank you. So Mott MacDonald has been involved in two relatively small pieces of work through this year. The first of which I'm going to talk in a bit of detail about now was the peer review, and also I was involved as a critical friend more recently in September and through October, which we'll talk a bit more about shortly. So that first elements. Could I have the next slide, please? The first element is a technical peer review of the work undertaken to date in the development of the Transport Strategy Review. And there were three aims of the review, which are shown within the principal boxes within this slide. And essentially, therefore, the review posed two questions. The first of those questions is the recent historical work sound in relation to the Department for Transport's Transport Analysis Guidance, or which is often referred to as TAG? And secondly, did this historical work, which led to the emerging packages, come to the correct conclusion? So in establishing whether those emerging packages have been developed in a way that is consistent with guidance and leads to the development that are packages that are essentially sound and justified, we looked both back, cataloguing issues that were serious concerns or issues that, whilst might not be fundamentally flawed, might have been tackled differently and work might have been done differently. But we also looked forward, specifically identifying matters relating to the climate emergency and also to other technical aspects that might be considered when taking any future strategy development forward. If we can move on, please. So the Herefordshire core strategy is obviously a key driver in identifying the need for supporting infrastructure, which, as I'm sure you're all aware, formed part of the local plan, and that was adopted in 2015 following examination in public. Now, extensive technical work was undertaken to support the core strategy, and while our review is not intended to be an evaluation of the transport infrastructure aspects informing the core strategy, this work does provide important context, and particularly regarding the development histories of the Hereford Transport Package and the South Wye Transport Package. Now, the core strategy includes a statement that you can see on screen now in italics, and I won't read that for you if you can all read that. But it's, I think, important to say that not only was the core strategy infrastructure requirements underpinned by the work they're described there, but there's a considerable technical evidence base. I'm not going to read all of that technical evidence base, but there was significant work done between 2010 and 2014 by a number of supporting consultants on the evidence base for the core strategy. So the technical work up to the adoption of the core strategy was our starting point in the peer review, and that's why we've included the slide here on core strategy. But the important task for our peer review was then to examine whether subsequent work to develop investment plans beyond the adoption of that core strategy was taken forward appropriately through the steps of the transport appraisal process in a way that's Department for Transport compliant, that TAG compliant. If we can move on, please. So, looking at the Hereford Transport Package, the headline conclusion is that the process of package development for the Hereford Transport Package is in line with transport analysis guidance and the transport appraisal process. There is a large volume of technical work that has been undertaken to support the development of that package. The key issue that we identified in undertaking the peer review is that there are options that were discarded that could address, at least in part, some of the problems that were identified. Now, typically, the options which are shown to meet objectives would be carried forward further to more appraisal in stage 2 of the transport appraisal process. And I'll just quote from guidance. The guidance states that promoters should, and I quote, identify the better performing options, including a low-cost solution, to be taken forward for further, more detailed appraisal in stage 2. Now, however, here, only the best performing options have been taken forward, combining active modes proposals alongside the highways proposals. You could, taking on board some of the advice, for instance, have kept the active mode proposals separate as a low-cost solution. Now, that said, having said that process could have been done in a slightly different way to meet the aims of guidance. We've identified nothing to indicate that the package is fundamentally flawed or in any way suggests that we should revisit that package immediately. However, what we would recommend is that if the package is progressed at some point in future, the opportunity is taken to look at some of the discarded options again that might have led to the achievement of the stated objectives as part of developing a business case through a tag compliant business case process. The business case documents, we reviewed our drafts and therefore could be revised to account for that and any other technical matters that might be brought forward following the transport strategy review. If we could move on to the South Wye conclusions. The South Wye transport package, there are similar issues. Discarded options which potentially could have been retained. And again, those options could address in part some of the problems identified. Just to note though, with this one, there are some fundamental differences for the South Wye package, as I'm sure you're aware. The value of the package is considerably less than a quarter of the Hereford transport package. And also to note that the South Wye package is obviously much further progressed and has already been through considerable further scrutiny. For example, formed part of the 2018 public inquiry into the compulsory purchase order associated with the Southern Link Road and the Secretary of State confirmation of the order and side road orders associated with the scheme in March 2019. And it's also probably worth noting that now this is a LEP funded proposal rather than a significant DFT funding request. But we do understand from our work that the DFT has been involved in discussions and has confirmed that it's got no particular comments. So I think that DFT involvement and the fact that they've had no comment on it should provide some assurances that the scheme has been progressed on a sound basis. So that was all I wanted to say by way of introduction to the peer review. I've got a colleague, Ed Ducker, on the call as well, who was involved in the technical work within that peer review. So if I hand back to Steve.
Thanks very much, Martin. I think, Chair, we've got I think about 40 minutes in allowance for questions for around the peer assessment. So perhaps open it up to questions. Is it better for yourself to pick up the questions, or would you like me to do that?
No, I'm happy to pick up the questions. I think one of if the way we can proceed, if that's possible, and it's to Mr. Revel, just so you aware, it's probably best if a member asks a question and then has follow-up questions, then there's a little bit of discussion between you and the member rather than fire a question, then fire an answer, I think. So if it warrants more discussion or a member coming back to you on the point that you're making or any officer is making, then if we can proceed along those lines rather than just shoot a question and then shoot an answer back. So the first person we've got to ask a question is Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I ask Mr. Burgess, please? Councillor Bolson recently mentioned the rat runs around some of the outskirts of the city. It was always my impression that the Bridge Solars Road, which is a natural relief road already in place that merely needs updating, and we'd have a western bypass almost in place. Why wasn't that included in the review? Because it was my impression that that would be, and it would be a tremendous asset to get that work done. Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, if you happy to respond.
Well, I guess principally the scope of the review is looking at Hereford and the urban area and the immediate adjoining areas. Bridge Solars is some way out from that. I'm not sure that the council has ever looked at or has ever progressed an idea to improve the routing significantly from Bridge Solars to, for example, towards Madley. It is something that could have come forward from the consultation we carried out with members if they wanted that to be included. So I don't think it was a scheme that was put forward. We consulted members in April this year which set out the options that were being looked at in the review. So it is something that could have been looked at that point. I suppose, Councillor Lester, if it's something that you would like to recommend that is looked at further, we can obviously report that to the Cabinet in December and they can consider whether that's something to revisit.
it may be during the course of this discussion, what we're going to tease out is that the reviews have impacts on how the traffic behaves in the rural areas, and it is, the question would then be, therefore, has that adequately been taken into account with all of the packages before us? And I look to my other committee members to explore that idea further during the course of the meeting. But thank you, Councillor Matthews, for that initial point about the fact that there are rural roads that do form part of the transport network solution. Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are around the assertion that there's no bias, and whilst not willing to assert that there is bias, I think we need to make inquiry about how potential bias is assessed. So we've already heard that from Mott MacDonald that other options weren't progressed to the same degree as the £12.2 million of public money that's already been spent on consultancy fees for the 2 road schemes. And we note also that in 2014, a letter from the Highways Agency states that the Southwest Transport Package provided a series of complementary transport measures, and that it was welcomed in principle, as under current guidance, the building of new road infrastructure could only be justified in policy terms when other avenues, such as travel planning and sustainable travel modes, had been developed and shown not to address the transport needs and issues issued in Hereford. Well, that was 6 years ago, and yet we're still in a situation where what we've been presented with at the end of the day still includes major transport schemes. So what I'd like to hear is from possibly from Steve Burgess, Grant Shapps has announced that public transport and active travel will be the natural first choice. I'd like to hear, I think, from WSP and from Steve Burgess, what process has been used to assess bias in this? Has any bias been actually identified? Has there been a model that you've used to assess your own bias? Because for me, it looks clear that if you haven't, even though you had instruction, assessed whether the other measures might produce the same result.
So that's firstly directed to, so it's firstly directed to Mr. Burgess.
So perhaps if I can just clarify, Councillor, are you talking about the options that are being looked at in the current review, the 6 packages, or the sort of historically the work that was done on the 2 package schemes? Just to clarify before trying to respond.
Well, my opinion, just as a regular reader, is that it's more of the same. That despite the fact that it has been acknowledged that the road schemes are environmentally damaging, they are still put forward as part, despite that, and despite national guidance, and despite the climate emergency, and despite the fact that we had a letter in 2014 go for the active travel measures first, they're still being put forward as possibilities, and I'm very nonplussed by it.
So in terms of the packages, the 6 packages that are included in the review, 3 of those, there's package option D, E and F are 3 road schemes. I think the package, the development and finalisation of packages is something we went through with Cabinet. We had 2 or 3 sessions with Cabinet to try and agree what packages would be assessed at the end of the review. And I think it's fair to say Cabinet was very keen to assess the impacts of a river crossing, how that could inform strategy, particularly around resilience. So they have been included because of the discussion we had with Cabinet. In terms of the Western bypass, that's included so that we can test the current strategy in the context of this new review, so that we can make Cabinet is able to make an informed view of how it wants to go forward, having a view on how the Western Bypass would perform in the context of new objectives which have been developed in the review. There are 3 packages out of the group of 6 that don't contain road schemes. Package A also has been acknowledged as a package that performs very well and is included in all the combinations, and that's the walking and cycling, and also appears on its own merits. So that's an option available for committee to discuss and for cabinet subsequently to take forward. And then the second package includes bus investment, so the bus investment with improved walking and cycling, which is, well, we'll see later in terms of its performance. And then there's a third package which includes those 2 items and demand management, which is seen as part of the policy approach to dealing with traffic. So that rather than providing more supply, it's looking at how you manage demands. So I think I take the point, but I think there are significant alternative options available for discussion, for committee to recommend and for cabinet to take a view on, without having to, there isn't just road options for them to consider. And I've just sort of set out the reasons why, following discussion with cabinet, we have included road elements.
Yeah, we've got 3 councillors wishing to speak, but I believe Mr. Ball would just like to come in just to clarify a specific point.
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Burgess has said, there's no bias in relation to this service. They are looking at all the different options, and the reports before you make no recommendations as to which package to go forward. So that's the evidence is presented there openly and honestly. The development of the previous packages were indeed that they were packages. They were not just road schemes. They included alternative measures as part of that overall package, for both the South Wye Transport Package and the Hereford Transport Package. And members at the time over the period took decisions as to what to include in those packages. So there is no bias intended through the work that's been done.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hewitt, you just wanted to come back on that point.
I think that it's fair to say that we can all assert we've no bias. I mean, I could assert I've no bias, but I think a proper inquiry might include a process which assesses which there is bias in there. And I still don't understand, if you had a letter on the South Wye Transport Package that said that you'd got to push in 2016, and we're now 2020, and we're only limping into active transport measures now as a result of COVID. I mean, there was very little done on those measures, compared to the 12.2 million that's been spent pushing forward, on consultancy fees for the other packages. So I am looking at the historic evidence as well as what we have here today. I accept that 3 of the packages only include the road schemes, but it doesn't look brilliant to me.
Okay, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got several questions. So, Mr. Revel, if the methodology used, would the methodology that you used on this report, would that stand muster now with a national and local climate emergency declared, or would more work need to be done?
So you're questioning the methodology that Mott MacDonald has taken to its peer review, or the methodology that's been taken to the whole process?
The whole process.
So, I mean, and we're talking about the peer review here of the Hereford Transport Package and the South Wye Transport Package. Yeah. So what we've done, and is to answer some basic questions which were set out in the slides. Is the historical work sound in relation to the Department for Transport's guidance? And we concluded that essentially it is. You could you could have looked at more options individually, but essentially the options that were taken forward in that package were those that performed best within the framework that government lays out. And it is a framework, it is guidance, it isn't a strict rule book. and we, you know, and the other question I put up was, did the historical work lead to the emerging packages? You know, did it come to the correct conclusion? And essentially, it did take forward, under the framework set out, the packages that performed best.
Okay, so in terms of the City Link Road, I was under the impression that part of the plan for that £37 million investment in the Link Road was that Blue School Street and New Market Street would be reduced to one lane, traffic lights would be taken out, people could just walk across the road whenever they liked, and it would reduce the traffic flow. This hasn't happened, obviously. From my perspective, the City Link Road is underused, hasn't changed the way people drive at all. And my concern is we justify building of roads by promising congestion relief, delivery of new homes, employment, but we don't seem to be able to measure it. And there doesn't seem to be any consequences if we don't deliver. So one of the previous questions from a member of the public related to reducing the congestion and how has it been monitored. So I'm sure the answer was that it would be monitored in 2026, but isn't it that part of that is that it should be monitored within a year? And has it made any difference? And how much difference has it made? Because from a general public perspective, it hasn't made any difference whatsoever. I'm not a transport planner. I'm not an expert on transport, but I'm, as a councillor, relying on the experts that are giving us the advice in these reports. And my concern is some of this advice is factual and some of it is based on assumption, probably educated assumption. But we're taking that as, you know, the City Link Road will help reduce congestion, we'll have this put in place, and that hasn't happened. So I'm just worried that, you know, we're not monitoring where we say, and if we aren't, or even if we are, nothing seems to change, and the public are still getting, you know, no reassurance the fact that we're not monitoring everything properly, and there are no consequences. So we've spent £37 million. And have we achieved anything? And what are the consequences of not achieving anything?
I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer the question on the monitoring.
It probably isn't for you. It's probably for Steve.
Chairman, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to lead off. Yeah, lead off on that, and then perhaps Steve may wish to add. I know that as part of the response to one of the earlier supplementaries, Steve did refer to an interim monitoring report of the City Link Road. But you are right. The City Link Road is part of a wider package of measures, Hereford City Centre Transport Package, and the intention to invest in Blue School Street and Commercial Street and the transport hub remains going forward. We do commit to monitoring these schemes as part of the delivery and as part of the business case for the schemes. That's generally on the completion of the delivery of the packages, 1 year and 5 years after, or at regular intervals. We undertook an interim evaluation of the Hereford City Centre Transport Package to recognise that City Link Road had been developed and that the other measures were to follow. And we're due to publish that. That'll be on the Council's website shortly. And that does show some interim improvements on Blue School Street and Commercial Road as a result of the delivery of the City Link Road itself. And obviously, with further investment, you would expect to see different changes in traffic flows across the city centre. And we are bound to monitor that post delivery of those measures as well.
Thank you. So the matter is being monitored.
Okay. So I understand there's only £5 million left to design and build a transport hub, install cycling measures on Commercial Road, when there should have been lots more money left over. Where's that money gone? Why are we looking at that as a last resort when surely we should have spent much more money on looking at the transport hub and the cycling measures and the active travel measures?
So I don't necessarily recognise the figure. The split of the transport of the Hereford City Transport Package was set out in a governance report in 2017 and represented roughly in the region of 34 million investment in the road and just over 6 million in the transport hub and active travel measures. They were phased to be delivered once the road was complete. That was the enabling part of the package. And they will need to be the subject of further decisions to move forward and begin the consultation of those measures. as part of the delivery. There have been costs reported, but the actual update will be part of the governance reports associated with taking those schemes forward. The scheme did represent an investment of that magnitude, 34 million in the City Link Road and roughly 6.5 million in the Transport Hub and improvements on Blue School Street and Commercial Road.
So has there been a projected overspend?
Sorry, in terms of a governance report that sets out a forecast overspend, that has.
Sorry.
So there has been, you know, the costs have been tracked as part of the project delivery, and we'll be putting together an update report that sets out the current position in terms of the City Link Road costs and the Transport Hub and Public Realm costs. But money remains to invest in improvements both outside the train station for the delivery of the Transport Hub and Public Realm improvements on Commercial Road and Blue School Street.
And that money is as much as we expected?
Beg your pardon, sorry, I just missed that. The money
is what we expected to be left. So we said we'd have X left and we've got that money left, all of that money left.
So we haven't spent more than 34 million on the City Link Road to date. We haven't got the authority to spend any more than that. We need to, if we are going to spend more than that, we'll obviously have to, with the Cabinet member, update the forecast costs of the scheme and ensure the appropriate governance decision is taken to enable that.
So there's still 6 or 6.5 million left for the Transport Hub.
That's correct, yes. But we will need to put together and update the Cabinet member on the costs of the City Link Road before we take the next decision on the Transport Hub and Public Realm schemes, to set out exactly the position and to ensure that he's content with the measures that we're going to take forward and how we consult and develop those. And we'll update the budget position at that time. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. We've got next councillor is Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just go back to what Councillor Hewitt was saying about bias. And while I accept that perhaps there's no conscious bias in the report, I do believe that there's a lot of unconscious bias purely because of an ingrained history of using the car to travel, and the feeling throughout the world really that driving is fun, driving's an established way to get around, it's easy, why change it? Big business is totally behind driving and providing petrol. The whole world is geared up to going by car. So to pretend that there's no bias involved when you're assessing whether a route using a car is better than a route using a bike is totally to miss that point. So I wonder whether anyone would like to comment on that and to just accept that there is bias, historical bias.
Okay, so to officers and consultants, the challenge is we're operating in a cultural preference to the motor car. I think that's the point that's being made. Any comments? Bearing in mind we are, well, I'll go to Mr. Ball first, but please bear in mind we're currently reviewing the Mott MacDonald review, and we're trying to get some questions directed to Mr. Revel about that review. But I take the point, Councillor Wilding, and it's an overarching point, and Mr. Ball wants to comment first.
So I suppose the statements we've made so far are to rebut the suggestion that officers or consultants are exhibiting bias in the work that they're doing for the council, which is certainly not the case. I think in answer to the more wider question, you know, the work that's been done over the past 10, 15 years has been in the context of government policy and Department for Transport guidance, which sets certain priorities and approaches. So the assessments that have been done track the policy context of the Department for Transport over the years to comply with that guidance. Now, it's fair to say that government is still reacting to the climate emergency policy updates. As you've referred to Grant Chapps's comments around cycling, walking, etc. So it is clear to see that government policy at a national level is developing and heading towards more support for cycling and walking than perhaps has historically been the case. But I suppose the point we were trying to make is that officers are not exhibiting bias in the work that they're doing, and the consultants have been complying with the guidance that they've been expected to.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. I do accept all that. So since we're supposed to be directing questions to Mott MacDonald, quite a lot of their early comments are about induced demand, and I would be interested to know whether they think the report takes into account the future induced demand that might occur when much better cycle routes and much better public transport are provided. Is there a way of bringing that into the mix? In other words, if there are much better, safer public transport, if there's much better, safer cycle routes, will not that bring in a huge amount more of induced demand to use those facilities? And do you think that the report takes that into account?
Thanks, Councillor Wilding. I suspect that might be a question on the later part of the agenda. The peer review work that I presented my initial thoughts on was looking back, in a sense. I think we're going to have a presentation and some comments from our critical friend work on the later piece, the transport strategy review. So I don't know whether that's something we pick up then. Is that fair?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Revel. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. And are we're now joined by Councillor Gemma Davis. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I'm late. I was in another meeting.
No, that's quite all right, but it's just to acknowledge that you've joined the meeting, and you're very welcome. So thank you for joining us. The next councillor is Councillor Stark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Martin, for your 2 peer reviews of the 2 packages. I really want to use this sort of question to tease out where I can get any value out of that look back in determining how the 2 packages meet the 4 strategic objectives that are in this transport review afterwards. So what I really want to ask is this: did you really have a good look at the economic case for each of these 2 packages? Or did you just assume mainly that because the DFT technical assessment guidance was accepted, that was sufficient to meet the remit that you had been given? And I'll have a supplement to that once you've answered that, Martin. Thanks.
Ed, are you able to?
Yeah,
to say what we did in terms of looking at the economic cases. Thank you.
I can come in on that. Yeah, so we did look at the economic cases. I think an important point to make is that we were not necessarily, how can I put this? We had the 3 key aims of our brief that Martin set out in the presentation that we were looking at. As part of that, we did look at the economic cases. Sorry, could you just come back with the second part of your question on that, just to remind me?
The point I was making, that while the 2 schemes might have satisfied the Department for Transport's technical assessment process, I'm trying to tease out whether I can get any value from these peer reviews in terms of judging about the individual packages themselves in terms of the economic case, Ed, or whether that's something we have to leave to the discussion on the review itself. What I'm trying to do is see what value I can get out of these peer reviews, because I'm struggling to get any value out of them, and that was the same when I read them both at a time, because what I got from that was, the DFT have sent an email, so everything's hunky-dory, but it doesn't help me in terms of due diligence as to whether the economic cases have been made for each of these packages separately, or whether they've just satisfied some funding bid process that you need to do for the DFT.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah. Principally, we looked at the processes that have been followed through the technical work. It kind of wasn't our call to make whether the economics were correct, etc. Although technical staff did look through all documents. So I'd say principally we looked at the process and the compliance within the documents rather than necessarily looking at the very detailed work.
Right, Ed. So coming back, these two peer reviewers, while they're useful historical documents, they don't really help me in understanding where the value and the worth of these two packages. I'll tell you why, because when you come to the bundling of packages in the review itself, there's no bundle that just includes the South Y Relief Road itself. Now, I'm not saying that's a right thing to do or not the right thing to do. The only package that exists there is the Western Bypass in its entirety. So what I'm finding difficulty with this is actually assigning any value to peer reviews at all in terms of going forward, other than to say, yes, if you had been wanting to take a decision in the Western Bypass in terms of the Department for Transport's requirements being met, then you would give them a tick in the box. But it just doesn't help me in terms of the future debate we're going to have on the review. Am I correct there?
I think one of the key findings for taking things forward is the issue around the climate emergency. That current guidance is catching up with policy, so it's highly likely to be a critical issue with future business cases for any scheme, not just in Hereford. And that's obviously something that's being looked at as part of the strategy.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I mean, I think that satisfies me that the peer reviews have some limited historical use, but I think we're really going to have to rely on this transport review itself to determine how we go forward with this committee's recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stark. I've got Councillor Roan next, and then I'm going to ask a question myself before Councillor Hewitt and then Councillor Bowes, because I don't put my hand up in order of the councillors making questions, but I'll reserve the right to just butt in with my question. Right, so Councillor Roan.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Stark really has put a question in a much more concise way. Mine was a little bit of a hash up of his. When I was looking for what came to mind, and the consultant who just answered then, it was more of a comparison with other geographical areas, but bundling up these together and has really created more questions than it did answers as to why not have the Southern Link Road, the SLR, on its own, and the general value for money. But I think with time constraints, I think some of the answers that Councillor Stark had answered mine as well. But it did cause confusion. Reading through, there did not seem a genuine reason why that we couldn't have that one on its own. But thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So my question to Mr. Revel specifically is that so you've done a health check on the procedures, and were the both road schemes done in accordance with the parameters, the guidance, as you quite rightly say, it's the guidance, and the answer is yes. But the challenge is that more options could have been considered. Doesn't that sort of that challenge, if you like, miss out the key point, which was the reason why other options weren't pursued is because of what you said at the beginning, was that the key driver in all of this was the delivery of the core strategy. So had the core strategy not been there to achieve, you may have considered all kinds of options, but because the core strategy is trying to address the expansion of the Hereford Enterprise Zone and provide more housing land and economic development land, that's why those other schemes were discounted, because they didn't address the aspirations of the core strategy.
Could I start to answer that, Chair?
Yes,
please?
Mr. Ducker, by all means, please.
So I think the key thing we looked at with both packages, with the key document was the options appraisal report, and we looked at what the objectives of the two packages were. We then looked at the long list and short list of options as to how they met the objectives. Clearly, the core strategy is delivery of the aspirations of the core strategy is a key aspiration that has to be considered within those objectives.
Right. Okay. So perhaps not my challenge for Mr. Revel or Mr. Ducker, but my challenge for the review process is that when there are the options that have been framed to try and address what the transport objective should be, not significant enough weight has been put on the aspirations or the requirements of the core strategy. Now, I know a review of the core strategy has to come about, but that review of the core strategy, I presume, is not going to conclude that we need less houses, given the government's requirements for house building. So the challenge I would have, therefore, of the options in which to rate the schemes going forward, has the core strategy been given, and the aspirations of achieving a core strategy been given significant weight? But I thank you, Mr. Ducker, for clarifying under the parameters of which you judge the scheme. So thank you for that. Councillor Hewitt.
The space bar's not working. Yeah, I'd like to go back a step, really. And, you know, I feel like I'm wasting too much time on history in a way, but I'd like to just go back and ask a question about outline business cases and full business cases, because it's been asserted that a full business case wasn't produced for the Southwest Transport package because there was a review that took place. And there's a question here for Andrew Lovegrove. Am I to understand that actually that part of the impediment, or maybe the only impediment, was that there was a failure in the procurement process, which the council became aware of in August 2018, but which wasn't disclosed until the new administration got in May 2019?
Mr. Lovegrove.
Thank you, Chairman. There were a number of issues around the procurement process that meant that the advice was not to follow through and to delay the decision. So it was part of that issue, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm just, you know, it's really a point about, you know, giving some clarity behind why things happen, because the public actually do need to know why things haven't progressed, and we are 12 years down the line, and I'm just making that point.
Okay, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, just a statement and then a question. I think there's a myth that if we don't build the Western Bypass, then we can't deliver the land allocations around the core strategy. But I understand when the inspector examined the core strategy in 2015, she didn't base her approval of housing allocation on a Western Bypass. And since then, the new administration has taken legal advice. And I believe that advice is the development can be achieved without a bypass, but putting the onus on developers to come up with good transport plans rather than relying on national funding and taxpayers' money. So that was just one point I wanted to make. But the question is, did the previous work on the review of the South Wye Transport and Hereford Transport Package dismiss the alternatives too early? Did it put road building last? And in their professional opinion, Mott, were the packages relying too heavily on road building than they could have or should have done, given the transport hierarchy laid down by the government?
I'll come back on that. Thank you. I don't think I can answer the first point. The second point regarding the various options within both packages, there clearly is a focus on road building within both packages. Yep. There are other options within each package. I don't think it's, how should I put this? I don't think it's my place to say whether there was a undue focus on road building. It's like I said to the chairman previously on my response, we looked at what the objectives of each package were and what options there were to address each scheme objective. One of our key findings is that we felt that there were other options that had not been taken forward in as much detail as they could have been to the next stage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did you need to come back again, Councillor Bowes? Or right, okay,
no,
Councillor Stark then.
It's really an observation on I suppose, the core strategy itself and how that fits with the 4 strategic objectives that were set out in the transport review and which we're going to discuss later. I mean, I understand that these 2 peer reviews would have to be guided by the core strategy and to be guided by Department for Transport guidance at that time, which would have put more priorities, obviously, on road building and the economic impact of that. But Chairman, if you're going to bring the core strategy into this equation, aren't you fundamentally changing the 4 strategic objectives in the transport review? And I just need to understand that so that when we get on to the next point of debating this point, that I can then see that you're adding an extra strategic review against which to judge these packages. Because at the moment, I'm really struggling to see what we're going to judge each of these packages against, because it just seems to be too many conflicting strategies that are coming into play. So I think that's a key issue for the committee. Is it the 4 strategic objectives we've got on the table, or does the core strategy mean that we have to bring another strategic review into strategic objective into that, which might be around land allocation and housing supply? I don't know, Chairman. I haven't been party to this historical debate in the past.
No, I mean, I think the general observation would be that you'd assume that all your key major policies dovetail in so that one can provide for the other, and that's whether that's going to be achievable or not is a debate for the committee to have. And when we have the other presentation by Mr. Brooks, it's a point that I wish to raise further. So perhaps we will come back to that point. I've got Councillor Hewitt, and then I've got one more question from me to the representatives from Mott MacDonald. Councillor Hewitt.
I just want to follow on from Councillor Stark's observations and to ask the question, surely what we're doing here is forming part of that core strategy review, because if we have a core strategy which is in need of review and outdated, we can't always look back to something which we have acknowledged needs review and outdated when we've actually got a new fundamental change in direction established by the declaration of climate emergency. And that sort of begs the core strategy into question. And I think what we're doing here is forming a fundamental strand of where that core strategy should be going in order to redefine our living and moving around those objectives of addressing the climate emergency.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Rowan, but before then, I'll just ask my question of Mr. Revel and Mr. Ducker. It's the point around, you make the point that the public consultations were in favour of a river crossing, and yet the stakeholder review, the stakeholder panel were against that river crossing. But it's my understanding that not all stakeholders actually commented. And so if not all stakeholders commented, is it fair to say that that was the conclusion of the stakeholders?
Sorry, could you just clarify which, is that on the Hereford Transport package?
It's your report. It says, for balance, it should be noted that when the solutions were considered upon page 66, the road options were the least popular with members and stakeholders reference panel. And that's your report. If you want me to find the, sorry. It's point two. It's point 2223.
This is for the peer review, not the
the peer review. Yes,
review.
yes,
Sorry.
yeah. Sorry, it's page. I tell you what we'll do. We'll go to Councillor Rowan's question, and then I'll come back to tell you which page that's on.
Thanks very much. Apologies.
Can I, Chair? Can I just clarify? I think you're referring to Mott's critical friend work.
Yes.
Which was reviewing the. We will be. I think in the next session we will be going through the critical friend. So it may be better to hold that question at that point.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Councillor Rowan.
Yeah. You can hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, good, okay.
Yes.
So we seem to be going down this route at the moment that, and certain subject matters that new road equals bad, new roads equal bad. I mean, if it is a case of everywhere that's declared a climate emergency, therefore no more tarmac, it's a bit strange that there are 4 very large projects going on around the country at the moment. And each of them is in an area where a climate emergency has been declared. And the reasons, if I squeeze them all together, the reasons that these schemes are going ahead is because not only will it create new opportunities for greener and safer travel, they will also make these places nicer to live in and support economies with job creation. So I don't know why I seem to be picking it up, and whether it's only me, I'll be a little bit quieter. But if we're going to build a new road, or if we're going to say that we can't have a new road because of a climate emergency, I would go to what the opening paragraph was. A key element of the long-term Hereford transport strategy is the requirement for a relief road, and you can read the rest yourself. So I just want to get away from the fact that a new road, because we've declared a climate emergency, means that we've got to stop building anything at all, because the impact of that is on the people, the 2/3 of the population who live out in the sticks, not the ones that live in the city, which we seem to be a little bit city-centric at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that point, Councillor Rowan. Councillor Hewitt, and then after Councillor Hewitt, we've got Councillor Bowes.
This is basically a chicken and egg question. So the core strategy, I think, was agreed in 2015, but the appraisal work for the road schemes underpinned it, didn't it? Wasn't the appraisal work done before the core strategy was agreed? And I must just come back to Councillor Rowan, because I think the rural transport could be relieved by having mobility hubs or change of, they're not called that, they're called park and ride or something similar. around the outskirts of the city and a good electric bus system, or a rural response, a sort of active response system in rural public transport. But that's an aside. My central question, and I'm asking maybe Richard Ball, this 2015, I think the core strategy was agreed, and lots of the appraisal work for these road schemes had gone on before that.
Ball.
So I'm afraid that's not entirely correct. There was work done to inform the development of the core strategy. The detailed work on both the South Wye and the Hereford South Wye Transport Package and Hereford Transport Package followed on from that in the context of an adopted core strategy. So I mean, there are lots and lots of reports over many years, but the scheme development and assessment of the South Wye Transport Package, Hereford Transport Package, was following on from the adoption of the core strategy.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from Councillor Bowes.
Hi, I just wanted to follow on from the previous councillor's comment about roads being bad. Roads aren't bad, but what we're saying is roads need to be looked at in a hierarchy. That should be the last thing we look at. We should be looking at spending money where we can achieve quickly, cheaply, efficiently, and more environmentally friendly ways of doing it. People do not want to wait 10 or 20 years for a bypass or a solution. What they want are cheap ways of going to school so that they can send their children to school in a way that doesn't mean that they have to travel down the Belmont Road or any other roads. They want it so that they can afford it, and they want action now. They've already waited years and years and years for a road. We put our eggs in one basket and we're no further forward. Let's look at other options first, and let's do it quickly.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stark.
Yes, it is going back to Councillor Rowan's point, and the point about the core strategy, and the point I made before about the strategic objectives. Are we as a committee now saying we should review the 4 strategic objectives, the 16 outcomes, and the 35 indicators to satisfy ourselves that we're happy with the methodology in which the review was being based? Because in some respects, I think we are saying that, but I'd just like clarification on that, Chairman, because that's a tremendously heavy job to do.
Yes,
because you're always opening up the whole review again.
Yes, I think it's some questions that we will probably have for the actual review itself. But in danger of making my mistake, let's draw back to the fact that what we're discussing at the moment is Mott MacDonald's review of the 2 transport packages. And before we leave the topic, are there any more questions about the review of the transport packages that have been done? So we've got Councillor Hewitt and then Councillor Matthews.
This is to Martin Revel, and it's an answer to what Councillor Stark was just saying, because am I not right in thinking that somewhere in your review you've said that an over-reliance on, for want of a better word, I call it assessments or metrics or measurings or whatever, and this sort of 6 packages and so many options and then so many indicators, which has left us all probably half dead with exhaustion. So without going into all of that, that risks obscuring what the decide and provide option is, which is basically we have a climate emergency, we have got to address that. Isn't this what you have actually indicated in your review of those 2 road schemes, or is that in the further part?
I'll come in on that. I think that those are pertinent points for the discussion on the transport strategy review. Without preempting what I'm going to say later, I think you've got the evidence through those metrics and indicators. I'm sure some of those economic objectives that are within the 4 objectives that people have been referring to actually incorporate aspects of the core strategy. But yeah, what I said was that we shouldn't have an over reliance on specific metrics, but that actually you've got a balance of metrics to cover the objectives and indicators that are presented to you, so that you should be able to see the implications of the various options and packages in the round against a range of metrics and indicators, not just relying on certain specific indicators that might lead you in one direction or another. In terms of decide and provide, I do have some commentary on looking to the future in my critical friend comments that will come later. Yeah. But I think all of those are very pertinent comments with relation to the later discussion.
Okay, thank you, and we'll come back to those then. Councillor Matthews.
Chairman, perhaps you could guide me. The overarching transport objectives, are they in this discussion or the next phase?
And the next phase, really, what we're talking about is the fact that Mott MacDonald have reviewed the two transport packages and whether the way they were formulated, was that sound and in accordance with the policies and guidance that should be followed. So we're at that part of the meeting just at the moment. So do you have any question in relation to that, or would you like to?
Well, I've got an awful lot to say, obviously, on the objectives, so I'll leave it until it comes on later on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. So we've been going now for 2 hours. If there are any more questions at this stage for Mr. Revel and Mr. Ducker with regard to how the two road schemes were assessed and put forward, then please ask your questions now. I mean, the two consultants aren't going anywhere, so if there's another question that we should have asked later on, that I'm sure they won't mind us going back. But if we can draw a line under that segment of the meeting at the moment, is everyone happy to have a very short comfort break? Will everybody be happy about that? Would it be okay if everybody met back in 10 minutes? Just have a 10-minute pause, and then we will resume at 20 to 12 so that we can have the next presentation. So if we can end the live recording now.
Just a small delay, sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Just to confirm that the meeting is now being recorded live after a 10-minute recess, a break. So now we can continue on with the scrutiny meeting to assess the transport review for Hereford. And we've now got to the section of the meeting where we are going to invite consultants, Mr. Brooks, to take us through the review of the transport assessment. And over to you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you very much. Is it possible for somebody to? Yes.
Back to the slides. Excellent. Thank you.
If we could. Right, thank you. So my presentation draws on information contained in the main WSP report. And as you'll be aware, we've already touched on the report contains a lot of detail. I don't intend to replicate the detail today. Instead, the presentation is really in two parts. The first part is on the key stages in our work and the methodology that we followed. And then the second part is in terms of the summary of our findings. And the next slide, please. So this slide shows the different stages in the review. I think it's important to bear in mind that we did go back to first principles and we identified the key challenges and established a baseline of current conditions within Hereford. Once we'd done that, we were able to agree a set of strategy objectives. And we then identified a long list of possible options for the city. Some of them were new, some of them had been examined previously. We then assessed those options. That was the point at which we discarded some options at that stage, and we bundled the remainder into various packages, which is shown here in the penultimate box, and again subjected those packages to assessment. And it's that assessment which forms the basis of the findings I'll be presenting today. Okay. I think, though, just before we go any further, it is important to reflect on the uncertainties inherent in the review. We live in unprecedented times is a phrase that's frequently made at the moment in respect to COVID. We don't know how this is going to pan out in the short, medium, long term. We do know that travel behaviours changed significantly during the first lockdown. They changed again as we got various relaxations, and they're continuing to change on a sort of week by week basis at the moment. And this really increases the level of uncertainties which is implicit within any study which involves forecasting into the future. It's important to recognise we are using both qualitative and quantitative indicators in our work. And whilst I do believe that comparison between options and between packages is sound, we do need to be more cautious over the absolute levels suggested by some of the quantitative data, and we should treat that as indicative rather than absolute. Okay. So stakeholder engagement. So we've engaged the public and other stakeholders at various stages during the review. And if you look at the pink boxes on the right-hand side, they show the public engagement. Now, they were engaged at the beginning and asked about their views on the key challenges, which is why it feeds into the top box. But they were also, at that same point in the review, they were also asked for their opinion on some of the schemes and possible interventions which might have emerged during the study, which is why they're also shown against the two later boxes towards the bottom of the slide. We also assembled a stakeholder reference panel, as shown on the left. Some 22 organisations were asked if they wished to participate, and typically about half that number did. We engaged them at 2 points in the review, but overall they contributed views on all stages of the study, either commenting on what we'd done or guiding us as to what needed to be done in the next stage. And members were engaged at those same stages also. And then finally, bottom right-hand corner, we of course had the critical friend inputs from Mark MacDonald in the final part of the review. If you move on to the next slide. So we had to decide how we were going to carry out the review, and we settled on identifying 4 strategy objectives as shown here. So climate emergency, economy, environment, and society. Now, it is normal practice in studies of this kind to include economy, environment, and society, but we decided to add climate emergency as well to reflect the increasing importance of this globally, nationally, and locally. And you'll see on the slide some of the different aspects of these 4 areas. I won't read them all out, but you'll see reference there to 2030 emissions. You'll see resilient transport system, efficient movement of people, reducing air pollutants, safe and secure transport system, improved public health. The next slide shows how we then made those 4 objective areas more granular. And what we did was we identified 4 outcomes against each one of those 4 areas. And the aim was for the 4 outcomes to pick up the different aspects of each objective area. So if you just cast your eye on the environment one, for example, you'll see 4 outcomes listed there, 09 to 012, and you'll see that they refer to air pollutants, they refer to the natural environment, the built environment, and then about creating attractive and high quality places to live, work, and visit. And likewise, if you cast your eye over any of those 4 boxes, you'll see different elements being teased out within those objectives. If we can move on to the next slide. So the report shows all the detail of the assessment framework. In summary, as one of the councillors earlier referred to, 4 objective areas, 16 outcomes. We then have another layer as well of 35 different indicators. And as it says there, 10 are using the traffic model outputs and 25 are qualitative in nature. And then in addition to that, we also addressed issues of public acceptability from both stakeholders and public, and deliverability and affordability. And that's where we start to pick up issues like legislative challenges, timescale, cost, both capital cost and revenue cost, risk, value for money, funding. The next stage, we identified a long list of options, 18 in total. They range from relatively small scale interventions like safer routes to school, new generation of shared mobility solutions, through investment in bus services to the major road schemes, such as both western and eastern bypasses. And indeed, we ended up with 4 variants of road schemes to the east of the city, which is why they're labelled 15A through to 15D. The list was generated by reference to previous work, but also inputs from the stakeholder reference panel, from members and officers, plus views from colleagues across WSP. We then assessed those options, as shown on the next slide. We assessed them against all 35 indicators, which fed into those 16 outcomes, which I described earlier. And this was a key point of engagement really with the stakeholder reference panel and members, getting their views on which options they wish to see taken forwards and which should be discarded at this part of the study. And we ended up discarding 4 of the options as shown here. So it's the ultralight rail, removing traffic signals on the A49, and also 2 variants of the full eastern bypass, both with and without the Southern Link Road. We took the other 14 options into the next stage of the study. Once we decided to take 14 forward, we had to decide how to group them, because it was clear that there was no single option that would meet all the objectives. So we needed to group them together in some form. And we did that in 2 stages. The first stage was to group the like-minded interventions together as shown on this slide. So for instance, we formed package A with all the elements that are shown in the blue box. So they were the individual options within the first stage of the study, but we grouped them together into package A. And you can see there's a focus on walking and cycling measures, but it also includes travel promotion campaigns, safer routes to school, shared mobility, mobility hubs. Package B, that was the grouping together of all options which involved buses. Likewise, package C contained measures for managing traffic demand, and D, E, and F were the 3 road schemes which we've talked about already within the committee today. So D is the Western Bypass, E is the Eastern Link, so that goes from Rotherhurst to the A438 Ledbury Road, and F is the Eastern River Crossing, which goes from Rotherhurst to the B4224 Hampton Park Road. We then had to decide how to combine those packages into sensible combinations to assess their impact on meeting the overall objectives for the study. And we decided on 6 combinations as shown here. And there's a few points here just to draw out. So package A, which is focused on walking and cycling, this is included in all combinations as well as being a package in its own right. And this is really due to the elements that comprised package A. They performed well in the original option assessment. And we concluded that they should be implemented no matter what else is included. And when I say we concluded, this wasn't just WSP concluding, this was WSP with officers, and obviously this was all agreed with members, also Cabinet. So package A plus B, we thought was worthy of a package in its own right. This is adding in the bus-based elements. And then A plus B plus C adds the demand management on top. You then, on the bottom of the slide, you have the 3 packages that include the 3 road schemes. It's important to note here that the road schemes are being tested within combinations which include the investment in walking and cycling, package A, and it also includes the demand management package, package C. final observation on this slide would be that there are obviously many other possible combinations which we could have tested. We do think that the 6 as shown are the most logical for testing, but just by way of example, if we take the feedback from the stakeholder reference panel and the members, in total there were about between 25 and 30 different packages that were suggested that could be tested within the latter part of the study, of the review. Clearly we had to rationalise that number to keep our assessment at a sensible level. If you move on to this slide, I think Martin, if you'd like to come back in at this point.
Thank you, Martin. So just a very quick introduction to the critical friend process. I think it's worth providing this context that you can see on screen at the moment. Firstly, it's important to note that the critical friend review took place in a compressed time frame, with little more than a week at the end of September to undertake initial technical reviews of the transport strategy reports. My team and I therefore focused on some fundamental strategic issues, and these were particularly around objectives and packaging and their presentation. But I've also provided some commentary on future uncertainty when making policy and strategy decisions, and this has been brought home with chilling reality to us all in 2020, and how alternative approaches to transport strategy development might account for this uncertainty going forward. And Martin has just highlighted this too at the start of his presentation of the uncertain world we are in at the moment. It's very important to say the critical friend review was undertaken on a draft version of the Hereford Transport Strategy Review. And this gave officers and the WSP team, Martin and his team, time and opportunity to reflect upon our comments, my comments, and update the final report where appropriate. And it's also worth noting that there's been strong collaboration over the last month or so since the Mott MacDonald team undertook its initial critical friend review. And I've had significant discussions, numerous discussions with Martin Brooks and his WSP team and officers throughout October. Could I have the next slide? Thank you. So some quick headlines from the critical friend review. And firstly, really on the balance and clarity of reporting against objectives. I noted that the reporting should represent a balanced scorecard, illustrating the performance of packages tested against the adopted objectives. And these are to tackle climate emergency, achieve Hereford's growth and economic ambitions, meet environmental objectives, and also fair society objectives. And I pointed out there's some spider diagrams incorporated within the reporting in the full report that illustrate this effectively. And it's important that at this point in strategy development, you do look across the range of objectives and the metrics against which the impact will be measured. And I think that was the question that Councillor Hewitt asked earlier about the importance of looking across objectives. Now, I'd say that this work now presents the evidence that will enable members to pursue a package that delivers the objectives that you want to achieve. It also, not only those social and economic objectives, but also amply illustrates which of the tested packages do that in a way that best fits with objectives to tackle the climate emergency and to deliver other environmental benefits. The evidence is all there in the reporting now, and subsequent discussions through October focused on enabling this to be brought clearly to the fore. On a related point, and this is one that Martin has just covered as well, I noted that clear presentation and explanation of how the package combinations have been tested is essential to enable a clear understanding of what we're looking at here. It's really important that packaging is presented in a way where there's clarity of the contribution of specific packages to the achievement of the objectives, signposting where the contribution of those elements can be found in the evidence base, of which there is ample evidence base within Martin's and his team's work. It was all, and I think it was important to note that all of the tested packages incorporate package A, the active travel measures, which Martin has identified in his presentation. So that I think is now clear. Finally, on presentational matters, the level of detail available for some options was something that I reflected upon. And it's important that the presentation of all options clearly illustrates the contributions to strategy objectives fairly and evenly. Now, we're all understand that the history of some proposals mean that there's been more work and more detail available for some options. Hence, the importance in this process of focusing on the achievement of high-level objectives at this stage, where each option and package can be viewed equitably, regardless of the detailed analysis available for some more than others. So all of them are treated fairly and equally now, I think, within the presentations that you've got. Some reflections on induced traffic, over which I think there has been some concerns, and certainly in the earlier discussions that members had this morning, there's some commentary on induced traffic. I concluded, as you can see here on the right hand side, that the reporting on induced traffic is fair and reflects recent research. And I'd like to note again that the public questioner earlier who suggested suggested that I had indicated the WSP work was biased on induced traffic. This is clearly not what I said. As you can see there, the reporting is fair and reflects recent research. It's a challenging topic, and I think we've already heard this quote from another speaker earlier, that induced demand is likely to be higher for capacity improvements in urban areas or where there's congested routes. That is true, but equally, there's little evidence that extreme levels of induced demand will occur on strategic routes. So that's some of the longer distance traffic that I think people are concerned about. Finally, and the middle box, COVID-19 and future uncertainty. And through 2020, the impact of COVID-19 has demonstrated the uncertainty of the future, even in the short term. Travel patterns have changed dramatically in a short period of time, suggesting an alternative approach to future planning may be appropriate, such as vision-led scenario planning. And one of the speakers earlier talked about decide and provide, rather than being reliant on centrally modelled forecasts. That said, within the transport strategy work that's been undertaken, the sensitivity test was implemented to look at, well, what would the impact of 20% less peak hour travel demand? And I think this demonstrates the benefit in reducing peak hour congestion and journey times. And the assumptions made by Martin and his team appear reasonable, given what we know about changing traffic levels through the summer. Excuse me. Understanding the impact of COVID-19 and a future society in which working, education, leisure and consequent travel patterns have changed so dramatically in a short period of time does suggest that an alternative approach may be appropriate. Technical innovation, travel behaviour change, as well as the impact of COVID-19 all lead to deep uncertainty about how we are planning for transport in the future. And I would argue that solely planning by looking in the rear view mirror and model forecasts derived from historic data is no longer adequate to face the opportunities, threats and uncertainties ahead. And Martin has eloquently described how the evidence you've got in front of you draws on a number of data points and a number of pieces of evidence, some of which is quantitative, but some of which is certainly qualitative. So what's required is strong planning that's vision-led, which negotiates that uncertainty to achieve more resilient decision-making. Data is still going to be important to differentiate approaches within that vision. However, I think it's vital that there's not an over-reliance on metrics, which may no longer be appropriate and therefore might cloud the vision for the future Hereford transport strategy. But I think what you've got in front of you from the work gives you a broad view of the evidence available. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Revel. Mr. Brooks, did you want to continue, or have you?
I believe in the presentation there was a pause at this point for some questions. Right, however, I am struck by some of the questions that were asked by the committee earlier.
Yep.
Sort of, on work yet to be undertaken. What I haven't done yet is I haven't described the results of the assessment. So I think it would be up to you as to whether or not it's useful describing the results first, or have some questions on the methodology first, and we'll wait until we talk about the results.
I think if we have some questions now, just to break it up, because I'm sure there's some questions that want to be asked about what's already been said. Councillor Roan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm glad that we weren't going to start with methodology questions, because mine isn't methodology. Can I start off with saying, when I was reading this section, it was so easy to follow through and understand and you could see why certain packages went together. It was really, really good. And this was the easiest part of understanding this whole document for me. The only thing is we go to study objectives and we look at all of this, the headings, and we go climate emergency, economy, environment and society. If we read through the last three, economy, environment and society, creating a resilient transport system which allows reliable and efficient movement of people and goods, which supports sustainable development and thriving local economy. We've only got one bridge. You can't only have one escape mechanism. You can't only have one route. Everybody knows what happens if there's an incident on there. Everything grinds to a halt. Having one bridge is not resilient at all. We go on then to environment, reducing air pollutants to create attractive and high quality places to live and work and be educated. I'd like that to send that in there. And visit whilst also protecting, conserving, enhancing the natural environment and heritage built environment. The environment, air pollutants. Good gracious, we have 900 lorries a day that could go elsewhere, travelling through the city centre and past schools. Since when is having carcinogens and all those poisons that come out of those huge beasts any good for breathing in? It runs through my ward, it runs through the city centre and out again. You've got to remember, even electric vehicles have carcinogens. They've still got brakes, they've still got tyres, and they still throw off all of those nasties. Society, providing an affordable, safe and secure transport system for all sectors of society, which facilitates improved health and has limited adverse impacts on communities. You take the lorries off the road that run through the city, you take the speed limit down, you can then designate the existing roads to cycle lanes. One of the biggest responses we saw in any of these documents was the reasons that people do not like their children to go to school on their own in the morning, especially in the 7 to 11-year-old bracket, or travel on bikes, is because of the amount of traffic. So there's three reasons there: economy, environment, society. And the conclusions we come to aren't necessarily always agreeable, but I am going to bang on again and say the best way to deal with that is to have a bypass. I'll leave it open to my colleagues to discuss.
Okay, thank you. I mean, along those lines, Councillor Redden, was there any specific question that you got for Mr. Brooks about that point that you've just raised? Sorry, you're on mute, I'm afraid.
No, I don't really necessarily have a specific question. I would say that it was a great way of putting things together, but with so many permutations, objectives, outcomes, indicators, we needed our handheld.
Okay, Councillor Stark next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both Martins for your presentation. I want to start with the methodology and the option appraisal scoring framework. This is to Martin and WSP. At an earlier period in looking at the actual emergent review, I raised the question of the 5-point scale that was being used for measuring the various options against the 35 indicators. I've always been concerned where you have a middle box, which is a neutral box. In this case, it was coloured yellow. And particularly where you have qualitative indicators, Chairman, human nature being what it is, they always tend to tick the middle box rather than taking a view one way or the other. And if you do look at some of the options, they are just yellow across the board, which as far as my party is concerned is excellent, since yellow is the colour of the Lib Dems. But it does make one wonder, and I really do want to ask Martin this point, of whether we can really rely on this analysis at the end of the day. I do know, Martin, you said that you can't rely on the comparisons at an absolute level, and I understand that because all 35 indicators aren't quantitative indicators. But I do feel some of the options people have just ticked the middle box. And I would like you to comment on that before I go on to make a comment about the bundling of packages in terms of methodology, Chairman, not in terms of their merit one way or the other. But if Martin could answer the first point, I'd be grateful, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Martin, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, sure. So what we try to do is to make sure that we cover all different sorts of impacts. And I'm sure some of the questions later will be on maybe some that we haven't looked at in sufficient detail. But what we've tried to do is we've tried to look at everything across the city. What that means is that we've got a very wide range of different indicators. As we know, some within the climate emergence, some within economy, some within social, and so on. When you've got that large number of indicators, it is inevitable that some of them are going to come out as being neutral, simply because the magnitude of change in terms of meeting that indicator or not is very small. What we have tried to do, when you say the behavior of an individual about ticking a box, the process that we went through within this was that there was a WSP team which went through and filled in the draft assessments as we thought them to be. That was then passed to the council officers, and they then reviewed and challenged that work. So this is not the view of an individual that you see here. It is a combined view of both WSP and council officers. But I think it's inevitable there's going to be lots of neutral entries, simply because there are very wide-ranging aspects which need to be taken into account when looking at the transport implications of the different options.
If I can just come back,
yes,
Chairman.
please.
It reduces the value of the indicator, Martin, if all you're getting is neutral responses, because I can't judge from that whether that indicator was worthwhile including or not, because it's not adding to the value of the analysis. That's the first thing. And the second thing is when it comes to the bundling of packages that have been bundled in themselves, because the 6 bundled packages at the end are also based on bundled packages of options that were done before then, there's a danger we end up with the subprime mortgage issue in 2008, where you start looking at the bundled package and allocating a value to that without realizing that some of the elements within that package might be very, very, shall we say, unknown and uncertain in terms of their value, because that's been lost without going back to the original assessment. So I think it's key at this stage that we really are satisfied that the actual analyses of the options are as good as we could get, because at the end of the day, a bunch of neutral results just doesn't give me any feeling for whether that was a worthwhile sort of indicator to have. I'd like you to comment on that, please.
Yeah, sure. I don't, I would take issue with, well, let me take the second point first. When we are bundling the options together into packages, of course you lose the granularity of what each individual component will contribute. That is a consequence of us having adopted the approach of putting individual options together within wider packages. However, in reality, there is no single option that will satisfy all the objectives. And indeed, there are the way in which the different options work is that you can't simply add up the benefits of the 3 options individually to then give you the benefits of the 3 in combination. Can I just give an example of that, which is perhaps easier to understand, because I'm not sure I explained that particularly well. If you've got somebody at the moment who is living in, say, the Belmont area, who is driving into the city centre, and you have a package which might be improving walking and cycling, or it might be increasing the parking charges within the centre, or it might be laying on more bus services. And as a result of that change, that person then decides to do something other than drive their car in. It's very difficult to know which one of those 3 individual interventions was responsible for that person changing, because in reality, there's a lot of different things going on all at the same time. And if you think about, just one's general decision-making process at the moment as to whether or not you might cycle, or whether you might walk, or whether you might drive a car, there's lots of different things which impact upon that, like how much, do I have a parking space when I get to the end of the journey? If I don't, how much is it going to cost me? Is it a well-protected cycle route or is it not? Lots of different things impact. So the reason we've put the packages together is to try and come up with logical packages which we feel could be, and we're not recommending anything, but could be implemented within Hereford, depending on what decisions are being taken by this committee and ultimately by Cabinet. In terms of the neutral entries, I think what you'll find is that when you look at the individual options in isolation, there are a number of neutral entries for the reason that I explained before. But when you actually combine those together into packages, you do get fewer neutral entries, because what you tend to get is the beneficial aspects or the adverse aspects taking the more dominant role in terms of the appraisal. So I would say that I do think the assessment results are very helpful to the council, because I do think it gives you information on the trade-offs between climate emergency, economy, environment, and society, because there are trade-offs there, and ultimately the council needs to decide on which routes it wishes to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Councillor Bowes next, please.
Thank you. As Martin Revel states, we need to bear in mind that 2 of the 6 options had £12 million spent on them and the other 4 less than £500,000. And this level of examination is not a level that we would be required to submit a funding request to the government or to the LEP. So we need to be mindful of this. But I do agree with my colleague, we do need another river crossing for resilience. But I would point to the Mott MacDonald peer assessment of the Hereford Transport Package under 4.3.3.2 under the heading Environment, Climate Change and Carbon. It states increased noise is predicted along the bypass route, increased greenhouse gas emissions, negative landscape, etc., etc. So it might help some, but it would also bring more issues to other parts of the city. But my question is, I understand ecological habitats have not been monitored regularly by Herefordshire Council for many years. Designated sites and protected habitats are way out of date. Some may no longer exist, while others certainly ought to have been added. How has Herefordshire Council ensured that the records held by the Biological Records Centre are comprehensive and up to date and can distinguish between the current ecological value of different sites accurately?
Mr. Ball, is that something you would like to comment on, please?
Well, I suppose that's kind of very much outside of the remit of this review, but the Biological Records Centre that the council runs uses a variety of information sources, both provided by volunteers and other surveys that are carried out to maintain the data it has. However, I suppose for schemes such as this, the scheme development and assessment would need to be informed by not just records that are already held by the council, but also surveys of actual environmental conditions on the ground. I don't know whether Mr. Brooks would want to comment, or Mairead Lane.
I think it's worth saying, just to come back to Councillor Bowes, I mean, what we have taken, and it was a challenge that was Martin Revel referred to actually in his slides earlier, is that we have been conscious about taking equivalent information for the different options, the different interventions that we are looking at, because we do accept that some schemes have been developed in more detail than others have in the past. So at this level of strategy review, we have relied on the designated site information, for example, to be able to complete the assessment framework as regards impact on natural environment. So that much is true. Richard is absolutely right, though, that if it was decided to go forward with a particular intervention, and depending on particularly on the funding streams that were to be sought, then there could well be a requirement for more detailed surveys around the ecological, water environment, so on and so forth. So this study, I think it's important to recognise that it's being undertaken in order to provide guidance to the council in terms of the direction it wishes to choose in terms of its transport strategy. We are not saying, Councillor Bowes, I think you yourself said, we're not saying that this report on its own contains sufficient information to go forward for funding applications, for example, from other organisations.
Thank you. My confusion is, I understand you've got to carry out in-depth surveys on water and environment, but in part of the report it says that West is better than East in terms of environmental damage, yet we haven't done the studies on the East to state that. We've got flooding in the West that I don't think has been considered, but I'm just concerned that we're saying on one hand, oh, West is best because it's least environmental impact, but we haven't actually done those environmental impact studies on the East to see whether that is the case or not. So that was my confusion there.
I think the issue about the East, and this has come up in discussion with others also, is the impact on the water environment. So it's a very complex water environment to the eastern side of the city, both the River Wye and the River Lug and other water sources. That is the big risk on the east side. Now, you're right, no detailed water modelling, water investigation has been carried out within this project. But in terms of the work that was done previously, it certainly indicates that high level of adverse impact. We've not tried to shy away from, though, and I don't believe we have shied away from the adverse impacts of the road schemes, whether they be on the east or on the west. What we tried to do is to present everything in a very transparent manner, so that the decision makers have the information to make those decisions.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Sorry, Councillor Bowes, on that point.
I think the Western does come out as the most environmentally damaging, but I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and check that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question of Mr. Brooks? The transport objectives with regard to the economy, it's saying that the need to create a resilient transport system, but should the focus there not be to ensure that you've got the necessary infrastructure? Because I'm thinking about the development of the Hereford Enterprise Zone. There's the issue of capping development if you don't have the necessary infrastructure there. So I'm just wondering if, unless you acknowledge in your objectives that you need the necessary infrastructure, you're in danger of choking development in accordance with the core strategy objectives, which is the point I was making before about growth.
In terms of the work that we've carried out, can I just come back to the 2026 point, which one of the other councillors raised earlier, and I'll come back to answering the question about the core strategy. So the work that we've carried out, it was a very deliberate decision that we didn't want to use the traffic model to forecast too far into the future, because if we forecast too far into the future, all that does is that it opens up greater levels of uncertainty around what the future is actually going to look like. So we decided to focus on 2026. Now, in terms of the core strategy, what that means is that we have within the transport model, we have the level of development assumed by council officers, because we took this information from council officers, assumed to have taken place by 2026. So that's the demand side, if you like, for the transport model, along with all the other journeys that are going on at the moment. And then on the supply side, we've included the highway network and the transport networks at 2026, which is where the City Link Road, for example, comes into it, which is what I was talking about earlier. So that's what we've done in terms of the modelling work. In terms of the resilience point, it is a specific indicator within what we've done. Most of the focus around that resilience point has been in two ways, really. One is the resilience provided by an additional river crossing, which has come out within the assessment, as again, one of the other councillors, Councillor Rowan, I believe it was, who mentioned earlier, but also resilience through the transport system within Hereford. If, for instance, there was a much higher quality of walking and cycling routes as well. That also comes out in terms of the resilience point. So I think the question that you're asking, I mean, it's more a judgment call on behalf of the individual as to what sort of infrastructure you believe is required in order to develop sites which are currently not developed, which I think is the question really that you're asking in terms of the core strategy. So what we have assumed is that within our walking and cycling package, for example, package A, that we have assumed and built into the modelling work and also into the qualitative side of what we've done as well, we have assumed better infrastructure in order to access the likes of Three Elms and Homer West and such like. But clearly, different aspects of resilience kicks in when you start looking at new river crossings, because that provides resilience from the dimension that Councillor Rowan was talking about earlier. So again, we tried to include all the different impacts which we can think of, and then present that information within the assessment framework to the council.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Councillor Matthews and then Councillor Bowes again.
Thank you, Chairman. I would take issue with Mr. Brooks, excuse Chairman, referring to the environmental issues on the eastern route when no study is taking place, but we'll leave that at that. I refer, Chairman, to the overarching 4 issues that are bullet pointed, all very well put and very well explained. But if I was a local businessman listening to this discussion, the first thing I would be saying is, when on earth are they going to suggest something that will get this county moving? What do I do? Do I invest? Do I look elsewhere and move for my future well-being, or what? I've repeatedly stated, Chairman, that without a thriving local economy providing secure, well-paid jobs, a lot of the other important options will not be affordable. Also, these jobs will be required to supply employment for the occupants of a very large number of houses that are due to be constructed within the county during the next few years. It appears to me that over the next few years, finances will be in short supply, and we will have to fend for ourselves far more. That's why a sound local economy is vital. Also, we will require in excess of 1,000 jobs per annum to provide the people in the new houses and with jobs. Otherwise, we'll have the county filled with unemployed personnel. So the economy is so vital. Now, I would ask that I think the Eastern Link, and I know the business people have been asking for years and years and years, and for the last 40 years, every authority has recommended that route, and they found no environmental issues when they examined them previously. So I think it's essential that we have an Eastern Link initially through to the A438 at the Cocker-Tupsley. Otherwise, our economy will stagnate and we'll have no future for anybody. All the other issues are very, very valid, and we must work to deliver them for the sake of the environment and the climate change. But without a sound economy, that's not going to be viable. So could I ask Mr. Ball, Richard Ball, please, does he agree with me that if we don't have a link into Rotherwas, that our whole economy will stagnate, and it's vital that we have that river bridge, and also for the emergency services, because all we want is have the main bridge blocked and there's people's lives put at risk. So does he agree with me that an eastern link through to the A438 at the Cockatapsley is absolutely vital, and without that, the local economy will stagnate? Thank you.
There you are, Mr. Ball, a direct question to you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I'm afraid it's not really an answer. It's not really an answer that I can give in terms of the points that you're making. You know, jobs at Rotherwas are very important to the local economy, and the solutions that to provide access to the enterprise zone are a matter for debate by the council. And the study provides a number of options in which members may wish to consider.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ball, I must press you a little bit on this. Surely the history tells us, and you've sat in enough debates and discussions, and you've looked at this matter repeatedly. So, and well, can you at least agree with me that it's the wish of the local business people that we have another river bridge as a matter of some urgency?
I think it's fair to say that local businesses, as with members of the public, do have a variety of views on the subject, and it's not for me to agree or disagree in terms of how that solution is provided. It's a matter for the council to determine its policy going forward.
I'm sorry, Richard. You're just avoiding the question.
Mr. Chairman, and Councillor Matthews.
Yes, thank you.
I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask an officer on the spot.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll ask you, Councillor Harrington, as the cabinet member. Do you think that a bridge over the river is vital for the future well-being of the economy of this county?
I personally think another river crossing is desirable, Councillor. Okay. I'm here to listen to the views of the committee, not to give mine.
No, but thank you very much, Councillor Harrington. But can we go back, Mr. Brooks? Councillor Matthews made a point about the environmental assessments of the eastern river crossing, and you did make a comment on that. Could I just ask you just to elaborate on that in the context of the fact that assessments have been made to say that there wasn't a problem going east?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I was keen to come back on that point. There has been previous work undertaken looking at a variety of different bypasses to the east of the city, or road links to the east of the city, and they certainly do show that there are environmental problems. And that previous work has fed into the assessments which we carried out as part of our review. And indeed, the previous work showed that if you were looking at an eastern bypass versus a western bypass, then actually the eastern bypass overall is worse in environmental terms than one on the west. Now, we can debate that all day long, but that is what the previous reports said. The one point that I made about the one piece of work that we haven't done, that is specifically around the water environment and the complex interaction between the different water sources. We have been able to look at things like the built environment, the natural environment. We've looked at the impact on cultural heritage and so on the eastern side, the impact on people on the eastern side. So it isn't correct. Please don't go away with the assumption that we haven't done any assessment on the eastern side, any environmental assessment, because we have done. And also, it's not correct to go away with the impression that there aren't environmental adverse impacts on the eastern side, because there are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowes next.
Thank you. I've got 2 points. Mr. Brooks, just to clarify that point, you said that you've looked, there have been environmental impact studies on Eastern Bypass or bypasses. Has that included a separate one just on a river crossing without a bypass?
Those earlier studies would have been on more complete bypasses. But what we've been able to do is we've looked, the environmental team within WSP has looked at those previous reports and then extracted out the information relevant to the section of geography that it would affect. So when we were looking at the shorter bypass sorry, not bypass, the shorter route options on the eastern side, whether it's just going over the river or whether it goes up to the Ledbury Road, we were just extracting the relevant pieces from those environmental impacts at that stage.
But there hasn't been a specific environmental impact on just a bridge?
Not a specific environmental impact on just a bridge. No,
okay,
there hasn't.
thank you.
Can I just come back
yeah?
on one point, because it does impact on the environmental impact. I don't know whether this is what you were getting towards or not. One of the things that we have done within this piece of work is that we've done transport modelling, obviously, and the report does show the impacts of the traffic simply going across the river, and then once it gets to Hampton Park Road, where does it then go? Or if the road only goes to, if the Eastern Link was to go as far as Ledbury Road, where does the traffic then go once it gets to the Ledbury Road? So we have done that specifically for this review in terms of that modelling, which is why you then get reference within the assessment framework within our report to comments on traffic changes within residential areas on the eastern side of the city.
Thank you. My question, I did see the report considered removing traffic lights at some junctions, and it showed a reduction in congestion. But the report said we would need to install many more pedestrian crossings, and reducing traffic congestion would actually encourage more people to use the roads, as this created an induced traffic effect. I believe this induced traffic was applied at a basic level across all methods. But what I don't understand is, if a reduction in congestion would encourage more people to use roads, why wasn't this same logic applied to the bypass? And yet it was used as a justification to discount traffic lights. And why haven't you considered the possibility of part-time signals, which would only operate during busy times? It just seemed that the whole option was looked at as a whole, remove them, but not looking at part-time signals. As someone who travels the Belmont Road on a regular basis, I can assure you when those traffic lights are not working, traffic flows much better.
Yes, and that's what we found within our assessment. We did 2 levels of assessment on removing the traffic lights on the A49. And the first one would be exactly what you experienced when the lights go out. Because when the lights go out, suddenly it's a surprise to people. So therefore people carry on their existing journeys and, hey, it's a bonus because I haven't got to wait at a red light. It's not so much a bonus if you're on a side road trying to get out, maybe. It's not so much a bonus if you're a pedestrian trying to cross the road. But from a motorist perspective, when the lights go out, a number of people do experience better journey times. And I fully accept that. And that's what we found in our assessment. That was stage 1. Stage 2, then, though, was we put the removal of traffic lights into the full Hereford transport model. And in so doing, what we then did was allowed that intelligence about it suddenly being quicker on the A49 to feed through into other drivers. So whereas you would experience in real time because you were driving on it, suddenly that information would be fed into all the other drivers in the network. And what we found from that is that if you were to remove the traffic lights, then people would actually be drawn into the A49 corridor and the traffic congestion would get worse. At the same time that you weren't putting in sufficient crossing facilities to enable it to be safe for both pedestrians and cyclists. That then led us into the position of, well, in that case, we need to reinstate some crossing facilities for pedestrians and cyclists, which of course, then if you do that, you then start reintroducing some of the delays back into the car traffic. So what it boils down to really is a trade-off between keeping the traffic moving and allowing safe crossing facilities for pedestrians and cyclists. It is true we didn't look at part-time signals at those locations, and there may be something around part-time signals that could be introduced that would improve the traffic flow, but wouldn't be to the detriment of pedestrians and cyclists. We simply didn't look at that, I'm afraid.
I agree. We can't do these things at the detriment of pedestrians and cyclists, and definitely not. But I think part-time signals, and I know traffic lights have been moved in other parts of the country, and they haven't shown that traffic would increase. But I think we do definitely need to investigate the possibility of part-time signals that would only operate in busy periods, because you can sit there for ages when there's no traffic at all on the lights on red. So I think that is something that I think we need to recommend looking at. Thank you.
Okay, the next councillor is Councillor Hewitt.
Can I just come back to Martin Brooks on that last one? I don't know where all this extra traffic is going to come from. At the moment, it's congested on that route because that's the route that you have to use. I mean, if I use the Belmont Road a lot, well, when I was, prior to COVID, but the only sort of rat run is sort of going round to the right and then coming back in again opposite the McDonald's station. So there's not a fat lot you can do to avoid that road. So I just don't see, I don't see how it's actually going to draw in that much traffic, because where else, is there traffic jamming up elsewhere that's suddenly going to appear on that road? I don't think so.
It is more of an issue to the north of the river than the south, I would accept. The junction we looked at in some detail was the Steeles junction. And what you do find there is that there are other routes. It's not easy in terms of these other routes, but I've been in the situation myself where you sort of put the sat nav on at very congested times, and it does send you in some weird and wonderful places. So there are alternative routes available for not for all journeys, but for some. And what we found was that if you were to take away the traffic lights and lose that control for pedestrians and cyclists, then you would actually overall you would draw traffic into the A49 corridor.
Okay.
Whilst I accept the Steeles roundabout that may be an issue because you've got different roads. If you're just going to model it on that one, then I think it reinforces Councillor Bow's point that, if you actually take a more discriminatory approach to different areas in the town, you might actually end up with a different solution in terms of traffic lights. But these aren't my points. Can I continue with my questions, Chair?
Absolutely,
Right?
absolutely.
Okay. So in the review, WSP have admitted that the public were not directly asked about promotional campaigns, shared mobility solutions, mobility hubs, bus priority, demand responsive transport, shared mobility solutions, and improved school bus or intelligent transport systems. So I've felt for a long time that in terms of democracy, a choice is only a choice when you know what the choices are. And if you haven't got an educated view of what the choices are, I actually think that sort of, it restricts where you're going to look, and that for me looks like bias. So that's my first question. And my second question is around economic methodology. So when it refers back to Councillor Wilding's question actually about induced pedestrian and cycle routes. So we look at induced traffic, but do we look at induced use of the cycling and walking space, and what effect that has in relation to the pedestrian pound and the revival of our town centres, which we all deplore because it feeds our sociability, our community, our cultural life. And if you haven't actually put that into the methodology, assessing whether pedestrian pound will help our cultural life, then I think it's a big omission.
Okay,
Brooks.
If I come back on those 2 points, then let me deal with the public first. So we, as I said before, we did ask the public right at the beginning of the project to give their views on possible interventions, because we wanted to get a feel, not on the specific options that were going to emerge, because clearly we hadn't done the work by then, but we did ask them to pass their views, and I'm just looking at page 18 of the report at the moment, you know, investing in the bus network, supporting sustainable school travel, safer routes to school, increased capacity on new roads, removing traffic light signals were there, improving facilities for walking and cycling, better managed car parking, and the list goes on, you know, 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, and light rail was there as an option. So we did make a conscious decision at that early stage in the study to ask the public what their views were, what their perceptions were about the different sorts of interventions that might come forward. So that's what we did. We certainly didn't narrow it down at that point in terms of only asking for a particular set of comments. The other point about economy, we've done this two ways really. I mean, we do accept the pedestrian pound point, which is why within the economy section of the assessment, we have looked at the way in which more people would be walking and cycling if we invest in walking and cycling. So that is in package A. So part of the way in which we've represented package A is that we've put within the model improvements to walking and cycling, such that walking and cycling is quicker. And what the model then does, it then looks at certain start at finish points, and it then calculates the proportions of people who will now walk and cycle, whereas previously they would have driven their car. So, you know, quantitatively, that is fed through into the assessment. And we've also made a qualitative assessment in terms of footfall within the city centre. And you're right, the ones that tend to come out best in terms of the footfall assessment are packages A and B, where we are investing in walking and cycling and investing in the bus network as well, because clearly the bus network enables other people to get to and from the city centre more easily. So we haven't ignored the sort of economic effects of the pedestrian pound. We really have tried to include that within the assessment.
Thank
so
you.
there was a final part, and that was, you know, you looked at induced vehicle movements, induced traffic, but have you looked at induced use of pedestrian and cycling routes in the same way? So you have an improved infrastructure, because one of the things that I would say about, you know, congestion for traffic is that if you have a road system that always prioritizes a car, then more cars are going to come to it. If you have a road system that prioritizes cycling and walking, it's because it's not the only economic center in Rotherwas. We have an economic center in the heart of our cities, and that really matters. So we've got two sort of hubs of economic life, if you like.
Yeah, okay. So I think we just need to be careful about the terminology, and without getting too geeky about it, just think about modal shift and induced traffic. So we've taken exactly the same approach for walking and cycling as we have with motorized traffic. So the model takes account of changes in the networks. So where it is more convenient, quicker, to go walking or cycling, then the model will turn the handle. It will move some travelers away from car to walking and cycling. However, there is the limitation that I mentioned before when I was talking about induced traffic with cars, is that if there is somebody sitting at home at the moment who isn't making any journey whatsoever, and as a result of the walking and cycling measures suddenly decides, wow, I can now cycle into the city centre to go shopping more often or whatever, then that won't have been picked up within the assessment. So we've picked up some of what people would normally call induced traffic, but there are some elements that we've not been able to pick up within the methodology we've adopted.
Okay, and it's important to note the difference between modal shift and induced traffic. That's two different concepts.
It is.
Yep.
It
Okay.
is indeed. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Just so committee members are aware, I would like to ask a question next, and then we've got Councillor Wilding, Councillor Stark and Councillor Roan. I'd like to ask Mr. Brooks, on page 76 of the report, it's looking at the main impacts of package A. The question I have is related actually to a question that a member of the public asked. It was question 25 from Mr. Board, and it was about the cost benefit ratio. But the assertion is made on package A that it's the best value for money. So whilst I accept that that's probably what the parameters have turned out, what Mr. Board is drawing our attention to is the fact that there's, by creating a Western bypass, you're going to have a very high value for money in terms of job creation. And it's the assessment in 2011 was that there'd be £130 million added to the economy by 2031. Now, obviously, those figures have got to be adjusted. But if you're talking about that much benefit from such a infrastructure development, then surely to goodness, if it brings that economic development, and then on top of that, if it delivers the housing levels that the core strategy is talking about, plus the more industrial land, the benefits you're getting there in terms of council tax, revenue, jobs, and then business rates, all of those things that you're getting there, surely to goodness, that is a huge value for money long term that doesn't seem to be captured in the way that this report is capturing it. Now, Mr. Board was given a question that I accept is a question that the council's written. You haven't written that question. But the answer that's been given is that it's just not appropriate to take that analysis into consideration, because you've got to have a clear playing field, a level playing field, sorry, in terms of all of the objectives. But surely to goodness, the benefit of all of that creation of infrastructure, if it brings all those jobs and houses, is going to be a huge value for money, which is ad infinitum, because you're going to get that return on and on and on through the years. It's not going to be a one-off return. So I'd like you to comment on that, please.
Sure. So in terms of what we did, just to explain what we actually did in order to come up with the comment that package A has the highest value for money of all the assessed packages. So what we did was to look at the number of objectives, the number of outcomes rather, which the package delivered benefits for, and we looked at the cost of that package. So it was a fairly simplistic assumption in terms of how we created and defined value for money. If one was looking to submit a funding bid for the DFT, for example, for a particular scheme or a particular measure, or indeed not just the DFT, the Ministry of Local Government and Communities and Housing, they require you to do more work in order to calculate the economic benefits. And that is the point at which you would start to get into some of the areas that you just described yourself, numbers of jobs that would be created and such like. Now, that is not something which we have done during this piece of work. It isn't appropriate to do that at a strategy level, but in the fullness of time, depending on what form of funding is required by the council to be able to implement whatever transport strategy it chooses, then it may well be more appropriate to do more detailed assessments, not just around the value for money indicator, but maybe there's more, more detailed assessments around climate emergency and aspects of society. That this has to be taken as a piece of work which is trying to guide the council within the direction that it chooses to take in terms of its overall transport strategy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. Oh God, so much being said. It's difficult to know how to bring it all together. I wanted to go back to what Councillor Roan was saying. I do think another bridge is pretty essential. So while at first I wasn't convinced about that, I think another bridge to the east is essential, but I'm just not convinced about the Western Bypass. When he talked about children's health and the HGV pollution, this might work as a sort of a question. Has there been any studies about how the HGVs could go in a different direction, maybe going down and using the M5, going down to the M50 and then up the M5? I realise that would cost individual businesses some extra money, but I think if we continue to have so much traffic going through the centre of the town and how much money we're going to have to spend because of the climate emergency, that harks back to the children's health as well. Yes, we don't want them breathing the HGV goods vehicles fumes, but I think the impact on their health and their well-being and their future prosperity of not taking making major changes to how we cope with traffic in years to come, they're going to pay a much higher price. So I think we've got to look at that and see that we're talking about something that's just going to go on for the rest of their lives, as opposed to something that they might just experience on their way to school for the next year. So got to balance that out. What was I going to say next? So we're talking about induced traffic. I think there's a logical way to reduce traffic. That is to reduce traffic, not to send it off in some other direction, not to encourage it all to go around, but actually to reduce it. Because, all right, we might get a lot of traffic going round the city in different ways, but we're talking about one planet here where all the effects of all that, all the loss of our natural capital, all the environmental damage, all the ecological nightmare that that's going to induce is not something that's just going to be limited to where the bypass or other roads or whatever going to go. It's going to be spread over the entire world. It's going to be spread over the entire of Hereford. We're all going to have to cope with that. Some of us luckily are going to be dead in 10 years, so we won't have to cope with it. But the younger people, the younger generation that are going to be watching this and going, what did they do about it, are going to blame us if we don't do something about it now. We've spent years talking about it. I understand that in the past, maybe climate emergency and everything else wasn't recognised in the way it is now. I can't understand how we can go on about looking at the core strategy, which was formulated some years ago before we realised how desperately important it is that the world changes direction. To carry on going on about how, oh yeah, we said 5 years ago that we should do it this way, it's nonsense. It's the sort of thing that President Trump says. And I hear he's out of a job. Yeah! Sorry, we're not supposed to have political.
No, I would remind you, Councillor Wilding, that outbursts
we're
like
online,
that
yes,
are
okay.
not acceptable. So if you could keep that to yourself, thank you.
Okay.
You were saying.
It's a bit late now, isn't it? It's escape. Anyway, so a bypass will not only invite traffic from the south, it will have traffic coming from Wales and also other places going, oh, we can whip through that way now. So Hereford will just become like a huge big bypass to the M5. So I don't believe in that. And to pretend that you can't build houses in this day and age without a road to service them, a massive road, is just nonsense. Throughout the world, people are working on absolutely brilliant, innovative schemes to provide housing. All you've got to do is say to the developers, you can't have this main road. Think of a transport policy that will get people in and out without that. And then they'll just have to think of it and build it into their schemes. I think I've nearly finished this rant. I'm going to leave it because
But Councillor Wilding, before you hand over the microphone to somebody else, is there a specific question though that you've got for Mr. Brooks? It's helpful to know your views.
All right.
But
so cost-wise, how much has the cost to the future society of Herefordshire and the planet been taken into account when you balance out the costs of this road or that road? I mean, given that we might be talking about astronomical amounts of money. I mean, the government is ploughing billions, we know, into coping with COVID. When we really hit the climate emergency, that amount that they've ploughed into COVID will look like peanuts. So are we taking that into account when we balance up the costs?
Mr. Brooks, is that a question you can answer? Or
yes, a couple of points maybe to come back on. I mean, one is that the costs that are included in the study refer to just the capital costs and the revenue costs associated with the interventions that we're assessing. So any longer term downstream costs have not been included. The other point though, in terms of Councillor Wilding's earlier comments, we have included within the assessment information on traffic flow changes within the air quality management area, for example. We have included information on carbon emissions, which are generated by the whole of the Hereford network in response to the different interventions. So again, I would state my view that I think that information is there. It's up to the decision makers to use that information as to how they decide.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks, for that answer. Next on the list is Councillor Stark.
Thank you, Martin, for your response to my previous question about how you overcome the issue of qualitative against a scoring system has a neutral box. Can I now raise the question of weighting, which in part does hark back to Councillor Matthews' point about where is economy and actually developing the economy the primary issue here, the primary objective here. Did you consider weighting any of the outcomes and doing some sort of sensitivity analysis so that if the environment was the primary aim, which options would come out best? If the economy was the primary aim, if environment, if society, did you consider weighting at all, or was it just done on a straight?
No, we did consider weighting, but we decided against doing it. The reason being that if we'd have moved forward with weighting, then we would have spent all our time arguing as to what the weighting ought to be, I think. What we have within the report, and my second batch of slides, you know, does show that if somebody was to place greatest weight on climate emergency, then the ones that perform best are this. If someone puts greatest weight on the economy and the reducing congestion and delay, the best results are over here. So the information is presented, but it's a very deliberate decision not to include weighting, because I mean, even within this discussion, it's evident that people on this committee have got different views as to what the relative weightings ought to be. So we decided not to do that.
Okay, but just pause for thought for that second there. I understand, and Mr. Brooks has very clearly pointed out the perils of having weighting, but it may be a recommendation of this committee that there should be weighting. Now, by weighting, I mean scoring. We're not weighting as in waiting to do nothing. We're weighting as in providing a measure as to whether a preferred option scores better or not. So it could be that we don't make that recommendation, but if that's a criticism of the process, then it could be that the committee puts forward a recommendation for there to be weighting, but I leave that to the committee. Right, Councillor Rowe next. If Councillor Stark, you'd finished, sorry. Your particular point, yes, okay. Councillor Rowe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Brooks, can I take you back to when we were talking about the consultation? You stated that the groups that decided to take forward the certain ideas was yourselves, council officers and the cabinet. Was there what element of public involvement was, apart from the first and the last bit, were they given the opportunity to take forward maybe option 11, demand management?
The stakeholder reference panel and the members were included at the point at which we were deciding which ones to take forward. So it wasn't just WSP officers and cabinet. We also took into account the views of the stakeholder reference panel and members, but ultimately it was something that was agreed with cabinet as to which ones were taken forward. There was no engagement with the wider public at that point.
So the stakeholder reference panel, senior officers, the cabinet and yourselves thought that workplace levy and a congestion charge, to the point that a statement of managing demand for car use through the delivery of a congestion charge or parking charges will be beneficial to Hereford. Is that genuinely an idea that this administration has got? Is to charge companies to have their employees park in their car park, and also to bring in a congestion charge for Hereford city centre? Because I find that absolutely amazing. I mean, there's got to be some real proper background behind it. Why what is one of the smallest cities in the UK and just a normal sized town would be that needy of having those sort of, I'm not going to call them draconian, but knocking on the door of draconian sort of policies. I just find these incredible. So this was prompted by the stakeholder reference panel, and as I said, WSP, the cabinet, and senior officers. Was it?
So what we did was we arrived at the demand management option, and through discussion we realised that actually there were a number of different ways in which that demand management option could proceed. And it was not part of our remit, not part of our study to decide on which way it should proceed. But there's something around parking supply and there's something around parking demand. Those are the two levers, if you like. And you've got different possible ways in which you could start to address those. Some of the car parks are owned, there's on-street parking, there's off-street. Ownership with the off-street is between different organisations, and you've got your private non-residential parking as well with businesses. It's a very complex position. It was not the remit of this study to come up with a solution to all of that. But what we did want to do is we did want to retain within the options an option which included some management of the demand, a bit of potential stick, if you like, which could go alongside some of the other carrots that were being promoted through other options. That's the reason it was included, and that's the reason it was retained. But there's been no, I mean, others from the council can comment, but I mean, there's been no suggestion to me, and there's no suggestion in this study that any of those ways forward that you just referred to, that they are in any way committed. They are indicative of the sort of solution that could be implemented.
Okay, well, it's in the report, so therefore it must be considered and taken forward by somebody. But you use the analogy of a stick. I think the only person who can get the stick are those people who live in rural Herefordshire who've got no other way of getting into the city to do their early morning shifts. So the only people who are going to be hit are those who are on the bottom end of the pay scale, which is an amazing thing for an administration like this to be looking at. Quite surprising. I've got nothing else to say. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Can I just come back on that one point, Councillor Lester? I mean, that
yes, sure.
The point about the rural residents coming in to drive their cars into the city is picked up within the assessment. And we do recognise that that is one of the downsides of having a more restrictive parking regime within the centre, is that it might adversely impact on the rural residents because they do not get such easy access to the other measures which are being implemented primarily to the benefit of the urban residents.
So
thank you for.
Can I just
come back? Yeah, Councillor Rowan, you want to come back?
Yeah, sure. I just wondered if it's a genuine idea and it's something that the cabinet are going to take forward, would it be a possibility of starting with Plough Lane and the Shire Hall with the subsidised parking, free car parking spaces for everybody, and maybe Lead as an example? Just throw it out there, something for the cabinet member to consider.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hewitt's next. Oh, sorry. Before we go to Councillor Hewitt, I see Mr. Ball, your hand is up. Did you want to make a point to clarify?
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, this along with all the other options being presented by Mr. Brooks is just an option, so it's not a commitment by the council at this stage. But clearly it's for the committee to express its views on the different options.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Burgess, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, this option was included in the public consultation. So we do have, and it's on page 18 of the report, we do have the public consultation feedback on managed demand for car use, and it does outline congestion charge, workplace parking charges. It was the lowest supported of all the options. So we do have I think the review carries this, it has a perspective on public acceptability of that type of intervention to inform further discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hewitt.
I just want to make a couple of suggestions in relation to Councillor Rowan's proposition just now. I mean, we could have something like putting your postcode into a parking meter, or we could also have more park and ride with affordable public transport for rural residents. There are ways round managing that situation. I obviously want to support my rural residents, and lots of them have approached me to say if there were decent cycling and walking and public transport, they would use park and ride. At the moment, it's absolutely impossible. But I'd like to ask on the methodology, please, from Martin Brooks. The flooding has cost the public purse an enormous amount of money, which we're struggling to be able to cover. The Western Bypass was going to go over floodplains, and and there's also housing suggest in a very vulnerable water zone. So have we actually factored in there's public health costs, but there are also costs around resilience. Did you actually have an economic evaluation of what flooding costs us? Because if we continue, as Councillor Wilding says, to push up the temperature of the planet by choosing carbon costly options, then we are going to just have more of the same. And down the line, I mean, we may not experience it so much in our lifetime, although we already are, but definitely future generations are going to.
So the cost of the Western Bypass will have included within it different components to allow for the road to deal with sort of flood risk and water runoff and such like. So the I think it's 159 million pounds within the Western Bypass. That is a cost which is historically has been developed to come up with an alignment which is appropriate for the land that it's going over. But that is just the cost of the road. I mean, there's been no allowance made for any future flooding which may or may not occur as a result of climate changing within any of the package assessments that we've carried out. The costs, both the capital and the revenue, solely relate to the interventions that we've been looking at, rather than any possible secondary effects further on down the line.
Yeah, I mean, they are directly associated, even though they may be hard to directly attribute, and the reason we're having to pay so much now is because of the sorts of decisions that have been made by the human community in the past, which is why we've got these enormous flooding costs. And if we incrementally, even if you can't actually say, oh, because we put that road in, we got this flood, they are associated. We know scientifically they're associated. So, I just don't think we can carry on doing more of the same and expect to get a different answer.
I think it's those sorts of issues, which is why we included climate emergency as one of the objective areas, to make sure that those sorts of issues, not in terms of the direct flooding or onward flooding was captured, but certainly in terms of carbon emissions and embodied carbon, for example, they are picked up within the assessment.
And I just want to come back on the economic arguments about job creation, which you clearly said, was you weren't making a business case, and that business case hasn't been made. I mean, I think as far as I'm aware, it was just an assertion that it would create jobs, and there are other ways of creating jobs. And I would refer back to Councillor Milne's suggestion in the questions that a wonderful way of creating jobs and transporting people would be a river bus. And I recommend really that we look at that for the city, because it would be an amazing thing to have.
Okay, next is Councillor Matthews, me, and then Councillor Bones.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Wilding made a very valid point, reduce traffic. That's fine. And does Mr. Brooks agree with me that one way of achieving that is providing more employment in and around our market towns and large villages to save people having to drive into the city and cause so much congestion on a daily basis? Could he tell me if that was carried out, would that have an impact on the travel in reducing traffic? Thank you.
I fear I'm being drawn into a conversation around the direction that the core strategy might have to go. It really hasn't been any part of my work, and I really don't think I ought to comment on that unless the chairman feels.
If you answer the best way you can, and if you feel that you're not in a position to answer, then that's your answer.
I don't honestly think I am the best person to comment on this. It isn't something that we've looked at.
Okay.
Chairman, just before you go on,
no, by all means.
Councillor Wiley and myself have got it right. The jury's out on the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you for that point. I've got two questions, Mr. Brooks, but they're sort of related. So I'll try to ask them together, and hopefully you'll see why they're related. There seems to be, forgive me if I'm wrong, in the report there seems to be this idea that there's this war against buses versus car, and if you make more provision for cars, then it's going to diminish the use for buses. And if that's the case, I'm thinking I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that, because the way I understand it is if you have road infrastructure that assists congestion, that eases the traffic trying to get in and out of Hereford, whereas if you've put on lots of buses for the centre, that deals with the 40% that's struggling to move within the city. So I don't necessarily see the buses and using more provision to ease congestion for cars as mutually exclusive in a scheme. And then it goes on to my second point that seems to be with review that the heart of all of this is that the majority of traffic seems to be either trying to, well, according to the figures, is either trying to get in, out, or through. And because of that 59% trying to get in, out, or through, the challenge is how you address that congestion, because those car movements will happen regardless. So I think that, is it right that, have I got it right, that there's this idea that more cars will disincentivize buses when different people will use them? And secondly, it seems to me the biggest problem we've got is traffic trying to get in, out or through, and buses won't necessarily address that issue.
Okay, so take the first one first. I mean, I don't think I would describe it as a war between the bus and the car. And I would agree with you that there are elements of the population who are, elements of the bus users are unable to use a car. And one of the questions from a member of the public, or one of the members, I forget which now, very correctly pointed out that there is a cohort of the population who rely on public transport in order to get from A to B. So I'm not saying that there's a complete war, and I'm not saying that they are completely interchangeable, but there are some people who do have the choice between one or the other. And the work that we've done does show that there is an element of the travelling public who will transfer away from the bus if the car travel is made much easier. Now, I accept there are nuances around that in terms of bus priority, and buses move more easily within less congested conditions and so on. But there is also an element of trade-off between those two. We could have included bus within the road options that we tested. B plus D or B plus E or whatever. It really boils down to coming up with a sensible number that we could assess. And it seemed to us that there was a lot more complementarity over the packages which we have assessed, the 6 that we've assessed, rather than buses and road being grouped together. So I wouldn't describe it as a war, but there are some elements of the population who are separate between the two, most certainly. But there is a degree of trade-off, would be my point. In, out and through, the 59%. We can't argue with the numbers. I mean, there's a lot of people who are looking to leave Hereford and go somewhere else, or come into Hereford from outside, and some people wanting to go through the city who don't want to be in the city at all. I think buses will have a role for some of those in-out movements, out-in movements. But as I said earlier, this is very much a study that's been focused on Hereford, and we have not been looking at the challenges which rural transport really has to face. So there are elements like the demand responsive transport for buses. There are the park and choose sites on the edge of the city that we're proposing within the mobility hubs option. So there are some elements that would help the rural side, but buses are not going to be the panacea for the in, out or through movement, although there are some residents of the rural areas who would very much like an improved bus service in order to be able to get into and out of the city more easily than they can at the moment.
Well, I'd like to just come back on that, but I see that Mr. Burgess, you raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify with Martin, I think it's correct to say, Martin, that package C, the demand management package, includes bus priority in it, and that was incorporated in the AC and various road options. So there would be an element of improvements for the existing sort of level of bus service through that bus priority.
That is correct. Yeah, that's right, Steve.
Because the point I wish to make, Mr. Brooks, is that with the package A, C, and D, because that's the one that provides the greatest congestion relief, and because you've got 59% of the traffic trying to get through or in or out rather than just move about from inside, if you went with the Western Bypass, which provides the greatest amount of congestion relief, but then you address the issue of the 2-mile journeys by having a better internal bus network, then surely a greater way of moving people around to address the 59% plus the 40% that are in the centre is to have a package that includes buses and a bypass?
Well, that is a view. We have not looked at B plus D as a package, so I'm not able to give you a view as to whether it is better or worse. What I would say is that on the evidence that is presented in the report, there is, if you invest in the bus network, then the bus patronage goes up by about 20%, as I recall, in terms of the A plus B package. Whereas if it's A plus C plus D, I think it falls by about 3%. So that is the trade-off that I was referring to. It didn't seem to us to have the same degree of complementarity between B and D, but I can understand your point of view. But we had to draw the line somewhere as to the number of different options that we could look at.
Okay, and just finally to make the point, the reason I couch the question in that terms is because I'm trying to get in my mind how best to deal with the requirements of the 59% and equally the requirements of the 40% that we're talking about, which is just the 2-mile trips, which is why I'd be thinking a possible package is to have buses and the Western Bypass together. Right, thank you for those answers. We've got now Councillor Bowes, Councillor Wilding, then Councillor Stark, then Councillor Hewitt. So Councillor Bowes first.
Thank you. I think we've established that you can get homes anyway without the Western Bypass. I don't understand why big businesses at Rotherwas would want to get stuck on the A49, and the Welsh Government obviously support the Western Bypass because it takes traffic off the M4. With regard to my councillor colleague's question earlier, I normally pre-COVID work in Worcester. My employer has for the last 20 years paid staff to travel to work in a way that doesn't use cars. So if they come by foot or car share or come via public transport, then they actually get paid an allowance of several £100s a year. And this is something that they've been doing for 20 years in order to help traffic congestion in Worcester. So it is possible, and lots of people do value that money and find alternative ways of getting to work because they want those several £100s a year. So it is quite an incentive. I agree that rural residents suffer, especially because we've reduced the previous administration reduced bus subsidies. So let's give them park and choose options. Let's look at what options. Let's make buses affordable and reliable for residents. But my question was, where is the evidence showing the £100 million benefits for the Western Bypass?
Mr. Brooks, is that a question you can answer?
Yes, I mean the assessment that we've presented. Again, this is in my second part of the slides that we haven't quite got to yet. But in that assessment, it does show where the package A plus C plus D benefits. Where does that generate benefits? And indeed, where does it cause adverse impacts as well? So the information that we presented is done so in a very transparent manner, and it will enable people to take views on the basis of those elements that they think are the most important. So the information is in the report. I can't really say an awful lot more than that, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowes, did you want to come back at all on? Nope, okay, thank you. Next question is from Councillor Wilding.
Thanks, Chair. Going for the war between car and bus, it's not really a war between car and bus, is it? It's a war between car and us. And what I really wanted to bring up there was rural transport. We're all talking about Herefordshire, Hereford town centre, really. I know we have mentioned, a few of us have mentioned our own wards. I mean, people that from my ward, say somebody in Linton or Aston Ingham who wants to go to Ross to do some shopping, that's virtually, well, it is impossible without a car. So I I really do think that we need to pay more, you know, and there's lots of these people about, they're dotted all over the place and they're sending their kids to Ross or whatever to school and stuff like that. So there's a lot of people who would benefit from much better bus services. And actually going back to what Councillor Lester and other people have said about 40%, 60% and all that, that actually adds up to 100% of people that will be affected by climate change. Mr. Brooks then, do you think that the bus options that are outlined in the report, especially in rural areas, have been given the prominence and the thought that they need?
I think it depends on your perspective, quite honestly. I mean, what we were asked to do was to look at the transport strategy for Hereford, not for Herefordshire. And that essentially comes down to the remit of the work, I think. So as I explained earlier, there are some things that we have looked at which will impact on the rural residents, I think both positively and negatively in terms of the examples that I gave earlier. But we've not been asked to do a more in-depth review of the rural transport system within the county as a whole. And clearly, if we did that, that would pick up a lot of the issues of concern to some of the members of this committee. But it isn't. It just isn't within the remit of the work that we're reporting on today.
Okay, thanks. It is an interesting point, actually, because if people are going to get in their car, perhaps they drive to Hereford rather than they drive to Ross, because there's a lot more shops in Hereford. But if there was a bus service, a convenient bus service into Ross, then they probably wouldn't bother driving to Hereford, not so much anyway. So I think it does have a place, but thanks for your reply.
Can I just pause for a second there, and Councillor Wilding, your point about the impact of the review on other areas. It's a theme that others have mentioned, and we're thinking about the users of Hereford as an asset, and as a place to do shopping and what have you. Am I hearing that maybe there should be a recommendation to say that the report should take on the transport needs of Herefordshire as a whole rather than be more Hereford centric? I put that out there. I'm not saying it's a recommendation I'm proposing, but I'm just testing the mood of the meeting. Is that something that members have traction with? Sorry to pardon the pun. Okay, so if I look to officers to make a mental note of that recommendation for now, and thank you for that. Councillor Stark next.
Thank you, Chair. Martin, I don't know whether you were able to do this, but we're all conscious that the mix of traffic, particularly the mix of the private vehicles, changed over the last few years. In particular, and it's a depressing trend, but more and more people are driving 4x4s and driving pickups, and that is creating an even greater impact on the environment of the same number of vehicle movements. And this has been recorded by the government in 2018 and 2019, and it is a real concern for the UK being able to maintain its targets in CO2 emissions. And this trend doesn't seem to be changing, and it's not going to be filled by electric vehicles in the near future. Were you able at all in your study to take account of those changes in vehicle use and its particular impact on CO2 emissions and come to your cost benefit analyses for each of the options?
Yeah, this came into consideration in the calculation of the carbon emissions. So what we did for carbon emissions was to take two outputs from the traffic model. One is the total vehicle kilometers, so the total distance that's traveled over the network, and also the speed that the vehicle travels, because speed affects carbon emissions. But then both of those were then applied along with the data sets from the Department for Transport. As I said earlier, the modelling was all done at 2026. So what my modelling colleagues did was to look at the data sets for 2026, and out of that they took government projections as to what would be the take up at that point of things like electric vehicles, for example. So they would have picked up the different vehicle types within those data sets, and that would then have fed through into the carbon emission calculations that we came up with. So that in turn would have picked up well, the greater prevalence of van traffic, for example, over the past number of years. You know, it's increased a far greater extent than the increase in other vehicle types. All that would have been picked up within the data sets.
Okay. Did you have a further question, Councillor Stark? Okay, next question, Councillor Hewitt, and then Councillor Roan.
A question to the chair, just a quick one. Have we, I don't know whether we've strayed from the methodology section that we were looking at, and we're into findings next. I'm not sure about that, so I'll just ask my question. Well, just
ask away. Ask away. We can go backwards and forwards. I'm sure we can answer the question for you.
Okay, so when we're looking at these sort of the challenges which Hereford faces, lots of the information in that section referred to studies done in 2011, and one of them highlighted concerns about traffic accidents on the A49 as possibly being part of the sort of baseline, you know, for making decisions. And I've actually got in front of me the post, what's it called, the POPE thing for the A49, which is post-delivery evaluation of the improvements on the A49. And the point that I wanted to make is that, you know, if you evaluate things on a poor infrastructure, as it is at the moment, a poorly maintained infrastructure, a poorly architected infrastructure, then you're going to, you know, it's going to make you assume, okay, this is awful, so you know, so we have to make our assessments on that. And actually, what it shows is that the amount of fatal accidents have reduced dramatically. Overall, the amount of accidents have reduced dramatically. So my point is that actually you have to look at what the actual evidence is, because if you're saying, oh, we've got to improve things because that road's dangerous and pedestrians feel it's dangerous, and the reason pedestrians feel it's dangerous is that it's been designed to prioritize vehicles, not designed to prioritize safe access for cycling and walking, or, you know, there aren't even safe junctions for cyclists at the moment. So I'm just saying that our evidence base has to be clear right from the outset.
I don't think Mr. Brooks would disagree with that, but Mr. Brooks, did you want to comment?
I would agree with that. I mean, we have tried to pick up the impacts on how safer, more secure people feel walking and cycling, and indeed travelling on buses through the assessment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hewitt, did you want to come back, or is that the end of that particular question? Yep. Okay, Councillor Roan, you had your hand up, but now your hand's gone down. Did you have a question? Sorry.
Yes, I did. It'll culminate in a question. I've always thought that rural bus services are probably more important than an urban bus service, because here, where I think there's only Councillor Bowes and myself live in Hereford, I mean, even though it is quite a long walk for Tracy to get into town, it's walkable. If you're out in the rural areas, it isn't walkable, and there are no paths. So you've got that double issue of it's not very safe, and it's an awful long way. What we've got to be aware, though, is that not everybody works Monday to Friday, 9 till 5. You know, there are those that started work this morning and they left their homes out in sort of the rural areas of Bacton and Kerry's Gate and Lewis Harold, and they left this morning at 5:15 to drive into the industrial estate at Rotherwas or one of the other industrial estates, start work, and they will be going home. Well, I think they've gone home by now. They might be doing overtime. And then they've got to drive home, but they drive home via the shops or they drive home via the school to pick up their little one. There are no other choices. I think if we were to cover the whole county in a bus service, and this is where Mr. Brooks might be able to give us some guidance, I think we'd be looking at somewhere around about 100, quick calculations, we need 150 buses running daily. That would be so that nobody had to walk more than 400 metres. It is 400 metres is the limit, I believe, isn't it, Mr. Brooks, that people like to get off a bus and walk?
That is normal guidance, yes. Yeah.
Right. So the Councillor Rowan, you're highlighting the challenge with buses for rural areas. Sorry, Councillor Bowes, you wanted to come in?
Sorry, I do agree with Councillor Rowan. It is walkable. I've done it several times. But just to confirm, I don't think it's all about buses. And that was my point from earlier. It's about doing lots of different things. So it would be buses, it would be park and choose. It could be reopening the Pontrilis station for freight and passengers to get people into Hereford that way. So I agree, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket and just say it's about roads or it's about buses. It's about lots of different things, and we need to pull those out of those packages and say, we believe that it's a combination of lots of other things that can be done quickly, safely, and get congestion down and people into the city and out of the city.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question for Mr. Brooks from myself, talking about trying to achieve many different things. The Hereford transport packages that was originally put forward, as I understood it, included a western bypass to make room, not only to provide a bypass through traffic, but to make room for amendments in the city centre so that you could create bus lanes and create that extra capacity for cycle lanes and what have you. So the challenge I have for the packages that don't include a western bypass but want to increase the active travel measures, how is it foreseen that they'll be able to be implemented without creating even greater congestion, because some of that road network will be used to facilitate buses, where with a bypass you could at least take some of that traffic out of the mix to enable you to have the room to do those active travel measures?
It is a challenge, undoubtedly. I mean, there's been a lot of examples around England recently regarding the implementation of active travel measures on the back of the government emergency active travel fund, and a number of authorities have run into the sort of problems that you're talking about. The main reason for that is around the importance of consultation and getting stakeholder engagement undertaken, making sure that the public is on your side in terms of what it is you want to do, and to make sure that you've got political buy-in, because in some instances there will have to be, again, a trade-off between capacity for the motor vehicle and encouraging people to walk and cycle more. That's inevitable. I think one of the other things which the report does bring out is the importance of working with other organisations. The vast majority of the road network within Hereford is down to the council to do what the council wishes to do on that road network. But of course you do have the A49 running through the centre, which is managed by Highways England. So anything which is done on the A49 or wishes to be done on the A49, you are going to have to work closely with Highways England, which just adds another layer of complexity.
And on that point, with regard to stakeholders, they were one of the stakeholders that were consulted but did not express an opinion. Is that correct? I'd have to go back and check word for word, but it was along the lines of we would want to be consulted if you ended up recommending anything which may have an impact on the A49. So okay. I don't recall them coming forward with any sort of positive recommendations. It was more a holding position to say, look, this is really down to Herefordshire Council, but don't forget to bear us in mind as and when you make some decisions. Because I mean, going back to the point I made earlier on to Mr. Revel, was that if one of the key stakeholders has declined to comment, to draw the conclusion that stakeholders have taken a specific view I would challenge that conclusion.
Yeah, I didn't take, I mean, highways, it's a bit like the DFT, you know, the DFT, Highways England, they have to be careful in terms of what they say and how they contribute to different engagement exercises. So it's really quite common to end up with fairly neutral responses back from those sorts of organisations at this stage within the work. Clearly, when there is a real scheme that is being promoted, or funding is being sought, or planning permission is being sought, or whatever, then those organisations do get more engaged. But at this stage, that sort of response is quite typical.
I accept that, but I think the point was that through the reports and the critical friend analysis, it was presenting a picture that the stakeholders have come out in favour of a specific outcome, when the point is that not every one of those stakeholders has expressed a view. So you can't make that conclusion of the stakeholders' contribution.
There wasn't a the results quoted in the report are what the stakeholders told us. So as I said, there were 22, I think it was, invited to be part of the stakeholder reference panel. Typically about half those engaged, and indeed not all of that half actually chose to fill in the that sort of should it go forward or should it be discarded question. So obviously the numbers on that page in the report are the numbers that responded to us, and not every stakeholder responded to us in that exercise. But we can only report on what people actually fed back to us.
Okay, and lastly, Midlands Connect were not a stakeholder that was consulted specifically.
Yes, they were.
I couldn't see them on the list of stakeholders, sorry.
They were consulted because I remember us getting an early response from them, and we had to chase them for a second response. I don't know if Steve can remember this off the top of your head, Steve.
Apologies, Chair. Was that Midlands Connect you were asking?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think there was a response. I think it did come in very late. I know we went to great efforts to try and get a response from them.
It's just they're not listed on the stakeholders.
That's an error on that sheet. Then I hadn't spotted that. I'm just having a look at it now.
Yeah.
It's page 99.
Yes, it's odd you say that, because when I counted them up, there were 22, and I had in my mind that there were 23, and then I thought I must have been wrong, that it was 22. It looks as if Midlands Connect has just inadvertently been missed off. Apologies.
Right, we'll add them to the list then. Right, great. Thank you. Councillor Bowes.
Sorry, Chairman, I know this isn't one of the relevant questions, but I wondered if we could, I could propose an adjournment for lunch, because someone who had breakfast at 7 a.m. this morning, I feel like I'm going to fall off my chair if I don't eat something soon.
Okay, that's a very good point noted. The rest of the committee, are we all right? Are you happy for a half an hour break or a 3/4 of an hour break? Half an hour or 3/4 of an hour? Half an hour. Right. So I'll make that we reconvene at 3:20. Okay. Okay, thank you. I can now confirm that the meeting is now being recorded live. Thank you all for coming back to this third instalment of a very long scrutiny meeting where we're covering a lot of ground. So appreciate all of the effort and all of the questions and all of the answers that have been provided so far. We appreciate it. It's not a simple issue that we're dealing with. It's a very complex issue, as you've heard, with many strands to it. So that naturally creates many questions. What I've been asking the committee to bear in mind is possible recommendations that they would like to put forward, and some discussion has happened about possible recommendations, but what those recommendations will become apparent during the course of the meeting. Now, we finished the meeting for a short lunch break, and we were in the process of putting questions mainly to Mr. Martin Brooks from the main author of the review as we're seeing it. And I've just got two quick questions for Mr. Brooks, and I'll be asking those whilst I wait to see if there are any committee members who've got any further questions. Mr. Brooks, are you able to take a question?
Absolutely, yep.
Great. Well, sorry, one question is for Mr. Brooks and the next question is for Mr. Lovegrove. So just to give Mr. Lovegrove an indication that I'll be asking him a question in a moment. The business about the issue of carbon offsetting, I'm told that that will be the way forward for lots of major projects that cannot in any way mitigate concerns that anyone has about carbon dioxide. So with regard to major infrastructure projects, and this includes any infrastructure, not just a Western Road or a Eastern Link or infrastructure within the city, has there been any consideration to how you can achieve carbon offsetting to mitigate any of the concerns that members might have?
There hasn't been anything explicit on that at all, no. This has been an assessment of the impacts as they are evident from the options. Issues around mitigation, carbon offsetting and such like have not been covered in any detail at all.
Right, okay, excellent. And then a quick question for Mr. Lovegrove. Obviously each package has an implication for capital and revenue, and to crystallize that view, if the capital comes from government or elsewhere, the council hasn't got to really worry about the funding. That's the issue for the funding body. But of course, if the project that we pick has a revenue implication, that's essentially saying that's the money the council's got to find each year to keep the system going. In view of this, is there a view on whether or not some packages are just unaffordable in terms of their revenue implications?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We haven't assessed the affordability of any of the packages. That really is a question that Cabinet and then on to Council will have to form a view about. The revenue budget for next year is in the process of being prepared, and it's worked its way through your scrutiny committee onto Cabinet and onto Council, and Council will have to weigh up the relative merits of all of the pressures on its revenue budget to decide which is the mix that it would prefer to have. So we haven't actually done that piece of work yet, but following on your views as a committee and as it proceeds through Cabinet, that work will be progressed.
Thank you, Mr. Lovegrove. Thank you. Right, next question is Councillor Stark and then Councillor Hewitt.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Martin, I know you would have taken this into account, but taxation is a huge issue here in terms of demand for road use, both in terms of car tax and in terms of fuel taxation. This government and previous governments have refused to increase taxation in real terms, thus fueling not only an increase in car journeys, but a move towards bigger gas guzzling cars. Did you make any assumptions in your modelling as to how fuel taxation might proceed in the future, or was that just a step too far?
It's a step too far. I mean, one of the things I mentioned earlier is that we deliberately chose to only be forecasting at 2026 to take account of, well, to avoid having to make decisions about what might happen in 2030, 2040, 2050. Where clearly changes in taxation systems and so on would be more possible than they would be at 2026. So implicitly, what we assumed was a status quo in terms of that.
Okay.
Would it worth be listing that as an uncertainty in terms of the overall review results?
I don't think so. I mean, there's if if you drill down, I mean, there are lots of things which could change going into the future that we've assumed will remain constant for this. I don't know. Freedom to send your child to different schools, could be one example of that. That could conceivably change at some point in the future. But what we've had to do is we've had to try and as best we can stop the world spinning during this assessment. So we've had to undertake everything on a consistent, comparable basis, so that the analysis is transparent and you can see the impacts, both positive and negative, of all the different interventions. I think if you start to drill down into it, there are so many uncertainties across people's behaviours, government actions, I don't know, vehicle manufacturer, changes, whatever it might be. The list is almost limitless. So we do have to draw the line. So I wouldn't regard it as an uncertainty in the same way that we identified the COVID issues as a key uncertainty going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stark, did you want to come back? No, okay. Councillor Hewitt.
Yeah, this is a question for Andrew Lovegrove, I think. And it's a bit in the vein of post-opening project evaluation. Given that the projects of the 2 road schemes have been open now for 12 years and that they've spent 12.2 million, and that most of that, I'm referring back to the Chair's comment about, having revenue and then capitalising it. Most of that money came from revenue that was capitalised, or perhaps the 5 million from Jesse Norman, which was for the local transport plan. Would you say that this has had an effect on whether we are able to afford the maintenance of our county's roads, and specifically for, we're getting on better with potholes now, but specifically for the poor quality of our roads regarding potholes? Has that compromised, has the amount of money spent on these previous schemes compromised our ability to look after our existing road infrastructure?
Chair, and thank you for the question. And in terms of the funding of the expenditure today, as Councillor Hewitt rightly pointed out, before the council chose the red route, then all of the expenditure was funding from revenue, and the council took all of the factors into consideration when it set its budget. So there would have been consideration of where revenue budget was spent in those years. I don't think I'm in a position to comment on whether that has had a detriment or not to the road network. All I can comment on is the budget. And as councillors know, when the budget comes through to cabinet, then on to council, there's a large amount of scrutiny and questioning and challenge around where money is spent on there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lovegrove. Any further questions at this stage? We have, Mr. Burgess, we have other presentations segments aligned. Given all of the questions that we've had and the discussions that we've had, are you of the view that there would be any more scope to ask any more questions if we had those further presentations? I'm conscious of the fact that we haven't gone back to Mott MacDonald with regard to their review of the transport package.
Yeah, well, the only presentation left really was to cover the findings of the review. So Martin Brooks, so far as we've only really got to the methodology and I'm just being reminded to put my camera on. So I think it would be worth just touching on the findings and the outcome in terms of the performance of the 6 packages, because
that's how we'll proceed. That's how we're being advised. And so if we can proceed to that then, and then members will have their questions. Sorry, Councillor Bowes, you wanted to come in.
Sorry, I was being keen and putting my hand up for the first question, but I'm happy to wait for the presentation.
Well, we'll note that you've got the first dibs on the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, over to Mr. Brooks.
If you want to move to the next slide, Steve, if that's okay. Thank you. So this is a slide that I left you with before lunch. So I'd introduced the 6 combinations which we were then taking forward into the package assessment. Okay, Steve. So what did we actually find in the assessment? Well, I think the first point to draw out is that there are some similarities between the different packages, but there are some key differences as well. In terms of similarities, it's package A with the focus on walking and cycling, which drives most of the society benefits. And since that's included in all 6 combinations, there's really very little difference in the society benefits which each of those combinations generates. However, there are some key differences in the climate emergency, economy and environmental sections, as well as in cost, value for money and deliverability. And I'll come on to those in my next few slides. Just a few words on public acceptability, just to start with. The responses that we've received so far show that there is general approval around such interventions as walking and cycling and bus travel and so on. But we do know and we do understand that there are some very polarized views around the road schemes. So this is quite a busy slide. What I've taken the decision to just reproduce it from the final report, and I don't intend to read it all in full, but this is the high level summary of how the different combinations perform against the 4 objective areas. And I think it's just worthwhile to draw out the key differences between climate emergency, economy and environment, because this really comes back, I think, to the essence of some of the points that are being made by the committee members today. So for climate emergency, it is the combinations which do not contain a road scheme which perform best in terms of providing greater reductions in carbon emissions and also lower levels of embodied carbon as well in the new infrastructure. But if you look at economy, then it's the other way around. And this time it's the combinations which include the road schemes which provide the highest levels of congestion relief. Although it is worth bearing in mind that the non-road combinations also provide noticeable improvements in congestion and delays on the network. But it is the road schemes that generally provide the highest benefits. And then if you look at the, another point over economy is a resilience point again. So again, the road schemes would provide greater resilience to the highway network also. And then for environment, here it's the road schemes create a significant adverse impact on environment's natural and built environment. And the impacts of the non-road infrastructure is really much smaller. And as I said earlier, the differences on the society impacts is really quite small. So this slide, I think, sort of brings back to the essence of the choices for Cabinet ultimately, in that, if I can simplify it, you know, if climate emergency is the sole driver, then our review is saying that actually it would be wise not to pursue with a road scheme. If the main driver is economy, then actually it's the road schemes that provide the biggest benefits. And if it's environment, it's pretty similar to climate emergency. Now, clearly there are nuances around all that. And as I've explained earlier, there are 16 different outcomes and 35 indicators, and there are lots of different nuances beneath that. But if you're looking at some headline takeaways, I think it would be as I've just described it there. If we come on to the next one, Steve. So this is the next 6 slides reproduce the radar diagrams which are shown in the final report, and their aim is to produce a simple at a glance view of how well each combination performs against the 4 objective areas and the 16 outcomes. And the way to read these is that the more greens there are and the further towards the outside of the diagram you are, then the better it is. In that then generates, or that then shows the higher level of benefits being generated. The closer you are to the center and the more reds you get in place of greens, then that indicates that the combination is causing adverse impacts. So you'll be pleased to hear that I'm not going to go through every single dot, but just in terms of the overall picture, this is package A. What I would say is that that provides a fairly well-balanced performance against the 16 outcomes. They're all green, apart from a couple of neutral scores in the environment section. But there's a good, solid green performance there. If we come on to the next one. So now we've added in bus, and it's a similar pattern, although now several greens have moved slightly further outwards to indicate a high level of benefits. And this is because the bus services are creating higher levels of benefits for some of those indicators compared to just the walking and cycling in isolation. And it is true that one green is actually converted to neutral under the climate emergency. That's around the level of embodied carbon point. But overall, it's slightly better than package A on its own. If we look at A plus B plus C, similar, very similar again to A plus B with only minor changes. If we show the next one though, there is now quite a significant difference. This is A plus C plus D. So this is the walking and cycling, the demand management, sections. So that's bottom right and top left. Hi, can everybody still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I think I lost my internet connection briefly there. What I was saying was strong performance here on economy and society, the bottom right and the top left, with strong green performance. But there are here a few reds, as you can see, under both climate emergency and the environment. And you can see from this radar diagram that this is a less balanced set of impacts compared to the three combinations which did not include a road scheme. If you look at A plus C plus E, similar kind of pattern. Some of the green blobs and one red blob, I think it is, have changed, but overall a similar story, stronger in society and economy, but there are adverse impacts on climate emergency and environment. And if you come on to F, so now we've got A plus C plus F, so it's walking and cycling, demand management, and this time the Eastern River crossing. And again, a similar sort of pattern where you've got the reds on climate emergency and environment. This is the slide which brings all those radar diagrams together. And I appreciate it's very small scale. It is in the report, but hopefully what this does is it shows the relative performance of the 6 combinations of packages we've assessed in the review. And just to stress, this part of the assessment, if we just hang on to that one, thank you. This part of the assessment really looks at how the combinations perform against the study objectives and the outcomes. But we have looked at some other areas of those. And the first of those is affordability. Thanks, Steve. So affordability, in the top left-hand box, we've got here the capital cost of the 6 options, 6 combinations rather. And you can see the most expensive is A plus C plus D. It's about £260 million. And the cheapest is package A, focused on walking and cycling. That's at 57. You will, of course, recognise that even the cheapest combinations are still not cheap. I mean, £57 million is still a considerable sum of money. The top right-hand box shows revenue costs, and this time it's a different profile, with those including the bus elements. So especially it's the electric hopper bus and the school bus service. We think there are going to be a larger amount of revenue required to cover anticipated ongoing subsidy requirements for those 2 elements, which is why that is much higher than the revenue implications for the other 4 combinations. Bottom left box shows value for money. We talked about this earlier, but based upon the cost and the extent to which a combination of packages meets the study objectives, is package A, which provides the highest value for money, and the one with the western bypass, A plus C plus D, provides the lowest. And the bottom right-hand corner covers funding. It's normal for other organisations such as central government, the LEPs and so on to fund Transport-related interventions are the types we've considered in this review, usually via some form of bidding process. And it's our view that it's package A that will be easier to fund for the reasons given on the slide. So just a few words about public acceptability and deliverability. So public acceptability, I think it's fair to say there's general support for a number of things, them being liked by most people. And I've mentioned here safer routes to school, walking and cycling improvements in bus services. But there is a very polarized view over the merits of new road infrastructure, some of which I think we've heard on the Zoom call today. In terms of deliverability, package A is relatively straightforward to deliver. That's not to say there won't be issues and challenges, but it's relatively straightforward to deliver. Package B does have additional legislative challenges in introducing a new electric hopper bus service within Hereford. And package C, as was discussed earlier, that will have additional challenges depending on which of the demand management approaches are pursued. And the road schemes will undoubtedly require a fairly complex planning route. They risk being drawn out over a longer period with fairly complex planning process to negotiate, with likely objections along the way. And this is my final slide. This is taken word for word from the concluding remarks within the report. And if I can just read this in full, because again, I think this just addresses some of the points that have been raised so far. So whilst the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the uncertainties of forecasting into the future, the strategy review was undertaken in a manner which enabled all options and packages to be assessed in a consistent and transparent manner. As such, even though there must inevitably be a degree of uncertainty over future transport patterns and traffic levels across the city, the review provides a robust basis on which to make comparisons between a wide range of different possible approaches. It therefore provides the Council with important information to help decide what transport vision it wishes for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Right, let's get straight to the questions. And as promised, it was Councillor Bowes first and then Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you. The report stated that only 7% of traffic is through traffic. Most of the traffic is people wanting to go to schools, work, etc. As one of my councillor colleagues has pointed out in his question to the meeting, more and more people are now working from home, especially those who were previously office-based. I would have expected to see school transport, which is one of the biggest causes of traffic congestion in the city, to feature much more predominantly in these reports. Page 22 shows that Hereford has 10% higher proportion of children being taken to school by car. This was supported by the WSP Destination Hereford Evaluation Report in 2015. Investing in school transport would be a much cheaper option than a bypass, better for the environment as we don't have so many cars on the road, and improving congestion. Everyone knows that in Hereford, traffic runs considerably better during school holidays. There are also many families in Herefordshire who do not have access to cars, so a package of reliable and subsidised transport would make a massive difference to them. For example, if we invested £2 million a year for 10 years on bus companies and school transport plans, that would be considerably cheaper, around a tenth of the cost of a bypass, which would only be scheduled to be built in that time. I know Mr. Brooks said that school trips modelling is complex and that it depends on school holidays, etc. But I know people have school holidays off, but I don't believe that families can have every school holiday off, so that there is still traffic implications there. And I would like to recommend that school transport be given a much higher priority, and ask that surveys are done across all schools, asking parents what are the barriers to walking, cycling and public transport, and what would they consider to be a reasonable fee and ask the same questions across the county, because I don't think we've got enough information here. There isn't enough information on these reports that tackles that, and that is one of the biggest problems facing our county. I've been stopped by so many parents this weekend that said if the buses were subsidised, more realistic, more timely, then they would put their children on school buses or on public transport. So I think we need to look at this and make some recommendations to move school transport forward urgently.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brooks, did you want to comment?
A couple of points. One is that I would agree completely regards the detailed surveys within each school. I'm not in a position to explain when they were last undertaken within Hereford schools. I know there have been some surveys undertaken previously, but I would agree completely that if this council chooses to major on the school travel, then undoubtedly more detailed surveys ought to be undertaken, because what works for one school might not work for another, you know, in terms of priorities and pinch points and such like. Just in terms of the point about the given more priority within the review, it is in there in two places. So we have included safer routes to school, which is around walking and cycling, which is part of package A. And we have included the school bus, improved school bus service in package B under the buses point. So we certainly haven't tried to hide it in any way. It is there. There are two separate elements which are included. And yes, I mean, the point about the school holidays, I accept not everybody takes every school holiday off, but undoubtedly, you know, a sizable reason as to why traffic flows more easily during half terms and school holidays is because the parents and the carers and such like have got holidays as well.
I think that tackling the school run was the third most popular choice in the public consultation, and I think that would be, if we could tackle that, that would be a massive move forward for people of Herefordshire.
So Councillor Bowes, in thinking about recommendations, then please bear in mind that Mr. Brooks's point is that the issue about schools getting to school is taken on board in package A. Is that correct, Mr. Brooks?
It's A and B.
A and B.
Yeah,
so
but I think we need to do more work on it to get the information from the schools, because I don't think we've done surveys across all schools and the same survey, so that there's a consistent measure.
So then, officers, can you make a note of that in terms of a recommendation? Councillor Hewitt next.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask two questions quickly. Number one, when you made an assessment of which packages performed best economically, did you factor in a public health cost for obesity and, you know, the savings to the NHS in terms of getting people more active?
We've covered public health and obesity within the society grouping rather than the economic grouping. We've not included any of what I called earlier secondary costs. I'm not suggesting that they're in any way not important, but because they are not a direct cost of the infrastructure or intervention which we're looking at, we've not included it within the costs per se. But the benefits of more active travel and the reduction in obesity has been included within the way that we've carried out the society assessment.
Okay, because I think, you know, loss of people coming to work because they're not well enough, or, you know, it just improved public health in general has a big economic effect. So I just wanted to make that point. My next point is in relation to consistency in the options and how they migrate into packages. So I've done this with quite a few, but I'm just picking on this one at random. On page 62, options 15A, B, C, and D, which are all road construction options, are all ranked as neutral in relation to carbon emissions. But by the time they get to page 83, I think that must be on a, you know, one of those radar charts, they're ranked as large adverse. So I'd like to understand what's happened from the first page to the next page, because even though they're in there in the package as with other things that might mitigate it, I'm not complaining that they're large adverse. I think they are large adverse, but looking at them in the options, it comes back to Louis' point earlier, to Councillor Stark's point earlier, that the assessment of neutral is in options can be very misleading, especially when it migrates to a package and you think, well, how did it get to that point?
Okay, what you've picked up on there is a good point. So the part of the feedback that we got from the stakeholder, certainly the members, certainly cabinet anyway, was a view to about including embodied carbon within the assessment. When we started off the assessment originally, and we did the initial stages of the option assessment, we were looking at fuel use rather than embodied carbon. And the feedback from the members and some of the stakeholder reference panel as well was that actually we really ought to include embodied carbon. The reason we hadn't done it in the original point was because in some instances we didn't have the detailed schemes to be able to calculate the level of embodied carbon. So we agreed a methodology which was looking at embodied carbon at a fairly high level, rather than doing the more detailed calculations which you would do if you had a precise scheme in front of you. And as a result, we included embodied carbon on page 83, but I'm just going back to page 62, which I think was your other one. 62 was options, yes, but embodied carbon wasn't included on page 62. That is one of the very few areas where we amended the assessment framework, taking on board the commentary that came back from the stakeholder reference panel and cabinet.
Well, then 10 points to Councillor Hewitt for noting the discrepancy there. Well done. It's to be noted by the committee. Just a quick question for Mr. Brooks. With the radar diagrams, my point about carbon offsetting, surely the radar for the road schemes would be different if you included those carbon offsetting schemes?
That's a very difficult one to say. What we have looked at here is the impacts on, if I'm looking at, let me just look at the radar diagram for the Western Bypass. So what are we looking at? We're looking at slide 81, page 81, and what we have assessed there with those two red circles is the adverse impact on O10, O11, which you can look across and you can see as natural environment and the built environment. Now, there will be an adverse impact because the Western Bypass will impact on aspects of the natural environment and the built environment. If an intervention, if something else could be done elsewhere, offsetting that in some way, then that would have an impact, yes, a positive impact, certainly. But some of the impacts, like cultural heritage, for example, I mean, clearly those impacts would still remain. It requires a more detailed assessment as to what offsetting would be developed and acceptable, because some of those impacts may be capable of being offsetting, but some of the impacts would not be capable of offsetting at all. You know, once you impact on an area of cultural heritage, you can't just offset it by doing something else elsewhere.
No, but I think the point when the discussion for the red route was taking place, there was the opportunity to mitigate some of the environmental impact.
You can certainly mitigate through design. So in terms of the design. I mean, we're straying off message slightly here because this wasn't part of this review. But I do recall from previously, you know, that you can always design a road with noise bunds, for example, or noise barriers to intercept the noise before it comes onto other residential areas. But that's the sort of fairly typical stages of, that's what you do going through the design process. You would have to do that on the walking and cycling schemes. You'd have to do that if you implemented traffic management regimes outside of schools. You know, mitigation is part of the design process. Carbon offsetting, as you described, that's different. That's saying that if we knock down sort of 3 trees over here, we'll plant some more trees over there to offset what we're doing. What I'm saying is that some of those impacts for the road schemes are just not capable of being offset in that way.
Yeah, accepted. But the point about carbon dioxide production, that is a feasible way of offsetting. Because you're saying that the embodied carbon issue has been added in, but if you're adding that element in as a factor, should you also add in carbon offsetting as a result?
We've not. Again, we're talking about 2 slightly different things, I think. If on the environment side, that those red circles were coming about because of the loss of mature trees, then planting some new trees isn't going to overcome the loss of some older mature trees. However, there is clearly a carbon calculation to be done, in that no matter what sort of intervention you do, if you plant more trees, that's good news in terms of dealing with carbon. It isn't something that we've looked at in terms of this project. I would imagine that would be looked at wider by the council as part of its own climate emergency plan for the county, but we haven't looked at it in our work.
Thank you very much. Noted. Councillor Stark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm afraid this is a fairly detailed question, Martin, and it's to do with some of the options and the costs allocated to them. In your Appendix 2, you have the options listed there, and on page 108 to 112, you have option 8 to option 12 listed. And you have various capital costs listed against the options of 2 to 5 million for option 8, not to 2 million for option 9. I think option 10 is 20 million, but it looks like it's O2 has been transposed. Option 11 is not to 2 million, and option 12, I put my glasses on, is 10 to 20 million. But Martin, when we go to the body of the report, all these capital costs have changed when it comes to assessing these particular options. I don't want to go into detail how they've changed yet, although I do have a follow-up point about one of the options, but I just wanted clarification for why the capital costs had changed when it came to the assessment.
I'd have to go back and check through the detail that you've just made. I mean, certainly the process of developing the scheme cost did continue through the course of the study. It is possible that we updated the scheme cost in one location and didn't do it in another, or there might be another explanation. I'd have to go back and check the numbers. Yes. Really. I mean, happy to take that away and come back to the committee on that.
Well, if I could just continue, Chair.
Sure.
And can we concentrate on option 8, which is DRT? I mean, you've mentioned in the report that DRT has a checkered history across the country, which it has. Some schemes have been stillborn because the actual providers have not stepped forward to provide the service. Now, when I looked at the original cost of 2 to 5 million, I had assumed, Martin, that was pump priming by the council in terms of grants to help providers to buy vehicles in order to provide these particular services. But when I came to look at it in terms of the the final option analysis in the body of the report, you've reduced that to 0 million. That means, in my opinion, unless I've got it totally wrong, that there's no pump priming from DRT. So in my view, that's a completely unrealistic option, because as we know from the rest of the country, that particular scheme does need some help in order to actually get off the ground. And that's why I actually noticed this in the first place, was because I was expecting some pump priming for us under that option.
Okay. It would be more reliable for me to respond to you, but let me do what I can now. What we took the view on the DRT system that rather than invest, when we developed the scheme further within the package assessment, we took the view that actually it would be possible to implement a system whereby existing services were diverted to pick up where people wanted to pick up the bus, or whether they wanted to leave the bus, rather than new services and a new system which had to be pump primed. So it's a more flexible system around the existing rural routes. That was what we came up with, rather than a new DRT system. I can probably best if I do take this one away though and respond to you, because I can't remember all the detail of all the discussions that went on around DRT, I'm afraid.
And can I just make the point, Martin, wow, that particular model you suggest might help in terms of reducing capital costs. It does change the whole dynamics of the option, because you're then relying on the service providers to actually change their modus operandi, rather than having a DRT scheme that is additional to and complementary to existing bus systems. So I think that's quite important, because I go back to my point about when we're looking at these packages and the analysis of them and looking at affordability and everything else, there's also the feasibility of them, not just in technical terms, in actual being provided in the first place. And that's what I'm concerned about here, Martin, okay?
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. I mean, what we tend to find with DRT systems is that they need to be undertaken in collaboration with the operator. So simply the council coming along and imposing something on top, if you like, isn't going to work. And certainly I'm familiar with some operations, you know, in Kent, for example, where they've gone to the operator and then agreed with them a more flexible routing pattern. In other words, it is demand responsive, but they've done it fully in collaboration with the existing operator, rather than introduce a new system from the council. So there are different ways in which these sorts of systems can be implemented.
Okay, right. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Brooks. Right, I'm conscious of the time. Just gone past 4 o'clock. It would be good if we could make sure that we've heard back from Mott MacDonald again, and we've got to have space for forming some recommendations after all of this hard work and thinking that we've put into this meeting. So I would be looking to try and see if we can finish the meeting by 5 o'clock. Obviously, if there are things that need to be discussed, I'm not saying the meeting should finish at 5 o'clock, but because I want to make sure that we cover everything. But if we make 5 o'clock a target at the very least, it'll give us some idea about the time constraints. And we've got the next speakers are Councillor Roan, then Councillor Bowes, and then Councillor Hewitt. Councillor Roan.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you'll be pleased to know I'm sat here in deepest Hill, and about an hour ago the students walked past from Hereford Academy. About 40 minutes ago the Kingston ones, and in the last few minutes the poor beleaguered ones from Peterchurch, that's Fairfield School. Yes, there are children who live in my ward who go all the way out to Fairfield. I think that says a lot about how good Fairfield is. If we can go to the Spider's Web chart, or the radar chart as you call it, I don't know why I've always called it Spider's Web, and the package for A and B. Mr. Brooks, could you just tell me why again that the green dots in society move further out and become more beneficial when you add the bus in?
Sure. So the best place to look for that is probably on the 3 pages further on, because I'm looking at page 78 now. So this explains the scoring under the walking and cycling and bus. So if you look under the society heading on that page, you will find references in there as to why the bus scores more strongly. So if you look under the second green one, the one that starts focusing on the more affordable transport modes, you'll see within that provides improved bus frequency to allow rural residents to easily transfer from other modes, and the DRT will widen access to bus services for rural residents. So there's an example as to why the society benefits are stronger for the A plus B as opposed to A in isolation.
Okay, would I be right in saying then, with the revenue cost for A plus B of £6 million a year, it's almost inevitable that it would be a case of A plus B plus C, with a C element being for subsidising things, which would obviously be for the element of a tax on workplace parking, congestion charge, and an increase in car parking itself. Would I be right in guessing that's how it would have to work? I don't know whether that's Mr. Brooks can answer that, or whether or not it be Mr. Ball.
Mr. Ball, do you have a comment?
This is to do with the car parking charge. Could you just explain the question again?
Yeah, sorry, Richard. If we were to choose the route, go down the route of A plus B, which is walking and cycling plus the bus, because there's going to be an ongoing cost every year of £5.9 million to keep it going, would it inevitably mean then to pay for that, we would go default to A plus B plus C, which is the demand led, because then that encompasses workplace car parking tax, which is what I'm going to call it, the congestion charge, and obviously an increase in car parking. Those together would look to have that income of £5 million to make that cost neutral.
So I suppose, yeah, thank you for that. There's no inevitability about it. It is a decision as to, obviously, if you went for package B, or the cabinet went for package B, there would have to be a decision regarding how that could be funded. Now, what you've just outlined is one possible option, but that's not an inevitability. We would clearly need to consider how it would be funded. Whether there are external funding available, what government funding sources were available, and indeed any other way of delivering that particular option.
Another way of funding it would be to stop doing something that we do at the moment. We could reduce how much we spend on the public realm. We could make a £6 million cut across the board, which would involve children's services and adult social care, couldn't we? If we didn't want to, we've got to get the money from somewhere, so it's either got to stop spending it somewhere else or get the income from another source.
Yes, in essence, those are the two options. I wouldn't comment on where your suggestions as to where they might come from, but it's certainly the case that we'd either have to raise the money ourselves or secure it from central government.
Okay, no, I'm all for what Councillor Bowes was on about with buses for children. It is a pity that so many people choose to send their children to schools which are miles away, but that is where we are, and it's a choice that parents make. It seems that for £6 million revenue, bearing in mind this county, Herefordshire, has the lowest bus use. And I won't accept it's because we've cut the subsidies and we've cut buses over the years. The reason that bus use has gone down is because people have bought cars. People like to choose their own independent means to move around. It's only 14% of people in Herefordshire. This was 2 years ago, but I'm sure Mr. Burgess will be able to give us the most up-to-date figures. Only 14% of people in Herefordshire choose to travel by bus. The other question probably that is best for Mr. Brooks is, do we take the cultural and built environment damage and set it against the removal of the traffic from the roads through the centre of town. I notice there's an element of damage that is permanently done to, say, for instance, the old wall that runs around the outside of the town, and which is adjacent to the A49. If we were to take 700, 900 lorries a day off of Hereford city centre, would there be a positive impact that could be offset against maybe building a, I don't know, bypass, for instance?
Yes, presumably because there are houses that are directly on the route of the A49 in the centre that have the traffic goes right past their door.
Oh yeah, 15 feet away in some cases.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, can I come back on the revenue point first of all? And if we refer to slide 93 in the pack, what you'll see there is that the revenue implications of A plus B plus C, so in other words, including the demand management, is a little bit lower than A plus B, but not a huge amount lower. So there's certainly no suggestion in the technical work that we've carried out that the demand management element would be sufficient to reduce that revenue requirement to anything approaching zero, which I think is what Councillor Rowan was suggesting.
Would that be because we've factored into that building new car park, multi-storey car parks, or would we just be taxing the workplace and also bringing in a congestion charge and saving £400,000 a year? The estimate that we've got, and this is very much an initial estimate, is that we don't think that the workplace parking charge would draw in a significant amount of revenue to the council's coffers. There would be lots of challenges in introducing it, but in terms of the revenue that we get in, if you compare something like Nottingham, where they get about £10 million a year coming in from the workplace parking levy, in Hereford, £500,000 possibly, that sort of order of magnitude. So that's on the basis of a fairly simple calculation, consistent with this being a piece of work to help shape the direction of travel for the strategy. That is not anything like the level of assessment that would be required to undertake a proper assessment on the value of introducing a workplace parking levy. But I just wanted to come back to that just to make sure you weren't suggesting that we were doing otherwise. In terms of the built and the built environment, I mean, you're right. There's the built environment exists right the way through the city, and it's fair to say that the assessment that we've done within this does put a focus on the built environment as affected within the more rural areas in terms of the road schemes, but we have included routes through the city. It might not be under the heading of built environment within the assessment, but for instance, we've got traffic flows through the air quality management area as being one of the things that we've picked up on. Now, clearly that will impact upon a number of people who live very close to the A49, and you will see within that the results for the air quality management area are quite different to the results for the natural and built environment. So the information is there, not necessarily under the heading of built environment though.
Okay, noted. Right, we've got 3 questions, well, 3 hands up, I should say, maybe more questions. Councillor Bowes.
Sorry, I've got several, but I'll try and do them quickly. Mr. Ball, I assume in relation to Councillor Rowan's question, we would look to get support from the government, which is seeking to support public transport in terms of funding for buses. And the Western bypass would also go past many houses. Proposed bypass would go through past lots of houses. And where would we get the 250 million for a bypass from then if we're struggling with 6 million to support buses? That was just one question, and then I'll come on to the other ones.
Okay. I mean, yes, the scale of investment required for all these packages is likely to require government funding to enable them to be delivered. I suppose the assessment that Mr. Brooks has carried out looks at the different options available, and certainly there are a number of different funding streams that the government does have and does introduce from time to time. They come and go, and that would depend that the funding streams available from central government will determine both the speed of implementation and the ability to deliver.
Okay, thank you. My other question, I'm surprised that you haven't considered park and choose or park and ride in more detail, especially for the rural residents. Although external traffic is considerably lower than internal, you considered a bypass, which would only help 7% of journeys. Park and choose seems very sensible, but I can't see any evidence that it's been looked at or looked at in great detail. I thought we might have considered potential locations on the outskirts of the city where people could park and then consider their options for getting in, park and ride, park and walk, park and cycle. So I'm surprised we haven't got that. What about reopening of Pontrilas station? People could park there and come in on a train. So I just thought that there would be more on the park and choose options or the park and ride options. And I'm just curious as to why we haven't done more work on that.
If I could come back on that point, it's included under the mobility hubs section. So if you go to the final report in page 51, what you will see within that is a variety of different possible locations for these mobility hubs. So there's a central one, there are park and choose sites. There are also what we've called local mobility hubs and also mobility points, which are located along main bus corridors. So it's absolutely true that we don't have a detailed plan with detailed sites, with I don't know, land requirements and everything else detailed out, but we have given it some thought, and it is included within mobility hubs, which means that it is part of package A, which means that it is part of all the combinations that have been assessed.
Thank you. One last question. When you said that there's considerable support for a bypass or a Southern Link Road, I'm assuming this isn't based on a direction, because the question, I think, said new roads and a river crossing. So therefore the public wasn't making a choice between west or east or between a river crossing and a bypass. Is that correct?
Yeah, the question that they were asked is the one that's reproduced in the report. So there was no mention in that to a western bypass or a Southern Link Road or anything of that nature. It was simply in terms of new roads, as I recall.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was laughing there because my 2-year-old daughter was making a guest appearance and trying to give me a walnut, which I've now got. Thank you. Right, Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you. I've got a couple of nitpicky questions. So we seem to be hovering around page 79, which is convenient, which is walking, cycling, bus demand management. And I have a question around that. They're both assessed as neutral in relation to impact on the built and natural environment, despite being beneficial, not large beneficial, on key pollutants. Because exhaust fumes are a major cause of discoloration and cause for renovation in the majority of historic buildings in Hereford, can you explain this, please? So that's the first question.
Yes, okay. So if you go to the next slide, this explains the reason in summary, and then there's more information within the appendix. But so I'm looking at page 80, I'm looking at environment, I'm looking at the third one down, which I think is the one you referred to. So this is A plus B plus C will lead to the creation of new and improved public spaces, paving and planting, However, some parts of the city will be unaffected. The ITS measures might have some adverse impacts on the streetscape. So what we're meaning there is new signs, for example, to help guide vehicles through, car parking information, those sorts of things. But the overall effect is considered to be neutral. So what we've got here is some things pulling in one direction and some things pulling in another. And we took the view that overall the impact would be neutral.
So basically you took into account the visuals in the street scene, but not things like having to scrub off black staining on the cathedral or on the gargoyles on the library and that sort of thing. That part of it wasn't taken into account. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay, so another one picked at random, option 9, shared mobility. Sorry, no page reference. Pardon me. Scored neutral for impact on carbon emissions or volume of motorised traffic in both iterations. You assess the contribution this option might make to greenhouse gas emissions as under 2% to me. This seems very questionable to me on 2 counts. Number one, every little bit counts. So why does it receive this low score? So option 9, shared mobility, neutral impact on carbon emissions.
Yes, I would agree. Every little bit counts, and that's the point really here. Is that would be on its own, that would be a little bit, and it's a little bit, which means that we don't think that on its own that is significantly different from the position of doing nothing. When we were looking at this, we were looking at plus or minus 2% as being the realms within which something would remain as being neutral, where we were looking at quantified data. If it was more than 2%, sort of 2% to 10% sort of range, then it would be one grade, either adverse or beneficial. And if it was over 10%, it would then be into large beneficial or large adverse, just in locations where we could quantify the benefits. So taken on its own, that's why it's neutral. When it's of course included within a package, and you have lots of not very much all being added together, you will see within the package assessments, because then it's included in package A, you will then see all those different elements added together. They do have quite a substantial impact on carbon emissions, but individually, if you would just extract one item by one item, then each item on its own doesn't do a huge amount, and that's why it was shown as being neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I see. I sort of guess that plus or minus 2% was probably your neutral score, but I think my point here, and it does sound sort of like, oh, there's this little bit and that little bit, is that we're trying to move something in a direction of travel, and cumulatively over the year, each little bit does count. And so going back to Councillor Stark's earlier point, it's possibly, bending the perception of things a bit. I want to go to one last point and then I'll stop nitpicking because I feel like I'm picking fluff off a blanket. But so according to the assessment for hopper electric buses, the impact on climate emergency, there's only one beneficial impact, that's reducing the need to travel by car for short journeys. Now, given that travelling by car for short journeys is the major cause of congestion in Hereford, why that fact alone should knock all the other assessments to beneficial? So that's my view anyway. Have a look at that.
Okay, if I can come
Sure.
back, so the little bits do make a difference was your point, and I think I would agree completely, but that is exactly why we have adopted a methodology whereby we are grouping the individual options together into packages to see what the effect all those little bits will have when they are grouped together. So I would agree completely with you on that point. In terms of the hopper bus, you are right in terms of the impact in terms of short distance journeys, and that has been represented. However, when you translate that into carbon emissions on its own, and don't forget the way we've carried out carbon emissions is we're doing it right the way across the whole of Hereford. So it's not just those parts that are going to have bus services on them. Overall, that impact is still, small. But it is one of those things where if you add small plus small plus small, it gets to the point where actually what you've got then is something that is quite significant. And I would like to think that the report that we've presented, by presenting to you the results of the 6 combinations, does illustrate what the effects are of things working in combination with one another. Because I think that, to my mind, is far more important than what they do when they're working in isolation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brooks. Is that, Councillor Hewitt, is that the end of that line of inquiry?
Well, there was one last point, and
please.
It's a sort of a big point, but it's in a way it's too big to handle. In that we've already said that getting clear, like business case facts around how much you think this option or that option will improve congestion or provide economic benefit, they're sort of they're more judgments than actual correct sums at the end of the day. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Brooks?
I think all the work that we've done, if we're talking about work that comes out of the transport model, then really everything we've done is based on assumptions, because as soon as you start to look into the future, you must be making assumptions about what's going to happen. So I'm not saying that it's anything other than that. What I would say though is that if I haven't got it on my screen now, but that final concluding paragraph within the report that I read out earlier, the very last sentence talks about the council using this information to create a vision for the city. So so this is about a direction of travel. This is about the council being able to shape what it wants, and whether or not that is something which follows that package or this package or some combination of other packages, that ultimately is down to the council. But I think enough information is there to help guide you towards choosing what kind of vision you would like from the transport system.
Just one final point. Have you got any idea what your range of error on assumptions might be?
On the modelled ones or the non-modelled ones?
Well, maybe on the modelled ones.
Well, let's take the non-modelled ones first. I mean, the non-modelled are qualitative, so they are views expressed by ourselves, officers. They've been tested with the stakeholder reference panel members and such like, but they are based on experience of what schemes have been like when they've been introduced elsewhere in the main. But inevitably there's an error, when I mean error in the statistical sense, there is a degree of uncertainty, is perhaps a better way of putting it, around that. In terms of the quantitative ones which come out of the model, we have followed the government guidance as to how to build the model in the first place. And to do that, you do have to meet a range of what they call calibration and validation criteria in order for the model to be acceptable to be used for the purposes that we're using it in this study. And we have met those criteria. So in that sense, the model can be relied upon in terms of the way in which it was constructed. But of course, as soon as you project into the future, as we've said, on a few occasions on this call now, that inevitably there will be some uncertainties. I think it's robust in terms of comparing between packages. I think it's less robust when we're looking at precise numbers about whether it's going to be X% reduction in carbon emissions or Y% reduction in congestion. Then clearly we have to be cautious about using such precise numbers. But I think the picture of the assessment, I think, is quite clear.
Okay, thank you. Right.
I just need to come back. Please. Are we talking about a 15 to 20% error in projection? You did the work on the City Link Road. Do you go back and check if your projections were correct or not, or are we still waiting for those projections?
I think in terms of City Link Road, I've had no engagement in it at all. I think Mairead Lane explained earlier the position in terms of the monitoring report on the City Link Road. I don't have anything else to say on that, I'm afraid.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. You've been very patient in answering a whole host of questions. We've got one question now from Councillor Stark, and now I'm mindful of the fact that we still haven't covered the item, which is the Critical Friends review of the review, and Mr. Revel is here waiting to take some questions if people have them. And I'm also mindful of the fact that we need to focus on our recommendations. So please bear those two things in mind, and over to Councillor Stark.
Well, actually, Chair, it's two questions, one of which is quite simple, but one of which is quite fundamental, I'm afraid. The simple one, Martin, is that the bus priority options are included in Package B and Package C. I assume there's been no double counting of benefits when you've actually combined B and C together in the other packages.
That is correct.
Okay.
We wanted to include it in B and C because you can argue that it's an element of both, but clearly if both B and C are in the package, then it's only counted once.
Okay, fine. The second one is more fundamental and is about, and I'm not political in this one before anyone says, but it's about the Eastern Crossing. The option that has the detail in it is about the Eastern Bypass. What I've been trying to get at is some information what the background is when you only pick a bridge crossing rather than the full Eastern Bypass. And it's not there in the report because it's not detailed for that particular variant, just like it's not detailed for the variant of the Eastern Bypass, not going to, I think it's a Ledbury Road. My problem with the bridge crossing and that lack of information is I don't have any sense of how you're going to deal with the traffic going on to the B4224 and mitigate the impact of that, Martin. And there's nothing in the report to show that A, as even a risk, or B, how that risk will then be managed or mitigated. Because the variant, as far as I can see, and I might have missed it, is not actually covered in detail in the report. And I wonder where you can actually clarify that, please. Yes,
it is. I do apologise. My internet connection went a bit wobbly, but I think I got the general thrust of it. It is included in the report in terms of if you finish the Eastern River crossing at the Hampton Park Road, where does the traffic then go? Or if you finish at the Ledbury Road, where does the traffic then go? We have covered that. If you bear with me, I can find the references in the report.
And if you have, apologies, Martin, because I read all this material, but you can quite imagine having to get through all of it.
If you've missed something, Councillor Stark, it's understandable. There's a lot of detail here.
Can I refer, if you refer to slide 86, and we're looking at A plus C plus F, so this is the Eastern River crossing. And it says, contains measures intended to make residential areas more pleasant places to live, such as restricting through traffic on residential roads and introducing school streets. So that's really talking about the elements of package A. But then it goes on to say, however, the Eastern River crossing will lead to an increase in traffic flow in some residential areas within East Hereford between the Hampton Park Road and Ledbury Road. So we did pick that up from the modelling work that we'd undertaken, but it is fair to say that we haven't designed any mitigation measures as part of our work. At this stage, all we've done is to simply pick that up as an impact of in that case, the Eastern River crossing, And there's a similar comment made on the slide, which is talking about the Eastern Link, which goes as far north as the Ledbury Road.
Yeah, yes, I accept that, Martin. So what we're really saying is we haven't measured the feasibility of taking all that traffic on the B4224 because it'll never get through Modiford, and I don't know how it's going to actually get across the junction at the other end of the B4224. So that's a huge question mark that's in my mind as to the feasibility of the Eastern River crossing. Would you not accept that in a way?
Well, no, I certainly think it's an impact that needs to be considered. Yes, it's in terms of the modelling work we carried out, it's less of an issue going over towards Morderford. What tends to happen is that essentially traffic is still trying to travel a bit north-south through that area. So they get to the Hampton Park Road and then head west before then heading north up towards the Ledbury Road. So without some sort of mitigation, there would be an adverse impact on those residential areas. That's what we've picked up within our work. But to what extent mitigation could be provided to help protect those communities of that particular impact, I don't know. It isn't something that we've looked at.
Yes, and just a final observation, it would also be fair to say that the congestion that we're trying to avoid by the river crossing would simply be moved to somewhere else, either Modiford or the junction with the Ledbury Road going east into the city. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I don't think we've picked up those impacts or the consequences of those impacts in the assessments that we've made of this variant. I think that's a fair point to make.
Well, what we've tried to do within the assessment is to pick up both network-wide impacts and local impacts. So the local impacts will be the sorts of things that I just talked about in terms of traffic going through those residential areas. But in terms of the network-wide impacts, we have provided information in there about overall congestion levels within the city. And this comes back to what I was saying about the economy, the summary of the economy impacts earlier, is that if you look at congestion and delay overall, then you do get lower levels of congestion and delay with the packages which include the road schemes, whether that be a Western bypass or the two Eastern variants. So that's what the work shows. Now, clearly, some of those people are going to be diverting from areas which at the moment are currently very congested. Undoubtedly, they will. But that is a net figure over the whole of the city when we present it like that.
Okay, I've got two more questions, and like I say, we've got to make those recommendations. We've got to have space in the meeting for those recommendations, and also space in the meeting to just reflect on the work of Mott MacDonald. So, Councillor Matthews,
I'll be very brief. I'll be very brief, Chairman. Could I ask Mr. Brooks? He's strongly emphasising the impact on residents to the east of the city. Can you tell me what impact the western route would have going through Kings Acre and new developments either side if that western route was considered, which he seems to favour?
Well, the first thing to say is that I don't favour anything. I'm not here to either suggest explicitly or implicitly that there's any favouritism in terms of the work that we've done. It is genuinely presented to the council in a consistent, transparent process, and I'll leave it for others to place the relative weights over the different elements. In terms of the impacts on the west, yes, there would be some impacts on the west. The Kings Acre Road, the Western bypass going through the Kings Acre Road, yes, there would be impacts there. There would be impacts elsewhere. There are pluses and minuses. There are winners and losers around these road schemes, and there's no way that I'm wanting to imply that you should only consider part of those in terms of your overall deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Of course, you and I have tangled in the past over this issue. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Mr. Brooks is not favouring any one option. That's clarified that. Councillor Bowes.
Really quick, I'll make my point. And I agree with Councillor Stark that there does need to be more investigation into the eastern crossing because we haven't got the data. But I also think we need to look at the fact that the biggest population and traffic movement quadrant is in that part of the city. So that's something we need to consider. But I agree, one of my recommendations would be that we spend more time looking at the eastern crossing and the implications. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Right, well, I've got no other questions at this moment. As I say, we've got to be mindful of making recommendations, but did we want to move on now to the review of the review and ask Mr. Revel if he wanted to make any comments? Is there a presentation slides being put forward, or the critical friend? No.
Chair, yeah, I think, Chair, the actual, and it was a very brief presentation, formed part of the methodology, our second presentation. So Martin spoke about, I think it was about 5 points. Yep.
Yeah. Has any member of the committee got any questions for Mr. Revel before we move on to our recommendations? No. Okay, then. So we had some discussion. Some of the discussion was while we were having lunch, a late lunch, but we have had some discussion about recommendations. Can I ask officers to tell us what they've penned so far?
Yes, Councillor Lester, I will just share my screen. These are quite hurriedly scribbled together, so the wordsmithing may not be quite right just at the moment.
We accept that, but just to give us a starter for 10.
So, so far, can everybody see that on their screen? So what I've managed to glean so far is a first recommendation around more detailed studies are undertaken on the benefits and disbenefits of the traffic light management in more locations in Hereford. I think that was a recommendation that Councillor Bowes and Councillor Hewitt were advocating. A recommendation B, that as a result of this review, the committee recommends that the Cabinet consider weighting some of the preferred options to help determine the preferred package to take forward. That wasn't necessarily formulated as a recommendation per se, but something, Councillor Lester, I think you'd suggested might become a recommendation, so I throw that open to the committee. Recommendation C, support is given to promoting more park and choose options in combination with investment in public transport options and cycle routes to reduce demand for car journeys into or through the city centre, with a particular focus given to the limited transport options currently experienced by Herefordshire's rural communities.
Okay, and we scroll up.
A recommendation D, this related to, I believe Councillor Hewitt made this as a possible recommendation, but I will stand it down if not, that the Cabinet follow up on the suggestion for a river bus crossing service in the ongoing refinement and review of the Hereford Transport Package options. A recommendation E is consideration is given to a wider, more in-depth study on the transport options that address county-wide transport challenges in solutions, not just in Hereford City. A recommendation F, the Cabinet should not feel constrained by having to consider just the package of options that has been presented to them as part of this review. A recommendation G, the committee considers that further analysis is undertaken to assess further the mitigation measures to traffic utilising an eastern crossing before the disbenefits of an eastern crossing are ruled out as an option. And a recommendation H is school travel and transport is given greater priority, and that more work is done to undertake survey work with schools and parents to gain a better understanding to what the barriers to uptake of school transport are.
And can I just float, one of the recommendations was to explore carbon offsetting with regard to any major infrastructure projects. So does anyone of the committee members have any comments about those recommendations as set out? Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, could Mr. Coleman just go back to the improvements to outside roads, like the rural roads? Where are we?
I think it was recommendation C, Councillor Matthews. So support is given to promote more park and choose options in combination with more investment into public transport options and cycle routes to reduce demand for car journeys into or through the city centre, with a particular focus given to the limited transport options currently experienced by Herefordshire's rural communities.
Could I, Chairman, just ask that because the Bridge Solids Road would have a vast impact on the traffic pressures on the city, that if that was named in there somewhere, and in particular review be carried out for improvements to be made to that particular road. If Mr. Coleman could put some wording in there, particularly mention that, and if members agree, I'd be grateful, because that if that was improved and modernised a little at no great expense, I respectfully suggest that it take a tremendous lot of traffic out of the city centre.
Would it be best to encapsulate that as including the impact it would have on other river crossings within the county, because it's not just that location, is it?
As long as it's incorporated, Chairman, I don't mind that consideration be given. Perhaps after a study is not viable, but I think it should certainly be looked at. Thank you.
I agree, Councillor Matthews.
Can you please not include that, John, to put a separate recommendation, because I would like that recommendation to prioritise travel routes for rural people, or travel and choosing options for rural people, but they're not part and parcel of the same thing. It's a separate recommendation.
Recommendation J. Councillor Stark, you wanted to make a comment. You're on mute, I'm afraid, Councillor Stark.
I have 3 points to make, Chairman. One is back to recommendation B, please, John. The weighting should be of the preferred outcomes, because it's a weighting we give to the outcomes before we actually assess the packages themselves. So it's at that point you either decide to do the cabinet either decides to ask for a weighting to be brought into the analysis, or it doesn't.
Okay.
The second point is around option A and the demand responsive transport option. Chairman, I did raise the question about the capital cost being seen as zero, and Martin did say that they had decided that under this DRT option, they would be looking to existing providers to provide these particular services as part of their normal service provision. Now, since that normal service provision is woefully inadequate at the moment, I would like the group to actually say that we should be willing to put some money into option A if we are serious about it, to actually try and help such a scheme to actually take off, because I think it's going to be stillborn otherwise, and I think having it in the package at the moment is not really of any value. I don't know what the rest of the group members think about that.
Well, isn't it the case, Councillor Stark, that if the recommendation is to go forward with option A, then the question will be whether it's a capital project or whether it's gains funding, and so that will be a matter for the administration to decide how it implements the chosen schemes.
I take your point insofar as that is correct, but in terms of affordability, you've just missed out 2 to 5 million capital in assessing that package. It does have a cost, Chairman. That's not included
absolutely.
at the moment.
Everything we do has a cost.
Yeah, but it's not included in the analyses of what the best packages are not. That's all I'm saying.
How would you amend the recommendation then to capture that?
Well, my point would be that when it comes to determining whether you are going to actually put up some council funding for these packages, then you may have to reassess the actual result of this particular review.
Point taken, but I mean, let's not forget we're putting forward recommendations to the Cabinet, and it'll be the way they want to deal with the funding side of things will be obviously a consideration for them.
Well, as long as they're aware that under the DRT there's no funding at the moment.
Well, I'm sure they'll be made aware of that if they're not already aware of that. So we've got Councillor Roan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe it's, could you scroll up, please? That's it, very kind. No, back down to the River Carnival. Recommendation, the Cabinet follow the suggestion for a river bus crossing service and ongoing refinement and review of the Hereford transport options. I mean, personally, I think that is something that would be a pleasure cruise. It wouldn't be practical. I try to think of how anybody would use it, how it would be paid for, who would run it. I think it's a complete and utter waste of money. I'd love the idea of going up and down the river, but to cross from one side to the other, I think it's almost laughable. And then
I don't think it was suggested by Milne as a river crossing. He was saying an east-west route, actually, is what was suggested for that river bus.
I'm just reading what is in front of it, crossing service.
Yeah, I think the word crossing should come out of it.
I think the whole thing should be dropped. It's a folly. I don't know about my colleagues.
Okay, but I mean, I think, is it not the case that we're going to be taking these recommendations individually, voting on them, and we'll either win or lose by an individual vote?
That's correct. Yes,
if that's the way forward. I mean, we could all vote for them en bloc, but if there's differing views, perhaps we take them individually, and then that process will naturally weed out the ones that aren't necessarily supported.
Yeah, happy to do that, and Chair, I'll sit silent.
No, by all means.
No, it's all right. No, if there's enough ambition for us to row the boat gently across the stream, I'll be happy to go forward.
Okay, Councillor Hewitt, and then Councillor Stark.
Okay, so I'm always liking to say elephants in the room, but this is my recommendation that we, where is it? Sorry, can you just hang on with me 2 minutes?
Well, can we go to Councillor Stark then?
No. I'll just say it. I've got it written down nicely, but I'll just say it as it is.
Okay.
I recommend that we reject the major road infrastructure schemes, barring only consideration of an Eastern River crossing.
Okay, so officers are busy typing up that recommendation. Kate. Right, Councillor Stark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I go back to the statement that the comparison across the packages are robust, which Martin said was his conclusion at the end. Both myself and Councillor Hewitt have questioned the use of qualitative assessments here and the sorts of errors that might be involved. So I wonder whether there should be a recommendation along those lines that are we going to say to the Cabinet that we actually accept that this analysis is robust?
Well, the advice from officers and the consultant, as you've heard, is that their view is that it is robust, a robust assessment in terms of its comparisons. But if you wish to make a recommendation accordingly, then please do so.
Well, I think my recommendation would be that I would like that to be looked into again by the Cabinet, because I'm not sure that today's debate has actually shown that entirely to be true.
Okay. So I'll look to officers to see if they can distill a recommendation from that point.
Qualitative assessment, yeah.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And got Councillor Wilding next.
Thanks, Chair. Just a short one to start with about that river transport. I think it's called a river bus service, to make it more plain, that it would be, coming from downriver, stopping at different stops and carrying on and then turning around and going back or whatever. Anyway, so that's that. A couple of recommendations, though. I agree with Councillor Hewitt's one. I was going to say to abandon the Western bypass for definite, but to look at the Eastern crossing. So something the same as what she said. And then another one for us to immediately set up a transport team for the city and the county, which would, as a priority, start to look at plans, seek funding for the implementation of walking and cycling measures. Thanks.
Could I just check, is that a subset of recommendation C, Councillor Wilding, or is that a new recommendation?
I know it's been said in a couple of different places, but I think you could probably add it, that we immediately set up a transport team, and as a matter of priority, start looking at funding and how we'll do the cycling and the walking.
Well, can I just add on to that, because I think that there is something in here in relation to the seminar that we were given about the planning of road layout into, I mean, I suppose it's part and parcel of it, but that this transport team should immediately start looking at how we can restructure our road schemes to prioritise our road layout, if you like, to prioritise cycling and walking.
Just waiting for officers to encapsulate that recommendation, and then we'll go on to Councillor Bowes, who's got a hand up.
Sorry, Councillor Hewitt, you said, and that the road schemes are reconfigured, was it, or?
Yes, the sort of, what would you call it, the road furniture or the road architecture. There were some brilliant presentations of change in road layout and painting that meant that it was safe, because this is the public really were complaining about safety of moving around with walking and cycling. And if we change the configuration of the, the architecture, road architecture, for want of a better word.
Okay, so John, have we captured that?
Okay, so in addition then to recommendation C, that the executive set up a transport team as a matter of priority to investigate the planning of cycling and walking in the city, and that the road schemes are reconfigured to accommodate walking and cycling safely within the city.
Can I just say implement instead of investigate, because we don't want a review of a review of a review.
Councillor Bowes.
I've got one. Herefordshire needs a well-designed, comprehensive, safe and attractive network of active travel measures across the entire county to reduce the effects of climate change and the risk of surface flooding. Because we've mentioned about flooding. Do you want me to read that again?
Yes, if you could, just slowly for the benefit of officers.
Yeah, sorry. Herefordshire needs a well-designed, comprehensive, safe and attractive network of active travel measures across the entire county to reduce the effects of climate change and the risk of surface flooding. And then my other question was, was just regarding Councillor Matthews' thing about which one was his, because I think we should name the Bridge Solace Road. Further up, I think Councillor Matthews was.
Yeah, the impact of routes across the river, routes over the river.
Crossing, in particular the, I don't know, but I think that could help us considerably over there.
Crossing.
Councillor Bowles, can we go back to your point at the end and say, can we go back to the last recommendation, the final one from Councillor Bowles? To immediately design a comprehensive and safe and attractive, not heritage. It does need it, but we're instructing a recommendation, aren't we?
To immediately, sorry, Councillor Hewitt.
To immediately implement or move on or whatever, Herefordshire Council to immediately implement.
Okay.
Yeah, you just got to put in the word council, John, next to Herefordshire. Herefordshire Council too.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got up to recommendation M. Any more recommendations? That's quite a few recommendations there. And it looks like we're going to have to, I recommend we vote on each one. So is that technically possible, officers, please?
I believe it is, Councillor Lester, although I think we may be stretching the polling to its limits a little bit. But
well, is it advisable then to have a show of hands and then to count that show of hands?
Well, if I may, Councillor Lester, I'll just check with Jen that we have got enough polls available to us because we had predicated it on about going up to about letter L, but we're a couple over that. So Jen, are we okay to go ahead?
Yeah, John, to confirm we're ready to go. We're up to recommendation O on mine, so we're fine.
Oh, right, good. We have the technology, everyone.
I would just like to mention that I won't bring anybody back from the breakout rooms between each poll. I'm just going to do one after the other if you are happy with that.
Sorry, Jen, could you repeat that? You're not going to bring...
So once non-voting members are in the breakout room, so it doesn't mess up the polls as such, I'm not going to bring them back until we're completely finished. So we've gone through all recommendations A to, was it M, John?
Yes. And then after that, everybody's coming back into the meeting?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Right. So all please be advised that we will proceed accordingly.
Shall I continue to put them in the breakout rooms then?
Yes, please.
Brilliant. Okay, let's get
So
started.
if everyone can bear with us.
Can everybody see the recommendations on the screen clearly enough?
I've got recommendations A to C I can see at the moment.
I'll scroll down as we go through.
Okay. Okay, this is on recommendation A. Okay, Chair, so we have 7 voting members and the result is 6 in favour to approve recommendation A, 1 against.
Okay.
I'm sharing the results.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to recommendation B. Again, 7 members. Okay, and to confirm 6 in favour for recommendation B, 1 against. And sharing the results now.
Thank you. And if we can scroll down so we can read the rest of recommendation C.
Okay, recommendation C launched.
Sorry, Chair, can we have it back so we can read it through again? Because some of it was being added and there's bits and pieces all across the screen where I am. So,
can you see recommendation C in front of you?
Well, I can, but I've got overlay of all sorts here. I've got the...
I'm happy to read it out again, Chair.
Yes, please.
Recommendation C is support is given to promoting more park and choose options in combination with more investment into public transport options and cycle routes to reduce demand for car journeys into or through the city, with particular focus given to the limited transport options currently experienced by Herefordshire's rural communities. That the executive set up a transport team as a matter of priority to implement the planning of cycling and walking, and that the road schemes are reconfigured to accommodate walking and cycling safely within the city.
Now, are you able to vote on that now, Councillor Wren?
Yeah.
There we go, lovely. All votes are in, Chair. 4 in favour of that recommendation, 2 against and 1 abstention. Sharing the results now.
Excuse me. That didn't come up. The poll didn't come up on my screen for recommendation C. I don't think.
Can I relaunch the poll then on that basis,
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Because I do have 7 votes.
Yes, please. Can we all vote again, please? We can just... Right.
Councillor Hewitt, can you just confirm you can see? Excellent. Okay, we have 3 have approved those recommendations, 2 against and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. Recommendation D now.
Okay, we have 4 in favour, 3 against, and that is it.
Okay, thank you. Recommendation E.
And that one's been approved unanimously, Chair. Recommendation F.
Can you scroll up, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah.
Recommendation F.
Just bear with the officers while they're trying to amend the document as we go.
Okay, we have 6 in favour to approve and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
G.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 6 in favour and 1 against.
Thank you. Recommendation H.
Okay, and 6 are in favour to approve and 1 against.
Again, could you scroll up, Jen?
And recommendation I. Okay, we have 5 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention. Okay, HIJ. And recommendation J. And we have 6 in favour to approve and 1 against on that one. Okay, recommendation K. I'm just waiting on one last vote for that one.
Jen, just advise me. I think instead of submitting it, I minimised it and I can't find it.
Okay, there should be a poll button on the bottom of your screen. Can you see that? Excellent, that's all votes. We have 4 in favour, 2 against and 1 abstention. Okay, recommendation L. Okay, we have 5 in favour to approve, 1 against and 1 abstention. And recommendation M. Okay, we have 4 in favour of that recommendation, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
Well, that concludes the voting on the recommendations. And so if we can make a note of those and bring everyone else back into the meeting.
Point of clarification, Chair. Is the voting record shown to Cabinet on each recommendation?
No, it's just either, well, it's just the recommendations are as they are approved in the meeting. So we've now decided on those recommendations, and the ones that have been approved will go then forward to Cabinet for Cabinet to decide. And you may find that Cabinet has a meeting that lasts all day as well, who knows. But just to inform the rest of the meeting that we've made a decision on all of the recommendations, which will now go forward to Cabinet. And I wish Cabinet the very best in deliberating on all of the points that have been raised. I would like to thank Councillor Harrington for staying the distance and listening to the whole meeting. It's much appreciated. It's a long day when all you've got to do is sit there and listen. But we appreciate the fact that you've been there, and many Cabinet members who've stood the distance and listened to the meeting throughout. I'd like to thank very much Mr. Ducker. Obviously, he's not with us now, but I'd like to thank him for his contribution. And I would also like to thank Mr. Revel for his report and his contributions. Also to Mr. Brooks, who's had the lion's share of questions that he's had to answer. Thank you to him, and thank you to officers for their contributions too. But lastly, but before I say thank the committee, but thank you to all those members of the public and members who've asked their questions too. This is a huge issue for Herefordshire, and it will no doubt exercise our minds for a good time to come. But lastly, but by no means least, thank you to the committee for sticking the distance and being there all day, asking some really important questions that I think have teased out lots of issues that needed to be at least discussed at this stage. So thank you to the committee. And I look forward to this matter being discussed further in further council meetings. So without further ado, if there are no other items, Councillor Bowes, you just wanted to make a point?
Sorry, Chair, are we going to share with everybody the outcome of the votes, because they were all missing when we voted on them?
Right, can I ask John, can you read out the recommendations, please?
Mr. Chairman, while he's doing that, can I just thank the committee for their time? It is much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington.
So the committee have made recommendations from A through to M, and I will just read through those. Recommendation A, which has been approved, is more detailed studies are undertaken on the benefits and disbenefits of traffic light management in more locations in Hereford. Recommendation B, sorry, bear with me. My screen is greyed out. There we go. Recommendation B, that as a result of this review, the committee recommends that the Cabinet consider weighting of the preferred outcomes to help determine the preferred package to take forward. Recommendation C, support is given to promoting more park and choose options in combination with more investment into public transport options and cycle routes to reduce demand for car journeys into or through the city centre, with a particular focus given to the limited transport options currently experienced by Herefordshire's rural communities. And linked to that, that the executive set up a transport team as a matter of priority to implement the planning of cycling and walking, and that the road schemes are reconfigured to accommodate walking and cycling safely within the city. A recommendation D, that the Cabinet follow up on the suggestion for a river bus service in ongoing refinement and review of the Hereford transport package options. Recommendation E, consideration is given to a wider, more in-depth study on the transport options that address county-wide transport challenges and solutions, not just in Hereford City. A recommendation F, the Cabinet should not feel constrained by having to consider just the package of options that has been presented to them as part of this review. Recommendation G, the committee considers that further analysis is undertaken to assess further the mitigation measures of traffic utilising an eastern crossing before the disbenefits of an eastern crossing rule it out as an option. A recommendation H, school travel and transport is given greater priority, and that more work is done to undertake survey work with schools and parents to gain a better understanding to what the barriers to uptake of school transports are. A recommendation I, carbon offsetting is looked at in relation to offsetting on major infrastructure projects. Recommendation J, the impact of assessing routes over the river crossings, in particular the Bridge Solars crossing, is built into the analysis of options and packages under review. A recommendation K, that the executive abandon the western bypass and reject other major road infrastructure schemes, barring only the eastern river crossing option. A recommendation L, the executive take a look again to the robustness of the qualitative assessment of the evidence presented. And recommendation M, Herefordshire Council to immediately implement a well-designed, comprehensive, safe and attractive network of active travel measures across the entire county to reduce the effect of climate change and the risk of surface flooding.
Thank you. So those are the recommendations, rather more than was expected, but recommendations nonetheless. So any further comments before? Right. Well, as I say, thank you to everyone for all of your contributions. It's been a very long day, and thank you, and have a good evening. Can we confirm that the